You know,
you might get some.
Hello,
right.
we're live. I managed to get it sorted. I'm
Yeah.
ever so sorry. Had a few StreamYard issues there, but welcome to the Bahhhhh Humbug Extravaganza. That sort of like happened last year, and Denny and I had some great time last year, didn't we, Denny?
We certainly did at that.
And I've come across a great friend in Ian, and I wanted him on, and we could have called it the Three Wise Men, but none of us are wise.
No.
So we decided to keep it as grumpy, as best
Well,
as possible.
I was going to put in my post on YouTube that up, for your blog this week, the Three Miserable Bastards, but that got pulled. So I had to upload it again to buggers. Yeah.
And it's a sort of like, if you're a bit scared of a bit of swearing, maybe you might want to sort of like block your ears, because there might be a few mini rants, not just coming from me. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm well known for the odd rant. I don't know where it came from. This word rant, I mean, just seemed to sort of like come along all of a sudden. But I've known a few other people do a few rants. Hey, Denny. Anyway, Christmas, I could put my hat on, but bar bleeding humbug to that load of crap. We're not having any of that sort of rubbish on. So, we just really want to talk about Christmas a little bit. There'll be some nice stuff about Christmas, obviously. But I'm going to go round, my friends. It's not like a normal stream where I'd ask what people watch and all of that sort of stuff. But we might ask that, but we might be talking about some Christmas films. We might have watched some Christmas films just recently. So I'm going to go around now to Denny and just say, Denny, what does Christmas mean to you in the past, and what does it mean to you now?
Well, very interestingly, obviously I've listened to the first part of your blog, and I do a lot of paralleling with you now. You say about it is funny. I mean, over the years, they say it's Christmas for the young ones, but I always grew up with Christmas. I've always loved Christmas, and that's why it upsets me nowadays when you do see Christmas is being eroded in so many ways. It's, as I said to you in my comments, you go around the houses. I mean, around our block, you're talking about one house in every 10 that's got any type of decorations up. There's no feeling, there's no sentiment. And yet in the 80s, at work, I mean, you was mentioning the Christmas parties as well. We always used to go, I used to work at a cash and carry, and we always used to go dinner time, go and have a drink. Nobody thought anything different, you could have a pint. But they're on top of you nowadays at work with all the alcohol policies and everything. But I found, as I've got older, I mean, I'm in, obviously, I'm in transport now, a lot like Colin. And a lot's been taken away from me. I mean, I'm very lucky this year. I'm actually broke up. I finished this morning. I didn't get up till 3. Obviously, I've done a night shift today. And I'm off now till the 28th, and I've got to go in for one night. I haven't got enough annual leave, so that's one day I've got to do. New Year, but next year, I'm working all the way through Christmas. I'm even working Christmas Day next year. So that just spoils it. I get paid a lot of money. I suppose that's the upshot of it. But I've always loved Christmas. That could offer me £2,000, £3,000 to work the day. I'd say no, thank you. I'd rather have Christmas Day. But things are the way they are. I've got to do it. So.
What about Christmas past then, Denny? Because you've mentioned
Christmas,
a lot about now, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, oh God, I used to love it as growing up as a kid. It's like the television. I always remember things like, you remember, not David Copperfield. What was his name? The magician, he used to be on Disney Plus.
Daniels.
Now, is it David Copperfield who used to do all the American type of...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Before Penn and Teller, yeah.
Yeah, and it was like very Christmas. You'd have all the Christmas programs. I mean, that's something probably we'll come on to later about the Christmas schedule this year. Over the years, that's eroded. I mean, rose tinted glasses. I suppose me, you and Ian were all the same as everybody else round about our age. We'd have Warlords of Atlantis, The Land That Time Forgot, sort of stuff like that. First Men in the Moon, Morecambe and Wise. People get older, people pass away. Things ain't the same. I mean, it's never been the same since me nan's passed away, because there's always, we used to go down their house of the morning and then down the other nan's house of the night, and then things changed. Then my nan and her sister used to come down to our house, and then they passed away, and you're left with memories. I mean, very nice memories. I'll never forget I mean, to be honest, I'll still keep Christmas in my own way. I mean, Christmas Eve tomorrow, it's always a case of I always put certain things on the telly. Again, we'll talk about probably later. That make it Christmassy for me. I try to make it as the best I can. But like the family, we don't stress ourselves out with presents anymore. We just buy each other a couple of little small gifts. That's completely gone and eroded to the point where there's nothing, because it's too stressful. My mum and dad are in their 80s; they don't want it. So I understand. It's just one of them things. We're all getting older, I'm afraid. So it is the way. I took on board your sentiments in your blog. I'm thinking, my goodness, it seems to be more and more that's the way I am now. Like we're
We'll get to me in a bit, and I just want to hear sort of like Ian's feelings about Christmas in the past, because obviously he's up north, and we can't help that, but there you are. But of course, he's also been married. It's now a different situation for him this year. There's him and his son. I'd like to know a little bit about Northern Christmases and how they were and how they are now a little bit. No, that's a serious thing. But just basically, Ian, and then why it's not so good now. It's just before I start opening up with all the hellos and everything that everybody wants to come across. So I don't want those to go too far down. I don't want people to have to wait till 11 o'clock before I even get them. So far away, my friend.
Right. My memories of Christmas are absolutely. I loved Christmas, and Christmas was fantastic. The build up to it, and did you notice when you're a kid, Christmas? It's a long, long year, isn't it? It's such a long year. You're waiting and waiting, and it's still, But then today, as you get older, I noticed probably by the time I was in my late teens, you suddenly realize that time is moving a lot quicker, and a year just goes by. Whereas when you're a little kid, you're excited, and it just is such a long time. And I think in many ways that's the magic of Christmas as a child, is why it's so special. And if you have parents that kind of do that for you, make it special, then it really is special. And my parents, my mum, I know, loved Christmas, and she made sure we had a really great Christmas, and she was saving up money. That's another thing I bet people don't nowadays. In January, they'd start saving up for Christmas, and I've got I have an older brother, and I think they probably would put amount of money. It'd probably go up in years, but they probably spend £100 on both of us, which in '60s was a hell of a lot of money. But they'd all saved that up. I mean, we had lots of presents, and that is all, I think, all to my mum, making sure every week they put away a lot of money. And even then, there were things that I wanted. Like kid, you don't think of much about. You just see all these things other kids at school are getting, and you see adverts, even adverts. You see an advert, and I remember seeing Major Matt Mason, this little space thing, and they had all the accessories. but I never got one because it was too expensive for my mum and dad, and you know, and they had all the other things they were getting. So there were it's like Action Man. I got a cheaper version of Action Man. I think it was called Johnny 7 or something like that, or I don't know. Johnny. It was a cheaper version, not as good, and but I understood it. To me, even though I was disappointed not to get Action Man, it was great just to have this doll that wasn't quite as good, but I could do the outfits and you could still have a good play with it. And it's funny because now, as in later years, I've actually bought some Action Men because it was something that I wanted. I thought, oh, I've got to have some Action Men, and I've got some. I've got 3 Action Men and some accessories and that. So Christmas it was a great time. I actually think I think my parents, I really appreciate what they did for me at Christmas. And we had the stock. What I loved, we had the main lot of presents downstairs, but my mum wanted us to have stockings on his bed. So when we woke up about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, because you couldn't go to sleep, could you? Let's be honest.
No.
And we had these stockings, so we opened up. We were opening presents up early before we could go downstairs, and that was exciting because you was under I was under the bed covers. And I remember one year she got us these little torches, and I was there playing with these torches under the bed covers and having adventures. I don't know. But that all came from the stocking. There's all sort of little things she'd put in the stocking, but all the main presents were downstairs. But so
what would you say? I mean, because you've given us quite a big insight about the past, where actually you've gone into a bit of detail that we could have probably done a little bit later on. But, but what is it about Christmas now then? I mean, do you think it's okay in your opinion, or is it a whitewash like I think it is, or are you middle of the ground, or what?
I don't think it's the same, but on the other hand, I can't say that because when my son was a child in the 90s, he was born in 1990, and my wife, she always wanted him to have a really good Christmas like I did, and we bought him loads of presents, and he said he absolutely loved it, and he's still got good memories, and that's what we wanted, and because my wife, she was brought up in a children's home. And I don't think she had very good presents, but she always loved Christmas and what was given to her. She'd appreciate anything. So when she got older, she wanted to make sure that she had a good Christmas, that my son had a good Christmas. But then I made sure that she had a good Christmas. I used to buy her loads of presents to bring her the joy of just presents, and I'd put on. Honestly, there's one thing in my mind is that she died on Boxing Day, but on that Christmas day before, she had a really good Christmas. I bought her loads of presents as always, so that kind of makes it sort of quite happy.
Well, that's brilliant. So, is that the only thing that you think or are you going to go into more detail a little bit later on about what you don't like about Christmas?
I'll just give a positive side at the moment, even though it is a humbug.
I'll do a general on mine. I loved Christmas back in the past as well. I mean, we weren't a well-off family, but my dad, I think what he did was he concentrated on doing as many hours as he could at the factory, because he worked for Kraft Jacobs Suchard, which was just called General Foods back in the day, because he wanted to pay the mortgage off. But if I was to turn around to him and say, "Oh, Dad, I want the Simon electronic thing, and I want Operation, the Mad Doctor's Game, and I want Big Track," or something like that, I'd tend to find that 2 out of 3 of those things would be under the tree, and I don't know where he'd get the money from, because you know how it is. If my dad was working, then I dare say my mum had a part-time job or wasn't working at all. So money was pretty hard to come by. And from 1977, we lived in this house that we're in now, and it's a 3-bedroom semi-detached in Oxfordshire. So that wouldn't have been entirely cheap, although housing prices now, I don't know how anybody can afford anything, to be quite honest. I don't know how people make ends meet. But to me, there was the excitement of getting the radio times, the TV times. There was ringing of the favorite, ringing of certain shows that I wanted to watch. There was getting home from school. And in December, it would be all the kid shows would all be filled with Christmas stuff. You know, it'd be Christmas Checkers Plays Pop and Christmas Screen Test and Christmas Blue. You know, I mean, I when I think about all those Christmas specials that all your parents had, you know, with Steptoe and Son and all of that sort of stuff, there was all the kiddies ones were all joining in. It was almost like I was being groomed for later on when I was going to be watching all the big boy stuff, you know. So that was great as well. And there was also the saving up and buying my family Christmas present stuff, because my dad did teach me quite early on, you know, the value of money. So of course, not only was I wanting to buy stuff for myself and then have a big load of stuff at Christmas, but I also recognized that I was going to have to put a little bit aside, because I needed to get my sister a card, and you know, and buy my mum and dad something for Christmas, and then I'd have to find out how I was going to do that, you know, with, you know, like walking into town or by myself or whatever it was at a very young age. And later on, it would be trying to get Christmas presents while I was looking after my nan, because she used to like going to Zetta's on a Saturday. You know, she used to go to bingo. You know, it was Zetta's, it was called for her. So yeah, there was all of that. And it all seemed exciting and new every year. I don't know. It's like every year it seemed, even though there was probably the same shows going on each year, they seemed new every year. It was, you know, it didn't seem like, oh, what, Steptoe and Son again? No, it never seemed like that. That's what I was trying to get at. And I suppose as I moved on, I wanted nothing more than to sort of like, you know, have a wife or a girlfriend or something like that. And I suppose as I kept going therefore out with my mates, and so Christmas would then turn into a Christmas Eve going out, getting drunk with my friends, and then hopefully I might bump into somebody that might become my partner. You know, you never know, because in my mind, Christmas, there was more people out drinking on that night than there was any other time during the year. So there was more likely that I was going to bump into someone that might something like happen. And that's what was going on in my head anyway. And I don't know. I suppose I moved to Manchester and things changed drastically. I was by myself mostly. I couldn't afford to be able to travel back home, and my parents wanted to be with my sister. So of course, you know, it was difficult for them as well, because they had, you know, they had grandsons and granddaughters, you know, that if they were to come up and see me, wouldn't be able to have a Christmas with them. And then when I moved back to my hometown, you know, the people or the friends that I had, they've all got married, moved on, all of that sort of stuff. But the other shift that I noticed that there was gradual that came along was just how bad TV was getting. You know what I mean? The prices were going up. I couldn't afford the things that I wanted. And when I was looking at TV, I was looking and seeing stagnant, horrible stuff that I just weren't interested in, you know. Can't put a finger on a particular thing, but if I was to look at TV now, it would be things like the Chase Christmas special, Bullseye Christmas special, which is just a regurgitation of the old Bullseye, and You Bet has come back, you know, and I'm going, bloody hell, all of these shows that were something to me probably a little bit in the past. Not that they were a big thing, and now shadows of what they were. You know, I mean, they're absolutely atrocious. So Christmas to me is a bar humbug sort of thing now, especially as parents don't, you know, have passed away. So of course my dad was a big influence on me. There's just me and my mum now. And yeah, it's that sort of thing that probably makes me grumpier and ranty more than I was. You know what I mean? But that's just a roundup of my sort of like thoughts on Christmas and so forth. So I'm gonna start bringing in a few comments that have been coming in, lads, and you know, we can go around if there's any questions in there, you know, or we can just speculate on what people have put. So the first one we've got is Si. I'd just like to say a big thank you to Si for coming on. Bar humbug to you all, he says. Yeah, I could just do with a humbug, actually. Have you got any? I used to buy them in the Quarters. They were really nice. Do you guys want to say hi to Si for me?
Yeah.
Sorry, all right, buddy.
Yeah.
And then we got Andy Makes Star Wars. Happy Mandy lads. Mandy lads. Yeah, happy to you. So there was my little comment there. Okay, who broke it? Yeah, that was me.
Yeah.
Have you seen that there's a remake of Bergerac coming to TV screens next year? It's nothing sacred anymore. What the actual? Yeah, I mean, have you heard of Bergerac coming to TV screens next year?
Yes, I have, and now I don't want to see it. I probably cast him as a dog this time.
I'd like to know more about that, Si. Who they got as Bergerac? I don't know anybody that could fill the shoes, really, of our old Bergerac.
That's the only Bergerac I want to see. That one.
Yeah.
They showed that, of course, on standard definitions, like Legends and all of those sort of like preview channels. I think it's on like BBC 4 or something early in the morning. It's a shame that a show that used to be so quintessential part of Sunday, you know, like a prime time, is now 3 in the morning on a channel that you're never even going to find in a month of Sundays unless you did a search for it. I do find that as well. Thoughts on Bergerac yourself? A new one, Ian? Any thoughts on that? Were you a big Bergerac fan?
I just want to say this point before I talk about Bergerac is that what happens to ideas from writers? What do people? Do they commission writers, or do we get freelance writers sending in scripts, or what? But it seems to me that everything nowadays is being revamped. They try and revamp something from the past because for some reason they think that they're gonna, you know, maybe just I think just to fill up their schedules or whatever they're trying to do. That's what it smells like, because what is going on? Haven't people got any original ideas anymore? Why do we have to keep? So why do we have to keep bringing back things that were really good, that people enjoyed, and then produce something which we know is going to be a pale reminder of how good the other was? This is just, you know, it's not going to be very good. You just know it, and that's bad, isn't it? I know that's been negative, and you were making certain points in your blog about negativity, about we get perceived ideas, and maybe we should give it a chance.
Just want to say a big thank you there, because that was Mondo Celovic.
Yeah,
he came out of an interesting, which I thought was an interesting 40 minutes about how we're too negative. I have to agree to a certain extent, but I also have to turn around and say, you know, like I said in my blog, just very quickly, that if you're a big fan, you're going to be pessimistic for something that's not just about to come out. It's just, that's just life. That's just normal for me.
And it's also the fact that you go on your own personal experience. I'd like to be positive, but then you look at what's been happening over the last few years or so, or maybe even a bit longer. And this has been happening in all sorts of areas of programs that, you know, TV series, they bring them back. And, you know, they're not going to be as good. That's what the experience is that we're using, even though you're right. I mean, I know all the work that people put into these programs and all the actors, but you kind of know it's going to fail. It's not going to be as good.
I've got a little bit of an answer to that one as well, and that is, I think, because of all the letdowns that all the channels have done, and I'm not just picking on ITV and BBC One, streaming is the same.
Yeah,
they've got that because they've missed the mark so many times. They've got to prove us wrong. Why is it that we're considered to be negative when they've proved us right all the way along? When you actually go and see it, you actually go, what a load of crap this is. Why am I watching it? You've now got to bring out some quality that proves that the negativity is a bit of a harsh thing to do. I'd look at it from that point of view.
But there is quality out there. The thing is, I mean, you know, you do network television. I mean, if you look from the 70s, like Survivors, like Seven, bringing them up again, Terry Nation, he had he had the stranglehold, like the Dalek stories. He had the stranglehold on, like, the full series. He used to write all the episodes. Whereas now, I think it's like you saying, Ian, you don't know who's writing them now. I mean, I'm not 100% on this, but I know, like in America, they used to accept, like, was it Star Trek? They used to accept, you know, sending scripts in and then have a look at them.
Yes.
But if you look at the network television especially in America, I mean, you've got things like Silo this year. I mean, that's fantastic. If you look at who's writing that, it's normally one person who's doing the whole block. I mean, these people like Terry Nation, they only come out once in a blue moon. But I mean, you're talking Bergerac. I can't remember whether it's just one writer, but they used to have a block of writers, and they all used to work with each other. So nothing was off kilter to me. You know, it was always through the same story. It's always in the same, you know, particular environment of the story of the particular program. But I mean, if you look at Kolchak, the Night Stalker, does anybody remember the remake of that? How bad that was? It was literally
not the remake. No, not the remake. I remember the old two.
There was a remake in the 90s. It was absolutely awful, awful. But you know, I mean, I think it was something you said. A program's made for us these days. But
it's interesting though, because last night I was watching The Outer Limits from 1995. I found this DVD, and it's a sort of best of, and it was one all on time travel. And right up my street straight away. You could tell it was an old DVD because it turned over. It was on both sides, and it do it. But honestly, I was sat watching it and thinking, wow, this is really good. This was the 1995 revival. So it can work. How come in the 90s that
was proved to work though, because it went on for how many seasons? Denny,
it went, I think, to 9 seasons. And that's a good example. And you're thinking, so it has worked in past, bringing back something, you know, and with quality. The quality is fantastic. So why can't they do that nowadays? You know, what is the problem? Why can't they do it? And that suggests that there are other factors involved as well. And the other factors, I don't even like to say too much about it, because everybody knows that it's there, all this, the way things have to be a certain way nowadays, that you offend people if you do this and that. So we get into that kind of area. And in those days, nobody worried about that. They just wrote. And this is going back to 1990s. You know,
well, I think, Ian, now they don't get the program sometimes when something. I mean, the classic example is Love Thy Neighbour. that, you know, obviously we knew that program obviously was about racism in the 1970s. And it was like, was it Randolph Walker, one of the one who starred in that?
That's right, yeah.
Obviously they used to say, you know, it was a racist program and all that, and you know, people was actually missing what the actual message was about, you know, highlighting the fact, you know, that the idiot, who the idiot was within the program.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I think it just went above people's head, and not, you know, I'm probably in the sort of by saying that people can't seem to understand the literary word that's put out onto the screen to understand what they're actually watching. You know what I mean? It's
I'm pretty sure, but I won't remember it, but I'm pretty sure that when that program came out, there still would have been late night sort of like discussions about the show, you know, about race and bringing that up, you know, like you know, we've got a couple of people here. One's a priest, one's a whatever it is. We're going to talk about love thy neighbor and race and all of this sort of stuff. And I'm pretty sure those were not, but I don't know how widely documented it is on how love thy neighbor was discussed. I know that we talk about it now, and I know it's well documented what we think of the program now, and what you've just said makes perfect sense. You know, like we know it now that we're enlightened, and actually we know who we're laughing at. But I'm pretty sure back in the 70s when it came out, it was an enlightened, entertaining, funny, and well made show that they wouldn't have discussed it in depth in some late night schedule.
To be honest, now I think they missed the point. I mean, I'd like a quote from Warren Mitchell. Somebody said to him, he's just out and about, and I says, "Oh, you know, well done, Alf. You know, sticking it to them. You know." And he says, "Well, actually, it's about wankers like you." You know, completely went over his head. So you know, well, he's probably ain't just today, but I just find today. I think it's like you, the point you said, Ian. People just offended about everything. It's you know, joke is a joke. I mean, I don't know what you think of comedy these days. It's I just don't even smile at it these days. You know.
What comedy, you have to ask yourself, don't you?
Yeah.
Actually, when was the last best sitcom written? What was the last one? And you have to start really thinking.
Well, they keep, you know, then putting that on again. Christmas Outnumbered. I can't think I've ever even smiled at that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's quite a safe one, really, is that?
Yeah, it's that's but that's the trouble in it. It's safe.
Yeah.
But you know,
well, they couldn't have chosen any other program other than something like My Family or something like that. Another one that I never found funny. And Outnumbered, I found actually quite funny the first season, then I just didn't really watch it. I think it might be because of just life went on. Outnumbered was all right because from a family perspective, you're seeing different generations in the family. You know, you got a young little daughter, and you got one who's a little bit older, and one who's substantially older who's going to secondary school, and you've got the mum and the dad. And one of them's a teacher, and you had a sort of like safe bet family that was like 100 miles an hour, and they were tripping over each other to try and get stuff done. As they got older, there's a slight shift change, but it ran its course. But the thing that I'd like to talk about a little bit later on is things that run its course and then they bring back, and it's almost like, oh, and you're supposed to think and go, oh yeah, I remember when that was good, and I'm really looking forward to the Christmas special of it. I'm tending to find I'm not thinking that way.
The thing is, though, perfect example, Only Fools and Horses.
Yeah.
They bought that back at a time. They won the $1 million. That should have been the end of the whole story arc, was about them becoming millionaires. And then they bought it back again. And I mean, let's be honest, the Christmas specials was fantastic, like One Foot in the Grave. I mean, but there's nothing like that now.
There's a documentary about why John Sullivan did that, though, and that was to springboard two shows, something called Summit and Chips,
Yeah, Rock and Chips was it?
Rock
Yeah.
and Chips, that's it. And Green Grass. And they needed to, because it had been off air for a number of years, they needed to bring that back just to show, hey, the old one is still kicking about. But here's the younger Delboy. So this is, you know, because I think the BBC at that particular time probably thought that out of sight, out of mind, you've forgotten about it. It's now in the doldrums. It's a not remembered program. I digress with that one because I don't think anybody can forget Only Fools and Horses. I think once you've seen it, you'll remember it as being the quality that it was. But there's also that ego. Maybe John Sullivan thought he could strike lightning twice. You know, let's bring it back. Let's bring it back for 3 other specials. Do you know what I mean?
But
I do look at that. But my point of view on Bergerac, I'm a bit like Ian and yourself. It's like, why have you got no ideas for any new shows? What's next? The Chinese detective, but you can't use the word Chinese, so we'll have a symbol there instead, just in case we offend someone. Well, I have no idea.
Got somebody at the door, and I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, not a problem. So I do look at things like, you know, how big is this well, and how to bring it back.
Yeah.
And I don't want to single out that the BBC are the only ones that do this. ITV do it, and it's all over Netflix as well. They'll bring something from America back and do it for 2 seasons and then cancel it. All of that sort of stuff. So
here's a question. I don't know, but do ITV do any sitcoms anymore?
I can't think of one.
Because the thing is, for people like us, is we don't actually really watch TV like that anymore.
Well, I mentioned about sitcoms before, where we're talking comedy rather than sitcoms, right? Not sitcom comedies, right?
Yeah.
BBC's idea of a comedy now is Fleabag.
That's right. Yes.
Or those 2 people that are juveniles that are coming out of prison, or whatever it is that's on telly that I've heard about.
Yeah.
Netflix will do an incredibly good one with Ricky Gervais, where it was about death. That was quite good.
That one.
I think it was called Afterlife.
Super.
And again, that's also is not what I considered to be the comedies that I remember. You know, because that's got that's funny, but funny with a hell of a lot of heavy depth and, you know, like serious tones to it. You know, it's not like Mad About the House or anything.
No, it's not that kind of comedy. No, it's not. What is interesting is, though, if you look at it, is the BBC are virtually running out of anything that they can even revive, and that is reflected this year because Gavin and Stacey, they must have looked round and thought, what have we got left? And that must have been about the only thing they could find.
Yeah.
I mean, what is going to happen after this? This is gone. Surely they're not going to bring it back full time. I mean, it's a series also that I think that they think is more popular than it actually is.
Yeah.
If you see what I mean, they've done a good PR job making you think, oh, I should be watching this. It's a good comedy to watch. But BBC are forgetting people are not watching. Well, they should know anyhow, or not watching their channel in the same way anymore.
No.
They probably watch it on iPlayer. You know, most things like I do. If I watch it on BBC, it's on iPlayer. Not watching anymore.
Well, I know that you'll be looking after this stream to look forward to watching the Doctor Who, so that'll be good for you to watch after this. So
that is going to be good.
And I know Danny will be watching the Doctor Who after we've finished on here as well. So
yeah,
but
I'm looking forward to that.
I'm in full agreement that that basically comedy has obviously changes, but the last, you know, when it comes to comedies like man about the house. I think you have to look to America, really, and even they're not doing it very well. I mean, they brought Frasier back. It's okay, but it's nowhere near like Frasier was for me when it finally finished. You know, that was a 90s to early 2000s.
Yeah.
They say that Friends has gone. You've got Big Bang Theory, all of these sort of stuff.
Yeah.
They roll on with their comedies, but I will respect the Americans by turning around and saying they protect the fact that comedy is important to them, and actually, you know, bring out new stuff as well as, you know, regurgitating. Oh, they haven't gone to the point of saying, right, we're bringing Taxi back, or the Mary Tyler Moore Show, or Newhart, or any of that sort of stuff. But they are at least protecting their interests a little bit, even to the point of upscaling to Blu-ray their old shows. You know, they're going back to film and doing that, which even over here we're not doing that great on.
I think maybe a policy of the BBC is, for some reason, if they think, oh, we're going to do a comedy nowadays, it's got to be aimed at the BBC Three lot. And that's where they'll put these comedies on, which are... Oh, he's gone. Oh.
We've lost him.
Oh, well.
Okay. You'll probably come back in a second. Okay,
I'll just say the BBC Three is like an experimental ground aimed at younger people, and therefore the comedy is a certain way. It doesn't appeal to people like us. It's just we don't see it as very funny. You could say that Fleabag was probably the last attempt to be a bit more aiming at supposedly people like us, but it wasn't. The thing is, it was trying to be funny. It wasn't funny. But BBC Three, because they brought BBC Three back, didn't they? They got rid of it. And
It's
like we'll put more of that comedy aimed at younger people, but I don't know whether the young people think it's any good either. It's only I don't think
it's got to, Ian. I don't think it's got to do anything to do with young people anymore. I think it's big execs with political interests in mind that basically second guess what the public want and bring it out regardless. You know, so.
It's like ITVB, and it's that one. It's the same sort of mould. It's like my old man. They'll put something on, they'll advertise on it, and he'll say, "Who the bloody hell wants to watch that crap?" You know, every time it comes on.
I'm sorry that happened. Basically, I right-clicked on the mouse button. It's sort of like
I thought that rushed you off a bit early instead of Christmas.
Somebody didn't like the rant that I was just about to bring out with, because somebody in the future went. They know where my brain was going, but we'll move off of Bergerac now, because we're never going to get to the end of anything.
I'm waiting for a really good one. Yeah.
Colin Jones has got, look, he's flitting in between a few streams. That's fine with us, Colin. That's absolutely brilliant. Jim Jam says, good evening, Grinches. That's really nice of Jim Jam to come on. Nice to see you here, my friend. And we've got my mate Steve, you bastard. Okay, I see Denny the Elf and Santa, but who's the git in the top left? Yeah, well, we know where that's coming from, don't we?
Yeah.
I said, there's no way. I never knew my left to right. That's no word the way you're speaking to you, Denny. That's all I'm going to say to you on that one. Tried to deflect there a little bit. Jim just says, lovely to see you all on a Monday. Yeah, it's great. Do you know what, Denny? I looked and we did this on the 23rd last time. Did you know that?
No,
on the 23rd last time. So there we go. Where's your Christmas hats, Ian and Deli Welly? Well, I chucked mine on the floor because I'm a bloody Grinch. I don't.
Yeah. I'm not wasting my money on one of them.
Typical Irishman.
You made the money.
They've closed down all the pound shops. I ain't going to be bloody buying one for a £5. You can sod off.
Yeah. Have you got a sale on?
Yeah. So that's why I chucked mine on the floor. It went back there. That's where it's ending up as well. It'll be a Santa hat rug for the rest of the year. We got Christmas time, Miss a Crow and wine.
Oh dear! Oh
Jesus!
no!
Yeah.
Right now,
Oh,
that's
Ron.
the caliber, folks.
Well, that fell off a cliff, didn't it? No.
Steve, fancy seeing you here too. Jim Jam said, "What thing annoys you most about Christmas?" Oh, that's an interesting one then, Denny. So the thing that annoys you the most. Now you got to think hard on that one, I think. So many to choose from.
What annoys me the most about Christmas? Oh my God. People.
Wow, yeah.
Oh God, what annoys me the most? Oh God.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to say the commercialism of it. So I'm not singling out the past, the future, or the present on this. Commercialism has always been there for as long as I've been born and all of that sort of stuff. But I'm telling you now, nothing to the extent that it is now. Well, even if I was to go back in the past, do you remember I mentioned something to you last year, Denny? I turned around and said, I asked my mum and she said it was about commercialism. I said, explain, mum. And she said, well, all those big adverts, Debenhams, you know, John Lewis and all of that sort of stuff. And I pointed out to my mum, yeah, but Woolworths did a big one. And she said, yeah, but the difference about Woolworths was they did a long advert and then they'd show that once a week and then they'd break it down and just show little bits that were on every, you know, between each 15-minute break. So you'd only have something like 30 seconds compared to the 5-minute one that they shot for the whole of the season. And you went, yeah, that's very true. You forgot all about the fact that Woolworths actually just did one advert and then they split it down, you know, into the different segments. Commercialism now, it's just like that Boots advert. And you said last year you didn't even see the Coca-Cola advert last year. And this year I still haven't. And yet they say it's AI driven and I still haven't seen it.
No, I haven't. But funny enough, I haven't seen that Boots one either. I haven't seen
Oh,
that
right.
one.
Oh, okay. I can't not but see that bloody Boots one. It's bloody everywhere.
But there is something that annoys me. It's actually come to me. Is why when it's like today. Mum and Dad went out today. The shops are rammed with people. Shop getting food and grocery. They've got 3 trolleys. You just go out. You want to just get a couple of things. And there's these people with 3 goddamn trolleys.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, what the hell are all you lot doing out here? You just think, what the hell? And then there's only 2 checkouts open. You know what I mean?
The thing about it is, it's almost like going back to that COVID, isn't it? Right? 3 trolleys. I haven't seen anybody with 3 trolleys, but I have seen 2. I have seen 2. Right? But the thing is, we're shut for 2 days, and then it's probably just one because they'll be open Boxing Day. What the hell are you buying?
Yeah, you money put it in
like
the
how many turkeys and poultry have you got in this trolley? Because I'm telling you now, it's you might as well have just gone straight to the farm and said, chop the head off of that one over there, will you? Because you know,
nothing shut nowadays. There's nothing shut. There's a shop, like Asian shops. I'm always open. You know what I mean? So
I'll tell you something. I'd like to know. If you went after Christmas and looked in the bins, you'd find the bins are absolutely full of this stuff which is now out of date and they won't eat, and they've just chucked away.
Yeah,
I mean, why are people wasting money? I'm typical of me to say that.
I will turn that into a positive though, then, because although there might be some pensioners and some families that are turning around and saying, I can't afford anything for this Christmas. Go into the shops then in a couple of days' time, get that bloody expensive meal that you always wanted because it's going to be 30 pence.
Yes,
because there's going to be a shitload of it.
That's positive.
There. So we'll turn that one into a positive.
Yeah, that's good.
And now something else as well that annoys me. Every Christmas, that come up to the last 2 weeks. Oh, this is a best of show now, showing all the highlights of the year. I want to see something bloody new. I don't want to see the same bleeding thing that I've watched all sodding year in clips. What the bleeding hell do I want to watch that for? You know what I mean? Oh my God. Money saving
Yeah.
crap. You know what I mean? Oh my
Yeah.
God. Yeah, that winds me up something rotten, that does.
So I'm saying commercialism. So what are you two saying?
It's the shopping. That
The shopping. What about you, Ian? Annoyed you the most?
There's two aspects, but yeah, actually, I think you're right, Denny. I mean, I don't go out that much, but from what I've seen of what people are saying, and in my local paper as well, because I still get my local paper in this town, I can see that Christmas is not celebrated in the same way as much. I mean, people on a personal level, I think, have changed a bit the way they celebrate it. Whether this is something that's happened after COVID, I don't know. But it's almost like people's mentality has just changed a bit with Christmas. I don't know whether it is. It might not be nothing to do with COVID.
I had to go to our local Sainsbury's to get some heavy stuff. You know, stuff that I couldn't carry. You know, if I tried. You know, because it was tin stuff and all of that sort of stuff. And I will say this: stuff goodwill to all men. If you want to get a car parking space, Jesus crying out loud.
Oh God, yeah.
I wanted to get into this space, and I'm telling you now, it was like, oh, I was here first, and all of this sort of stuff. And I'll tell you what, you couldn't turn left to get, you know, because I don't know if you've ever been in a Sainsbury's car park recently. They're very narrow, right? And you have to go round, you know, 2 lanes of sort of like traffic like this. I couldn't turn left to go into this lane that was going down there. All the cars wanted to go right and at the top and turn around to get out.
Yeah.
So there was no chance. I was there for about 5 minutes waiting for some bugger to say, yeah, do you know what? I'm not going to come out, mate. I'm going to say you can come round and I'll come out in a minute, right? No, it was up yours, finger up and all that sort of stuff from all of them. And then all you got was the people behind you bipping the order. And I'm going, friggin' hell. And I went to physio today, and it's along one of the busiest roads, the Oxford Road, right? And outside the hospital, there is, you know, quite a complex traffic light system, you know, that wants to, you know, coming in and then 2 lanes of traffic and that. All of them had gone through on a green light and then had blocked the other row of traffic coming in because the lights turned red. You know, and they wanted to get through on Indigo so that they actually blocked anybody being able to come out of that road at all. And they were all bibbing, they were all like this because every time they wanted to come out, some other car would actually have gone through the yellow light, you know, to actually get across the road. So it's atrocious. All I heard was motorhorn after motorhorn after motorhorn this afternoon. It was atrocious. I just turned around and went, it's supposed to be goodwill to all men and that. Can you imagine everybody being nice at Christmas and going to the counter and saying, oh, thank you, Merry Christmas to you too, and I hope you have a really nice stuffing and everything on your plate this year and all that sort of stuff. There'll be somebody behind you going, get out of bloody way, will you? I've got shopping to do here. I've got kids and stuff. You're talking about bloody stuffing and dinners and shit. Piss off. I want to, do you know what I mean? That's how it is out there. That's the real world.
Get it too, Rob.
That's the real world.
God help anybody who wants the last item. That's just on the shelf, and there's 2 people vying for it as well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, there's none of that. Oh, I'll let you read the label, love, look, so that I can then come. You know, I'll come back in a couple of minutes and all that. It's, oi, you've had a read now. Piss off. I don't want to read it. I want to buy the damn thing. Piss off. Do you know what I mean? You know, that's how it is, though, isn't it? It's atrocious. And then
I'll tell you something that annoys me, or it used to annoy me.
I'm just going to say something though here. We're also snobs. I've noticed this. We're also snobs because if you ever go down the cereal aisle and you want to buy a box of I don't know, Special K or something, right? If the top is remotely open slightly, right? Doesn't matter about the bags inside. You know, the box is just opened at the top. You go, oh, I am having that one. And the other one's every single box at the front, the people that own Sainsbury's or something, the people who stack the shelves, all they do is put the broken boxes ones at the front to make it look like it's filled in. Right? You lift it up, and it's still got a broken top, and you go, "Oh, I ain't having that." You just scramble the old bloody lot out so you can get to the one at the back.
Oh,
You notice that? I mean, we can't have a damaged box. Oh no.
I've got to be honest, I'm one of the worst for that because of being I used to be a butcher, so I always look for the best date. I always get right to the back and pull everything else out the way. So,
yeah, you wouldn't do that on Special K, would you? The date.
Well, not Special K, but like bread and all that. Just put it out neat, and there's me. I'm pulling it all out right to the back. The best date.
So I interrupted you, Ian. Carry on what you were going to say.
Sorry, I was going to say. There's one thing that annoys me about Christmas. I used to do it. Doesn't matter as much now. But is what I call lazy Christmas presents. When people buy you a present, they don't know you, and it's usually they'll buy you something like some smelly stuff. You know, some aftershave that is really bad. Or they used to deodorant sprays, and they stink. They're awful. It's as if they deliberately make these Christmas smellies, not from established makes, but they think, oh, we'll put it in a nice gift box and it all looks lovely. And why? Do people stink or something? Why do you get these presents? When they're so lazy. They go, oh, here you are. Look, just what you want. Deodorant.
I agree. My niece every year, Ian, keeps buying me anti-aging cream, moisturiser. I keep thinking, seriously.
Yes. I think
back in the day, everybody kept buying me socks. Now I can't do without them. I'm going, send me more socks. Nobody's buying me socks anymore.
What about? Do you remember the great smell of brew and all that?
Oh
stuff?
wow, yeah.
Wow, do you remember all that?
Yeah.
Henry Cooper.
Henry Cooper, yeah.
High karate. Wow.
Yeah.
High karate. I love that one.
Aramis was another one, wasn't it?
Yeah, Old Spice. Old Spice. But my dad
Spice.
bought Old Spice, and I used to buy him because if I was short of money, I'd buy my dad Brill cream. My dad liked Brill cream.
Blooming heck, yeah.
Blooming heck, there's a name.
That for years, yeah. Blooming heck, Brill cream, yeah.
He used to get some of this Brill cream, put it in his hair, and then get his comb and do all of this like some sort of mod or something, right?
That's right. Yeah. We had it as kids. Dad would put it on our hair. He'd cut our hair and stick this blooming Brill cream, horrible stuff on.
It's terrible stuff because even now, with my dad gone for 9 years now, you've still got the Brill cream mark on the back of the sofa, because it almost solidifies to plastic or something over time. That stuff. Right. It doesn't matter how many times you try and get some sort of like Vax washer or something on it. You'd have to use a pressure washer to get that stuff out of it after about 9 years. So yeah.
Is Brill cream still on sale then? Does it still?
I don't know,
Do anybody
I haven't looked.
Yeah.
I haven't looked.
Brill cream. I'll have to have a look.
I wonder if it is there, Brill cream.
No, there used to be Brill cream gift sets because I used to buy it. I mean, Dad, it used to comprise of Brill cream and a comb, and I don't know what else it was. Was it a mirror or something? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's still available.
Is it?
$6.95, or you can have there's Brill cream. You went white, Ian. And then there's Brill cream gel. Brill cream.
Do you say how much to anything over £1, Ian?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, man! Live in the real world.
And I bet it's only a small bottle. I bet it's not one of them big jars, is it?
Yeah, they came in a twist. It was red and white. Came with a twist.
It's still the same, but they do like gel now in the plastic tubes. You can have gel.
Actually, I must ask this question. Do you go to barbers and things like that?
No, I'll cut my own hair now.
Yeah.
Well,
do you Delboy, go to barbers?
Well,
when you used to go to a barber's, they used to put it on at the end after you'd done your haircut. But my dad started to do it because he said he was a bit like me. He said, "Hey, it's cheaper if I buy at things myself and do cutting. So he do cutting. But when I got a bit older, I was a bit embarrassed, and I'm thinking, I don't want my dad cutting me hair. So I said, I'm off to barbers to get it cut.
My mum used to cut hair in the 60s.
Yeah.
The town that I live in is full of nail bars and barbers and hairdressers, but even in the street I'm in now, which is a mile outside of town, we've got 2 hairdressers in our street. We've got a hairdressers and a barbers. In fact, if I want to go to the barbers tomorrow, it'll be open until 7 at night tomorrow because it's Christmas Eve, and I've already asked them, and they only opened literally about 4 months ago. They tend to come in, they'll last a year, they're out, and something else will be filling in that store. It just happens to be this time it's a men's barbers. We haven't had one. We've had hairdressers and nail bars up here, but we haven't had a male barber up here in my street before. We used to have a butcher's and a fishmonger's in this street.
Yeah,
they all closed down. In fact, there's one butcher's now in the whole of my town.
Yeah, we ain't got any proper ones. No proper butchers anymore. You have to go to a supermarket.
Supermarkets have got those fishmonger ones, you know, where they do fresh fish, but you know, they're mostly now sushi bars now. They actually have a sushi. They have a sushi corner now in our Sainsbury's.
Horrible. Horrible stuff. Why can't they cook the blooming fish?
Yeah, bloody hell, what's all that shit about?
Yeah, what on earth's going on there?
What's this cold shit that you're presenting to me? What's this black rubber round it with this white center?
What's that eye-looking thing? What's that?
Honestly, I do not see what people see in sushi. It's like, what?
And I bet it's expensive as well.
Oh God, they do these sushi. They do these sushi sort of like meal deal type things.
Oh, meal deal. Oh,
disgusting. I don't know.
It is.
I'm just the wrong person they're trying to sell it to because I don't even like fish fingers. So there you are. So
I like fish fingers.
And they all love fish fingers with waffles,
you invented the brand, didn't you, Captain Birdseye? So you can show it.
And I don't like them with custard. I got a Doctor Who in. I got a Doctor Who reference. Yeah, I don't like them with custard. You have to be daft. With custard.
Do you think, lads, we've covered what's the most annoying thing about Christmas, or do you think there's something else to add to that? I just don't think there's goodwill to anybody in it. I think it's the survival of the fittest. Now, especially with car parks.
The car parks and shopping is just like it's like a gladiator's, ring.
I hate to think what the motorways are like at the moment. I hate to think.
Oh. Well, I've done I ain't going out tomorrow. Now I've done all my stuff.
Don't they do all the road works and stuff over Christmas and that so it's no point in traveling anyhow, is there?
No, that's when they start the bloody road works up, is over the Christmas period and everything. It's just to piss everyone off. No, it's not. Actually, Colin explained it best. He said sometimes they just have to schedule them at this point. It's not to annoy. It's the only time they can get the crews to do them, and when there's less traffic because people are with loved ones for a couple of days or whatever. It's the best.
I get that. Yeah,
I'll tell you, I have got another annoying thing, but I think it's only to people like myself and Colin, who's in not just to me and Colin. We're in travel, and one of the most things we get asked is there any service on Christmas Day? And you think, well, don't we bloody deserve a day off? You know what I mean?
Yes.
I mean, you got to think. There's like taxi drivers, people in travel. There's like the nurses, the doctors, and people can be quite selfish. I find over Christmas as well. They don't think we should be there for their needs. There's nothing for anybody else. You're there for me to do. To make sure I get to where I want to go. And that
sod that miracle on 34th Street, right? It's miracle around the world if anybody's going to be nice over Christmas, isn't it? I mean, Jesus Christ! I mean, Terrible. Miracle on 34th Street, a classic film that talks about uplifting a nice little girl that wants to have her mummy and daddy marry over Christmas and all of this sort of stuff. You know,
Oh,
as far as I'm concerned, if you've got one loaf of bread and two people after it in Sainsbury's over Boxing Day or something, I'm telling you now, it'd be outright war. It'd be gladiators. It would be Miracle on 34th Street.
I mean, just imagine this: all these companies that, and places that won't give people Christmas Day off. Even bloody Scrooge give Bob Cratchit the sodding day off.
You said that last year.
I know, but that's my bloody go-to. That is seriously. Even bloody Scrooge give Bob Cratchit the day off. I'll go and work for him next year, I think.
Yeah, he's probably got a better work plan and holidays.
Oh, I know what annoys me. Blooming Easter eggs. Easter eggs.
Oh, yeah, they'll be putting them out Boxing Day.
What else going on?
Boxing Day. No word of a lie. Boxing Day, they will be starting to bring out the mini eggs campaign. I'm telling you now, it'll be the Cadbury's cream egg campaign and everything. No word of a lie.
Oh dear. Really?
I'm surprised they haven't got Valentine's cards out right now. You know what I mean?
You can bet that by the time the Easter actually comes, the chocolate is virtually out of date. Sell-by date is God, ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous.
You're spot on there, though, Ian.
I don't want them little the white Cadbury's cream eggs. I love them. I'll eat them on the day.
Yeah, we can have them all year round. I think I find them a bit sweet, really. I think just a.
But we'll come across. Sweet. We'll be talking about quality street roses and everything a little bit later on. So we'll talk about confectionery and all of that sort of stuff. So we'll go down. Steve says, "I follow you around, Colin." Yeah, because Colin said Steve fancies meeting you here. Andy, because it was that long ago, I had to explain. Andy makes Star Wars says, "What's your favorite Only Fools and Horses Christmas special?" I've actually answered this in a blog, so do you want? I'm going to leave it to you two to start talking about this.
I can't remember the name of the episode. Well, it's not one of my favourite programs. I will say. I mean, don't get me wrong. I did enjoy watching it. All I can tell you is it's not the one. Was it? The one with the chandelier? Was that a Christmas special?
Not really. No,
that wasn't one of my favourites.
That's a touch of glass, and no, it's not really.
Yeah, I think it's either got to be between the one where they become millionaires or the one where they're dressed up as Batman and Robin.
Well, the Batman and Robin is a free-parter, and the Christmas one is Heroes and Villains. That's the one you're talking about there.
So probably them two would be probably two of the most ones that stand out to me, to be honest.
The Christmas specials are things like The Frog's Legacy, Heroes and Villains, like you were talking about there. Yeah, I mean, they're the well-known ones. The ones that you were talking about, even the free part where they came back, they were Christmas and New Year specials. They came out on Christmas for the New Year to finish it off. There was 3 episodes generally, and they showed it off in that Christmas week. There would be 3 episodes, and the one that was on Christmas would be the first one. So that's where the Batman and Robin. That was a Christmas Day.
Yeah, that was class. That was.
and the conclusion, where it was Time Enough at Last, I think it was called, or it was something about time. I forgot what it was called. That's where they find the Mariner's watch. That was the New Year's Day. So there would have been one in the middle for the 3-part special. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So Ian, have you got a favorite?
Actually, I think that Mariner's special, the watch. The ending of it, I thought it was a wonderful ending, as you say, spoilt by what they did, because it's been such a good series, consistently high standard, and that was a great ending. It's fantastic. It's what everybody it's like a fairy tale ending in a way, and I think that made that special, really special. And I think that for me, is one of the most memorable, definitely the memorable. I would choose that one. Yeah, it was just so good, really, wasn't it? I mean,
I've liked most of the Christmas specials. I haven't really got a favorite. I even remember the very first Christmas special that I saw, and it just makes me laugh. It's where they even have Delboy nearly asleep in his chair with a copy of the Radio Times over his face, and it actually was the cover of the Radio Times that year. That's how much detail there was in it, right?
Fantastic.
But it was the one where Grandad he can't cook for toffee. Decides he wasn't going to spend a miserable Christmas with Del and Rodney. He was going off down to the nursing home or something to play cards or something that night. They decide that they're going to hit it. They're going to go up west, go nightclubbing or something, and they go nightclubbing, and they meet these two girls. That's right. They go into a gay bar first. And so Delboy makes a joke about maybe it's Injun Bracket out for a pint or something when Rodney points out there's a couple of girls that are over there. And when they go over to try and chat these two girls up, they make it out that they're they play that Rodney plays at Wimbledon in the tennis big leagues, and they call him Hot Rod or something on the tennis courts. And the two girls ask him, which do you prefer, Rodney? Do you prefer grass or AstroTurf? And Rodney misheard all that. They said, which do you prefer, grass or AstroTurf? And he goes, don't know, I've never smoked AstroTurf. He goes, you wally. You know what I mean? There's all of these lovely episodes that Only Fools and Horses, and that might not actually have been the Christmas special. I do know that they went out to a nightclub though in the very first one of the very first Christmas specials, but that might have been the E-Type Jag one actually that I'm mixing that up with. But I love Only Fools and Horses because it's character driven, and I don't think there are much character driven comedies out there.
No, I don't know which episode this is. You probably know it's one, and I thought it was very poignant. Really, it's where Delboy pretends to be Rodney and gets beaten up, and he does it.
Oh yeah.
Rodney to get beaten up.
That's a second season episode
Is
where
it?
Powerful. Where Rodney and Delboy go out as tally men, and they're selling jackets. They're selling these big brown jackets. Anyway, he goes to get the money out of this previous person who was buying stuff on the tally, and she'd moved on, and this woman had moved in, and she wanted to try a skirt on or something, and Rodney was there going, maybe we can go out or whatever it is. Bloody hell, Rodney was the same age as her son, and anyway, her husband was in something like Broadmoor or something. GBH and all sorts of stuff. And he came out and Delboy pretended to be Rodney. Yeah, but they'd broken up or something the week before or something.
Yes, that's right. That's a punchline.
He got me. Yeah, he said, bloody hell, how did you get all them bruises? Oh, I collided with a revolving door or something, he said as well.
But it was kind of that he did that. Just it's those sort of moments in Only Fools and Horses, which are really powerful in a way, aren't they? When showing their relationship. I think that's.
Rodney would always think that Delboy was diddling him out of something, and Delboy would always turn around and say that I looked after you for all these years. It's not my fault that you were born 16 years or something. After me, and that I had to bring you up because Mum went up to the sky or whatever it was, which is how he always explained it. So yeah. They were full of pathos like that.
Yeah,
they are great. And then you've got all the different generations because you had Grandad, and then you had Uncle Albert.
That's right.
Brothers. you know,
Yeah.
and all of that sort of stuff. It's great. I think it's wonderful, and you won't see the likes of that sort of writing again, regardless of whether he made the bad decision about bringing it back and all of that. His caliber was there. You know what I mean?
But it was the same sort of thing we made with One Foot in the Grave. That was character driven. Absolutely, some fantastic comedy, and then some really dark scenes.
As far as I'm concerned, they could have read out the yellow pages and I'd have found it funny. You know, it's just the way it is. But anyway, so we'll move on. We'll get that, because what's your favorite? I think we've come across them really. Colin's calling Steve a stalker. Jim Jam said, "Who likes Gavin and Stacey?"
No,
I don't think, Jim Jam, you found the Gavin and Stacey fan club amongst the panel here. I don't know about in the chat room. We haven't got that far yet, but no, I was going to talk about Gavin and Stacey a little bit later on when I come across the Radio Times in a bit. But no, I am not a Gavin and Stacey fan. The only thing to be recognized as the only thing funny is to have the catchphrase "what's occurring" is not my idea of fun, if you see what I mean. I think that's its saving graces. It's got a couple of catchphrases. I don't find many of them in that show mildly amusing. There might be the odd joke, but I will say this, each to their own. I've watched some stuff that other people have gone, "What are you watching that dribble for?" And I'm going, "Oh, it's hilarious." And they go, "You're joking, and you what a piece of shit that is." Well,
I'll give you an example. Mary Hartman. My mum used to say, "What the hell are you watching this for?" Do you remember Mary Hartman?
Yeah, I remember the name, but I don't remember much of it.
Yeah, it was a comedy.
I know that my mum couldn't understand why I watched Agony with Maureen Lipman.
Not something I don't think.
She was a writer or something in the Lost. It was the Hearts, you know where your Lonely Hearts column. Maureen Lipman. And my mum would go, "What are you watching that for?" And I said, "Oh, because it's funny." And it wasn't Maureen Lipman that was funny; it was the characters around her. I'm not even interested in Lonely Hearts columns. It was just. It's like watching Rhoda. If you watch the American show Rhoda, right? There used to be a character on there called Carton, the doorman, right? Because Rhoda lived in this apartment blocks, and they actually had a doorman at the bottom that you actually had. The doorman would let you go into the house, into the flats, above. And Carton, the doorman, was the funniest thing in it. He was always stoned. You can say, "Oh, it's Carton, your doorman. Yeah, there's somebody who wants to come up and see you." And all this, and it was and he was in it every week with just one funny line. And I used to watch that program just for that funny line. I wanted to know what Carton was going to say this week.
But for me, I mean, if you remember back, there used to be things like Felicity Kendall's solo, that were Dear John. What was that?
Dear John was 2 seasons, wasn't it? It was great, Dear John. I didn't like the second season as much as the first, but there you go.
Shelley, that was another one. I love the theme tune to Shelley, but the program just left me cold. It was, it's stuff like that. It
was more a drama with a few funny lines in it.
Shelley. Yeah. And ever decreasing circle, stuff like To the Manor Born. Oh my God, no.
And yet To the Manor Born is considered to be one of the biggest Christmas specials of 1979, 1980, wasn't it?
Really? Wow.
With Peter Bowles and all of that. But when they were this week, they've been showing a lot of the "What did you watch in 1979? What did you watch in 1980?" and that they actually come across To the Manor Born, and I forgot what's her name. Grace Dent. She was the main person talking about it. She turned around and said, "I'd rather watch what's that other one with Compo and that
Last of the Summer Wine."
Last of the Summer Wine. She said, "Last of the Summer Wine has got more jokes in it than To the Manor Born." It's just there's something about To the Manor Born. I think it was probably the the love interest, between the main characters, Peter Bowles and so forth. I didn't find it very funny, but I remember my mum and dad watching it, and I'd be watching it with them.
Yeah.
I don't remember it being incredibly funny at all.
I mean, it was like that sitcom. What that sitcom? That couple that was always going to get together. It always looked like they're going to get to. Vince was his name. He was out to break. Oh God, what was that called?
Just Good Friends.
Just Good Friends.
Oh yeah,
that was God, bloody awful.
Yeah,
it
was.
Yeah, but then again, there was another comedy, wasn't it? Brushstrokes.
Yeah, crap. I couldn't even watch that.
Which had a Dex's Midnight Runner tune, if I remember rightly.
Oh.
But there again, I mean, if you're looking at comedies, I mean, you mentioned a few there that you find funny, and it was like Robin's Nest as well. They always followed a formula of things that was funny. They just kept putting like a lot of Leonardo skit, and people was looking out for those week in, week out. Whereas, some of them they're bloody awful,
I've been watching on YouTube the two Ronnies, and
I got the box.
Absolutely loving the two Ronnies. They were so clever. The writing, I didn't realize how good they were. I don't think at the time.
Oh yeah, I mean Gerald Wiley, which is basically Ronnie Barker anyway.
Yeah.
Some of the writing did some cracking jokes. They showed a two Ronnie's Christmas special late. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning, about a couple of days ago. It's the one where they were taking the piss take out of ET, but but they were showing it from It's a Wonderful Life type thing where he kept going back in time with this time. And he said, well, you see, if it weren't for the fact that your granddad jumped over that barbed wire fence and chopped his balls off, you weren't born. So unfortunately, your wife's now married this bloke and all of this sort of stuff. I mean,
I can give you the name now, both of you, and I can tell you exactly the catchphrase I'm going to use when I say it, because I always used to look out for it when he come on. Dick Emery.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, you are awful, but I like
you.
You always waited for that.
I didn't realise why they can't show it anymore. Shows you how thick I am. I thought, of course, because I saw some on YouTube, and of course it's the characters at the beginning. They can't show them now. That's why
there's a lot. That's the issue. That was
they have said that they've got every episode, but there are things that stop you from.
Yeah, it's that, and
there was a lot of catchphrases in that though. I mean, there was so there is "You are awful, but I like you." There's also "Dad, I got it wrong again." And so there, and then there was the vicar with the big teeth.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's a gay character, isn't there? And
Honky Tonk. Yeah, Honky Tonk. Yeah. There's a number of reasons, but the trouble is, I've seen worse, and they show them on the other satellite channels, but they won't show Dick Emery.
We'll just release it on DVD, then I can watch it then.
Again, I just don't think the BBC would just dare.
There's a best of Dick Emery. That's all.
There's a best of.
I've got that.
Get a best of.
But there's nothing else. There's nothing else.
It's a shame.
I'm in agreement with you. I like Dick Emery.
I do.
I think there's more to it. I don't know what it is.
The only way you could get those characters is if you get the film. The film is available on DVD, and he does all those characters in the film. That's the nearest you're going to get.
Because when I've spoken to you guys before, I told you that Dick Emery did 2 sitcom things at the end of his career. It was called Jack of Diamonds. One of them was called. It was 6 episodes, and it was an actual story that went on like 6 episodes. A bit like a long extended 2 Ronnies Phantom Raspberry Blower type thing. You know, where there was like where he's a jewel thief or something like that. Yeah. And they haven't even brought them out, and there's nothing wrong in those. No. And they haven't shown those. So I think there's something more going on. I think maybe it's the Dick Emery estate. I don't know, because I do know that he was he obviously he had affairs and all sorts of stuff. You know what I mean? He was quite prolific.
Well, I was watching the Dave Allen one. I've got that best of Dave Allen, and I'm sure there's some sort of issue with that. I don't know.
Oh, that's to do with religion.
Is it? Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, why?
Ain't always everything.
Isn't that ridiculous? I love Dave Allen. I thought Dave Allen's fantastic. I've got this best of, and it's fantastic.
That is quite well. That is quite well known about the religious aspects of his show, and
I can't understand that. I mean, Father Ted is able to have a good go at religion, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is where I'm saying I don't understand why there isn't a disclaimer and they're just showing them on other channels. It's almost like the BBC will not sell them to other channels to broadcast them for some reason. And it must be some legal wrangle thing going on. Because I can't see why you can't put there are strong, you know, overtones of an era that we don't agree with or whatever it is. They put it on the front of everything these days, but they won't show that. You know, it's
Dave Allen was on the BBC for years, wasn't he? He did loads of shows, and you see the evolution of Dave Allen. You know, when he's younger, and then going right to when he's not smoking and not drinking.
But don't forget, it might be the Rent-A-Ghost effect. Obviously, they released one season of Rent-A-Ghost. Then there's Roytel. For some reason, they just cannot release it. It's like that. If they was to release that in a box set or Dick Henry in a full box, I'll buy them tomorrow, day one. But for some reason, there's.
Do you think there could also be members of Dave Allen's family, for whatever reasons, who have copyright as well?
Yeah, some of the Doctor Who stories are Unearthly Childs.
That's right, exactly. Yeah. So I wonder if he must have some estate.
Like I said, it must get harder and harder each year because with copyright law, it's now becoming so bitty. It's now getting really difficult. Like I say, there is that Doctor Who where one distant sort of like cousin of the production manager has stopped the whole thing coming out. You know, I mean, if somebody can do that, then of course, how many people worked on the Dick Henry show that you've got one person that just says no, can't bring that out. And I was in every show, so stuff you, and that's it. You know what I mean? But anyway, let's move on. Because who likes Gavin and Stacey? Jim Jam. I cannot bear them. Sorry, that's Steve. That's old Jim Jam, I think. Let's see what else we got. Denny, are you watching the classic Crimbo Wurzel Gummidge?
A cup of tea and a slice of cake.
In particular, Denny, that is.
Well, I'll be honest with you. That's right up my street. It's right up my old man street. We both love Wurzel. Yeah, cup of tea and a slice of cake. It'll definitely be on tomorrow, if not Christmas Day. I love musicals, and it's a musical episode, and it's absolutely brilliant. I love it. Watch it every year. So,
what about you? Even though it's not aimed at you, are you going to be watching the classic Crimbo Wurzel Gummidge, Ian?
I probably.
Or do you have to just look out? Or do you just have to look out your bedroom window and there he is, look, staring at you?
All I gotta say is I do love John Pertwee, and John Pertwee is fantastic. And looking out of the window as well, he's there. But after I've done my deliveries, I can put my feet up and watch Wurzel. It's one thing I would love to get maybe at some time, but I'd only have to get it on DVD, wouldn't I? Because it costs.
Oh yeah, because both me and Denny bought the Blu-rays, even the Australian ones.
Yeah,
an expensive set when you put the two together. But
it wasn't so long ago. I'd have sent you to me DVDs, but I'll give them to Mark, 20th Century Gaming, because he loves Wurzel.
He
had the lot of.
Yeah, and I bought the big box set that included both season the British and the Australian ones, and gave my British one away.
But
unfortunately,
what I did, I'm surprised they haven't carried on with this remake. Of that just disappeared now because they brought it
with the bloke from the Detectorates.
Yeah, they did it 2 or 3 stories or something, and it just stopped.
I think the last one was not last year, but the year before, and I think it had Bill Bailey in it. I think was the last one I saw. It had Bill Bailey in it.
It was completely sterile. It was nothing.
It wasn't exactly. It wasn't John Pertwee. I know it sounds.
Yeah, they said it. They said it was supposed to be more inclined with the books. Than
It was. But don't forget, I mean, it wasn't just. To be honest, though, to be fair, it wasn't just John Pertwee. I thought like Eunice Stubbs was a fantastic Aunt Sally, the same as
Yeah,
Barbara
yeah.
Windsor and Saucy Nancy and
Yeah.
Bill Maynard, Sergeant Beaver, and the Crowman, obviously Geoffrey Baden, they were all, and that when you get the stars align, you get everything perfect.
Yes,
That's why you remember it as the classics they are.
Yeah,
This last one, I remember watching the first episode, and my heart just sank. I thought, oh my god!
No, yeah.
Well, you had so many people from the Carry-Ons in there. Barbara Windsor was in there, weren't there? There was the aristocrat at the stately home. What's her name?
Joan Sims.
Joan Sims. Yeah, Joan Sims was there.
But
so, it was almost like they got all of their friends together to make it.
Yeah, well, it was just at that time when the 70s going into the 80s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was just brilliant. It was like a Carry-On film, really. It was just brilliant. Yeah. The writing, the acting.
Probably why I liked it so much, because I recognised characters and went, "Oh, it's from Carry-On." Yeah, like that. Because I wouldn't have known any different, being only 8, 9, 10 years old when I was watching it. I wouldn't have recognised that's Joan Sims or that's Barbara Windsor. I'd have just gone, "Oh, she's in that," like that. I'd have been like that.
But it's just one of them I can put on. Me and my dad can sit and watch, and we can watch them one after the other, and you're just crying. Some of the them just acting. He acts like a child, like they all doing, and it's just it's so funny. When they go to a posh restaurant or a cafe and they're eating cakes, and they start throwing them at each other. Oh,
but again, I have to point to the fact that it's the ITV stations again for short-sightedness that. Oh, this is at its time. We need to move on. We're being killed by Buck Rogers and all of these American shows, and we've got to put something else in its place because they put Doctor Who here, so we need to put another science fiction thing here. So we'll have to cancel that out instead of moving it to somewhere else. That's cancel. It was cancel philosophy. It's around now. It was around then. I think they gave it a bigger sort of like crack of the whip back then than they do now. It's like if it doesn't succeed after 6 episodes, it's being bloody pissed off.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
That would never
at least they'd give it a second season before they'd start going. If it even remotely had some sort of like writing, but then again. Do you hear of too many people writing into ITV now saying save our show or anything, right? I don't even know where to write to. I don't even know who to write to, because we used to have things like what you saw this week type programs, didn't you? Like Have Your Say type on BBC, didn't you? You used to have
Points of View, wasn't it? Points of
View, that's it. And you used to have, but who do you write to now if you wanted to display something to the BBC? And who do you write it to?
Well, you got to go on the website, write them an email, and
and then it gets stuck.
Ignore it.
That just be the standard replies.
Then it goes nowhere. That goes into the bloody mist of nowhere.
I mean,
you couldn't even tell if it got delivered. You know what I mean?
Do you remember a program? I used to really enjoy it that the BBC had. It was presented by Ludwig Kennedy. And it was a look at the whole week of television.
Yeah.
Oh,
did you see? Did you see?
That's it. It was really a very good show, wasn't it? I used to love that.
I remember that. Yeah. Great theme tune.
Why couldn't they do something like that?
I put a theme tune, believe it or not, into my Discord this week that I've forgotten all about, which was called Entertainment USA, right? It had this tune. And it was the reason I this tune suddenly came to, I went, I can't even remember what that program was. And then it was, Entertainment USA. It was from Charlie Brooker's Screen White, right? He actually did the introduction to one of his Charlie Brooker's Screen White based on Entertainment USA. And it used to be this bloke who used to tell you what was going on in New York and Seattle and all of that sort of stuff, right? And it was on BBC Two. much like I tell you about Movie Drone, where there was a show with Alex Cox that told you about films that were cult classics.
Yeah.
You had his name was Jonathan something or other, and he was over in America, and he used to tell you about what was going on in Seattle and New York and all of this. You'll have to go and look Denny at the tune, and you'll go, "Oh, I remember that tune. It's a catchy tune. I'm not going to bloody do it now. Christ, I'm not going to embarrass myself with any more singing. Jesus Christ, I already did that in the blog with that Doctor Who one.
That one in your blog, the Christmas song "Steel Eye Span," Gaudete.
Yeah, Gaudete. That's it.
I couldn't remember. I can
Yeah.
never remember. You see, whenever I want to know it, Christmas is bloody gone by the time I'll remember that for next year.
Yeah,
and I can never remember it.
Love it.
Yeah. And I tell you what, that's rarely played. Rarely played.
Bloody nothing played these. I haven't even heard my favourite one by Paul McCartney and Wings. They haven't played that one this year.
Yeah. What, the Frog song?
No.
I am joking. But Millican and all that. Anyway. Right. Jim Jam then goes, "Hello, Steve." Colin says, "I'm not a Gavin and Stacey fan. I reckon Jim Jam's probably pissed off going, I've lost the audience here." I hope not, because I mean it's a shame. Colin Joe says they might surprise you given my location. What's your fave TV comedy that had feature-length film, e.g. on the buses?
Oh.
No, mine would be On the Buses, I think.
Yeah, I think more the trilogy of them would be more.
Yeah, I agree.
The quality of those from the. I mean, Hammer did Man About the House as well. Don't get me wrong, and George and Mildred, and they did Rising Damp, and they did a lot of them, right? But On the Buses is the only one I know where they did all three. They did 3 films.
Steptoe and Son. I've got to put Steptoe.
They only did 2 though. They only did 2 of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw them all at the cinema. I loved going to see them. It was a real treat to go.
How did you afford it?
Favorite TV series.
How did you? What did you find? Did you find 10 pence on the floor or something? That's about the only way you went to the cinema, isn't it?
Our local flea pit. Well, we had a cinema right near where I lived. It was pretty near. You could go up there to the flea pit and see all these films. Wonderful.
By the way, Cy Robson said it was Jonathan King that presented Entertainment USA.
Anyway. Yeah. Mention him.
God. Yeah, better not mention him.
I think mine's On the Buses. So I won't go on too long.
Well, I think I have to go with On the Buses, even though I think Steptoe and Son has some fantastic writing even in the film. Yeah. The second one is not my favorite. The first one is. I didn't go with the dog story too much, with the greyhound dog. I preferred the one that was closer to the pathos of the original show, which is, him wanting to get a girl, move away from his dad. When he finally did get the girl, his dad would interfere, all of that sort of stuff. There was the going on holiday and putting a kibosh on that because he hadn't got a passport or whatever it was, all of that. Yeah. Rather than getting into trouble because they bought a greyhound when he should have bought a horse, and it wasn't quite. The second story wasn't quite up to it to me in quality of the first one. But saying that, they're still brilliant. I'll watch those over anything really. That's out there.
I've got to say, there's 2 parts in the Steptoe films that I found hilarious. The one was where he's preparing his sandwiches for the morning with a paintbrush with a button. And then the fag ash on it. And then the other was when he pretended he put that, what was it, that mannequin's head on, that stick tapping on the window saying it was a ghost, frogging to death, Lord. Oh, some of the clap.
He tried to shoot a chicken out the window and he tried to clean himself in the sink with Omo.
That's it, in the sink, yes. That's it.
There you go.
There's Diana Dawes, isn't there, in one of them? She pops up, doesn't she?
Yeah, come up to the 15th floor to go and pick up my old man's clothes. When did he die? 2 days ago. Oh, shit! What? Trying to get him into bed when he'd only been dead 2 days. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so I mean, even Man About the House, which is not a great film, isn't that bad. Yeah. That's in that one. They're trying to sell off the whole flats, weren't they, that they live along in Man About the House, the film.
And there's
George and Mildred. In George and Mildred, the film, George is mistaken as a hitman. Kenneth Cope's in that, isn't he? He's the actual hitman. Well, because George and Mildred are going to have a honeymoon. No, they were going to celebrate their honeymoon, weren't they? In a London swanky London hotel. That was it. Where there's a thing going on. And Rising Damp, I think the reason that didn't work on film is because they changed. What's his name? Because he was dead, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know.
Richard Beckinsale.
Richard Beckinsale. I think they changed his to another famous character. Don't get me wrong. It's just that you missed. You missed him. You missed him. He was the long-haired lout.
Yeah. He was so good at. He was such a great actor. Really, comedy actor. In Porridge, of course.
I said to you earlier, though, didn't I? Ian? The stars align that put these people together. It just sings, and then when you lose something out of that, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
So I mean, Jim Jam. So it's an interesting story, but I think just by the fact that they made 3 on the Buses films just shows how successful
they were.
Those were over Man About the House film, Rising Damp film, etc., etc. Do you see what I mean? They made a Are You Being Served film. They only made one of them. You know what I mean? And if you look at it, it's funny, but it's not funny. Do you know what I mean? It's got funny moments in, but that caterpillar and singing in the toilet, Nellie Dean, and all of this sort of stuff. It's not a patch on the TV series.
No, it was a bit of a disappointment. I like How You're Being Served. You just felt it was a very average, just not as good as TV series. Whereas I think the Steptoe films are definitely as good as the series. You know, they stand up well, I think.
In many ways, I'm glad they sort of like stopped where they did with making sitcoms into films, because I don't think a Fawlty Towers film would have worked.
Oh no, yeah.
There are certain things where I think I'm glad we dodged a bullet. I'm glad there wasn't a 3rd season. I'm glad they didn't make a film, just because there isn't really one story in the whole of the 2 seasons where I didn't like Fawlty Towers.
Yeah, I never
know what I mean.
Never loved Fawlty Towers.
I don't want the history of that to be sullied. So, but I do know that people don't like Fawlty Towers. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's not to everybody. I liked Fawlty Towers. I thought it was great. I liked Monty Python as well. I thought that was great as well. But with Monty Python again, when you get to the 3rd season onwards, it's when John Cleese left. That's as well. But anyway, we'll move on. So we've got Tony York saying, "Good evening, all." He's never seen any Gavin and Stacey. Stacey James, he's put though. Never seen any Gavin and Stacey James. Jim Jam said, "Sing us a Christmas song, Deli Welly, on your bike, you miserable bastard. You got no fucking chance." There we are, bringing back the Grinch into Christmas just to get us back on track, because I think we were being too nice now. We got to start putting some rants and things in again. Been watching General Hospital from 1975. Wow. Jesus, that used to be on as a double bill with Crown Court, and I used to love Crown Court, and I used to watch General Hospital, I think, waiting for Crown Court to come on. Do you remember General Hospital from 1975, or do you just remember being in it, Ian?
You're getting better. You're getting better. Your jokes are getting better.
Do you long to be back in it? They serve better food there.
I don't remember watching it. I didn't always watch as much TV in that area. I'd be about 15, 16-year-old. I was starting to change, not watching as much TV. I was listening to music. I was one of these doing homework. Dreadful homework.
Yeah, so you doing homework, my ass.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no chance you were doing the bloody homework.
I want one of these.
The only time you were doing
they're all doing their homework.
The only time you were doing the homework is if you were doing somebody else's for money.
I should have been earning some money, couldn't I? I should have done that. Yeah.
I said we had to get the rants back in.
Yeah, go on, get the rants going.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
I have a memory of that General Hospital.
Yeah, I was going to say, Denny, before we go on, I was going to say, what's your thoughts on General Hospital?
The reason, was it on Sunday night by any chance? Because
no.
Oh God, it just reminded me of school for some reason.
That's the reason. It was on at about 1:30 or 2 o'clock for half hour, and then followed by Crown Court, and it was on Monday to Friday.
Oh, right, I've got you. Yeah.
Do you remember another one called? This is maybe before your time, but it was quite popular. Emergency Ward 10. Have you heard of that one?
I've heard of that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, Ian, I wasn't around in 1942.
No, you are.
So I don't remember it. I don't remember all the shows, especially if you had to have a projector that was projected onto the wall for you to see it, like you had to.
Dr. Kildare was very popular as well. I remember that.
Yeah, if you're in the States.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you remember Ironside? I loved Ironside. The bloke going round in a wheelchair.
It was probably your uncle.
And the way he, Ironside was very funny, unintentionally. He was a right grumpy old git. He was Ironside.
Yeah, I know someone like that, Ian. Yeah. Right now, Cy Robson says David Copperfield's greatest magic trick was convincing Claudia Schiffer to marry him.
Oh
yeah. Not the few £1 million he got, no.
Yeah, I'm sure that helped. Yeah.
The thing I remember about David Copperfield, he was all glitz, wasn't he? He was the sort of person that looked like he'd had about 15 sort of like plastic surgery sort of like tech things done on him.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? On Christmas, wasn't it? Always on Christmas.
Yeah.
The Wonderful World of Disney every year.
Yeah. We got who likes the original animated Grinch?
Oof. I don't know whether I've watched it. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't know whether I've seen it.
I will put my hand up now and say I was aware of the Grinch from a book perspective. When they showed the original animated Grinch, which I remember looking rather sketchy as a cartoon, it was sort of like those later Looney Tune cartoons, you know, where the early ones were all really nicely colored, defined, and everything, and then later on they start to be lax on the backgrounds and the animation wasn't quite as good. You know what I mean? I was more into Frosty the Snowman and all that sort of stuff, and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and those American productions that they showed than the Grinch. The Grinch, to me, I didn't quite get what the Grinch was, really, too much. It's easy to understand Frosty the Snowman. It's easy to understand Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. what's this green Grinch fella that sort of like just doesn't like Christmas much? And I mean, I've got an opinion about the films in the fact that if I didn't really watch the animated Grinch, was I going to like the film any better?
Yeah.
Even though it's Jim Carrey, is it in that?
Yeah.
Right. Jim Carrey's in that. It's almost like what's his name? Mike. No, I've forgotten his name. You know when I'm talking about the Cat in the Hat? They made a film version of that with
Michael Myers.
Mike Myers.
Yeah.
Again, what's funny in it? I was probably too old. I was probably in my 20s when that came out, in my 30s, possibly even. And I'm going, well, it's not aimed at me.
Yeah.
And yet I'd consider Shrek to be aimed at me. So that doesn't work out, does it? Because I'd rather watch Shrek than try and sit down and watch Cat in the Hat. I don't know what it is. So there's a lot of American stuff that has passed me by that I probably should give a second chance to, because I was probably just going, I'm passing that off. I don't want to watch that bollocks. What do I want to watch? What do I want to watch? A green alien type thing? Again, try and kill Christmas off. What do I want to see Mike Myers dress up as a cat for, with a big bloody hat, and start rhyming things with cheese and ham or whatever it is, or whatever, fried bread with ham or whatever? What bollocks that is. Because
green eggs and ham. I am
green eggs and ham. Yeah, blood of shite.
It's just right.
I don't even like eggs and ham. I'll eat the ham. You can keep the eggs, you bastard. I only want the ham part. So I weren't going to likely to like the film, am I? If I don't like eggs, so there you are. That's how I looked at it. I went, no, don't want to watch this. And going to the cinema and seeing it on your bike. Fuck off. I'm watching that.
Yeah.
What did you go and see last weekend, Del? Cat in the Hat. I've been laughed at them. I'd been laughed at them at work. Working for Lloyd's Bank, they'd say, you went what? I've been laughing stock. So no, I need to go back now and watch them, I suppose.
Yeah.
I might make
I don't think they ever show that on the telly, thank God. It's terrible.
The one thing is, I can understand why in America it works. I just don't see it here. I just never got it.
It never gained any traction at all.
I understood A Nightmare Before Christmas, which is Halloween trying to take over Christmas, but don't understand a green, shaggy green creature trying to do the same thing.
Yeah. Totally.
Why?
Right.
I don't know. I can't answer it.
I'll put that in the same bracket as Barney the dinosaur. Why?
Oh yeah.
Oh, Barney. Oh, dear. No, please save us.
Barney the purple bleeding dinosaur.
Please,
but
no.
I mean, I did go and watch the live action Scooby Doo and all of this sort of stuff. There is stuff that I did watch, and the Flintstones.
Yeah.
I won't watch the Grinch though. It's weird. It's like I said, it's a weird thing. I suppose it's because I just wasn't a fan of the books. I just wasn't going to be a fan of a film, especially if they also made a cartoon and I wasn't a fan of it. Jesus Christ, you know what I mean? So I weren't going to watch a live action of it.
To be honest, I mean, I can't say one way or another because I've never seen it. Unless I see it, I can't say whether I like it or not. I might watch it and think it's brilliant. You know what I mean? I shall have a look.
It's in the. If you've ever watched the Spider-Man cartoons from the 60s, it's almost like the second season of Spider-Man, the cartoon series, in animation.
Oh, right.
That's what the animation was like. Now, if you can bear watching an hour, 90 minutes of that with a green Grinch creature, then you go and knock your socks off. You know, go and watch it now if you want. You know, I'll carry on with Ian. You can fuck off and watch the Grinch. Right, and I swear to you, you'll be going, I wish I'd have stayed.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that now. But anyway, we'll move on. Jim Jam says, might watch some David Nixon at Christmas later.
Oh, yes. Class. I remember David Nixon. Brilliant.
Yeah. It's a network release. I can guarantee you that is a network release.
Gentlemen. I love this stuff.
Now, why would you say that, Ian? Is there something about network releases that I should know about Jim Jam? I don't know anything about that. Does he like network releases? Does he?
Oh, that's a shock, isn't it?
Oh, that's a shock. That is. I didn't know that. That's nearly sort of like upset me there. I should have realised. What the fuck we are?
Seen this video. Yeah.
And on planet Earth are we today? Right. So Tony Hook says, on the bus's favourite film spin-offs. Enjoy the political incorrectness.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
You can laugh at each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is good. Denny, Merry Christmas, everybody. That's from you want to say to everybody. I'm saying it for Denny, the miserable bastard. He just wanted me to read that out. Then we've got Jim Jam saying the Love Thy Neighbor film was good. Yes, I almost forgot we didn't mention that, did we? The Love Thy Neighbor film. Yeah, that was a spin-off. Yeah. Very much so. I think I've got that.
I have. It was out on Blu. It come out on Blu-ray, that did.
And is that you're saying it like, well, then that means that I've instantly got it then.
Yeah, I have.
No. Is there a steel book of it? No.
No.
So no, I ain't got it bloody then, have I?
What do you want to do with a steel book? What do you want a steel book
so
of that
you think you'd know me, wouldn't you? Right. Does it come out on steelbook? Has Delboy got it? Yeah. Is it possibly that it's out without a steel book? Do you think Delboy will have it? Oh, well, it might be a bit like that then. Yeah. Because it had a steel book, is it? Because you know me, I have a steel book of everything.
But why?
Yeah, it's a mystery in life.
Yes.
It is a mystery, definitely. Why?
Yes. You want to see it, right? On my Discord, right? It's got arrived this week, right? I put some up. 2 minutes later, he's put some up. Oh, here's what I had released this week. It's like, is everybody trying to trump me or something, right?
Well,
so I'm there going, all right.
Just to let you know.
I'll go to films now and I'll say what I got there. 2 minutes later, Denny's there. Look what I got this week. Oh, yeah, fuck you then.
Just to let you know, just to update you, I've had Riddick come not so long ago. And it's just a normal 4K release. It ain't now steelbook, Ian.
See, so I let him off, right? So today I gave him the biggest heads up ever, saying this is probably the last films that are coming before Christmas. So if he does get something tomorrow, he's got free reign to put as much as he wants into the Discord now. Look, there you are. Look.
Well, I've told you about Riddick now. So
yeah. But anyway, yes, I'm agreeing with you, Jim Jam. Love Thy Neighbor film was a pretty good one. Another one probably on par with Rising Damp, I would have said. If you were to go up to people and say, do you think there was a Love Thy Neighbor film? I think you'd get a 50-50 response on whether people thought there was one or not.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Rising Damp is another one of those. Rising Damp is another one of those 50-50s. I don't believe some people know that there even was one. You know what I mean?
You remember Eddie's wife appeared in one of On the Buses films?
Yes,
I think it's the holiday one, isn't it?
Yeah, in stockings and suspenders, Ian. Yeah, I can remember.
Yes,
that's how I remember it.
It is holiday because she's the nurse who likes Blakey, and basically she was having it off with everybody. Because he kept putting nurses not available for 10 minutes, and he went 30 minutes or something like this on the outside of the door. And he actually thought it was. I'm pretty sure they thought it was the God, his name, bloody hell! How can I forget the main driver? Stan.
Yeah,
because Stan was being like chased across the pond or something, wasn't it? Like Blakey thinking it was him that was having it away when actually it was the conductor.
It'd be Jack. Yeah.
Jack.
Yeah.
Right. Are there any New Year's resolutions?
Hmm.
And the trouble with that is that this is a Christmas extravaganza. I suppose you could count New Year's as rolled into this, because I don't think I'm going to be doing a New Year's Eve Bahhh Humbug or whatever it is. That don't go together, does it? Bahhh Humbug New Year doesn't sort of have a right ring about it. But my opinion is that a long time ago I used to have the same resolution, which was do something, do things differently this year because it didn't work last year. Right, which is basically the same as just saying just do things totally different than you did last year, because obviously it was a crapshoot. But Mainmeister, I think, said it best. He turned around and said, "Why have you got to wait until the until the new year before you make a New Year's resolution? What is it about people going on diets on the 1st of January and people doing all these things? Why have you got to wait until then? You're a fat bastard. Go on a diet now. You know what I mean?"
Yeah.
Go to the gym before you get to the 1st. You might have a head start then on losing weight in the new year. Why is it that we get up at 7 o'clock, but if you miss the alarm, you wait until 7:05 before you even contemplate that you're going to be getting up? What is it about time and numbers and even numbers and all of this sort of stuff? So I have to look at it and go, probably the best way to go into this next year is don't have any expectations and just do the best you can. And don't even bother having a New Year's resolution, you know?
I think the best thing is to enjoy every day. Don't look ahead. Just enjoy every day. Looking ahead is important because it kind of gives you a thing, oh, look forward to this and look forward to that. But you can live too much in the future. You should live now, what's going on now. I know that can be, but that's how I try and look at it, just enjoy now as much as you can each day. Or if you're ever feeling down, always find something that you like and enjoy. It can even be a small thing, have a bar of chocolate or something that you might enjoy. Just enjoy something each day. That's better. Anyhow, I'm going on.
Well, we know that. Jesus Christ, man. Shutting you up at the beginning was hard enough. Let alone in the middle of this. I mean, I'm in agreement. Like I said, I think as I've gotten older, I've gotten to the point where it's like, why bother? I'm not a millionaire at this point, so me having any ideas of me being better next year because I've come up with a fantastic New Year's resolution has gone out the window 20 years ago. And then there's in the case of Ian, it must be about 40 years ago. So there you are. I mean, you just basically just jog on and move on, don't you? So I think the consensus on that is don't think we've really got any New Year's resolutions on that one.
No.
Steve says Christmas is my most favorite time of year. It's always a celebration for me. I've survived another year and I have a huge blowout on Christmas chocolate.
Well done.
Yeah.
Brilliant. That's what I have to say.
Yeah. You've got to turn around and say I've survived another year, and for me, it's more heartfelt than ever. Getting through last year. So, any thoughts on favorite time of year? Would you say Christmas is your favorite time of year after this broadcast of Bahhh Humbug?
It's I mean, it's not the same.
Is it starting to soften a little bit like a stool?
Yeah, but it is my favourite time of year.
Christmas is your favourite time of year.
It still is, even though it's nowhere near what it.
God help us all. Right, Ian, is it? You miserable bastard. Ian, is it your favourite time of year?
It is, but it hasn't been for a few years. But this year is. My wife died on Boxing Day, and therefore that's kind of overshadowed Christmas a bit. But this year, my son said, "Right, we bought a tree, so we've got a tree up." And
yes, I saw the picture.
Celebrating it a bit more, just celebrating it now. It's time to kind of not be as sad about Christmas. I loved Christmas, and she did. In a way, I'm kind of doing it for her as well, thinking about for her, because she adored Christmas. It was her favorite thing.
Yeah,
and I always think how much she adored it. So she'd want us to enjoy it. So I look at it now like that.
I'm gonna try and make this Christmas a good one, because I don't know how many more I'll have with my mum. I have to now start thinking about, you can't be a miserable old sod every year. You've got to start now. You've got to now start bending a little bit and going, Mum, I'm going to make it a great Christmas for you, because I'm so fed up of saying, I don't want to go in that bloody attic again. Have you tried crawling through that bloody attic to get them Christmas decorations down? And my mum going, you just make things such a drama. That's what I'm to the point now where she says, I don't care if they go up or not. So, yeah, I'm going to make this Christmas by making the Christmas dinner and try and make it as nice as possible.
Totally
my mum is now started to say things like, well, it doesn't matter because I ain't going to be around next year. And she was saying all that today when we went to get the meat. And I don't like that. So I will try and turn things around tomorrow.
Yeah.
Good.
And have 2 days of festivities with my mum. And then I'm going to say, right, Mum, I'm going back to the way a miserable bastard I was before Christmas. So that was your 3-day present from me. So there you go. Now, before we move on with that, I'm just gonna promote your channels now. So Ian, we'll go with you first. Has got an absolutely fantastic channel. I've mentioned it every time in my blog. He does lots of things. In fact, he does so much, I don't know how you can actually all fit it in. If you try and watch it, and you started now, you might just get to the end at Boxing Day. And that's just a week's worth of recordings that come out of his gob. So all I've got to turn around and say is you will get to see reviews of TV stuff, films, music. Well, he calls it music. I mean, it's his tastes, right? So there's music in there. Right,
it's albums. I love albums.
Right, and also he'll even albums. He's even doing magazines. The bastard, he can't keep it alone. Right, he has to cover every genre going. Right, and then on occasion he'll invite me along to do a Wednesday live. I think it's because he's a bit lonely. So I'm happy to sort of like plod along on a Wednesday and do a live bit with him. So, anything else you want to add to that, Ian, before I move to Denny and I turn around and say what a disaster his bloody channels are as well?
Well, actually, to be fair, I always appreciate what you do for my channel. You always give it a good plug on your blog. You even read out, you have your notebook and going, look at all the stuff he's done here. Thank you so much.
It takes up a page. His stuff, honestly, it's like that.
But I always try and promote your channel as much as I can as well, because I always think that.
When he promotes me on his channel, he puts it about 12:30 in the morning. He goes, "Oh, by the way, now that we've been going for 4 hours, I'll just promote Del for you." With about 5 people watching.
But people will watch on Rewind. If you notice. We can get to the 2 people that are still watching. Look, you want to subscribe to this bastard here. Look, that's what he done. This is what I have to put up with every blooming Wednesday. I try my best. I try. I try. But what else can you do? What else can you do?
No, it's absolute fun I have on a Wednesday.
I do. I'm always laughing.
It's turned out to be the highlight of my week. Wednesday midweek, between starting the week, excuse me, starting the week, load of shit. End of the week, something you look forward to. Midweek, got Ian, and it sort of like really does cheer me up. It makes the week even shorter. Do you see what I mean? So I really look forward to Wednesdays. I really do.
And we will be back on New Year's Day. All again going for it.
That's a threat, ladies and gentlemen.
It's all threat. It's the only one break you're getting from my thing is just Christmas Day, but then it'll be for the rest of the year. So that's a real threat, isn't it?
That's a threat.
It's a real threat.
I can see the mass unsubscribing. I can see the mass unsubscribing going on now. What? He's coming back, bastard! Right, unsubscribe. I wonder if that's the New Year's resolution for everybody, is to go down their subscription list and just go, right, I'm unsubscribing from these bastards.
People are waiting for the Delboy rants. We have I need to do a jingle almost, and just put it on Delboy rant time. And, he really gets into it. And then that's it. Yeah. You can't beat a good rant.
All right. Keep your hair on. Oh, sorry.
Yes. Is there, the old joke. Actually, why don't you write Christmas cracker jokes? That's a good one.
Yeah.
You could write some Christmas cracker jokes. They're as bad as them. Yeah.
Bloody hell. Anyway, Denny, please promote your channel. What's left of it?
Yeah, what's left of it, yeah. What's the point? I'm hardly going to get any stuff out anyway. I'm really
come on. There's people watching.
To be honest, I'm going to try better next year, but it's my work. You can't get nothing done, man, with my work. But I'll try. I mean, I put out a text adventure channel. It's I love it to bits, but
which is amazing.
I just don't get the chance, to be honest. But I'm still working on it, but it's just bits at a time, and that's called Adventurer's Rest, and another one, Retro Control Center. I am actually doing a video for that at the moment, just doing bits and pieces on that. So something will be out next year. I'm just out. The one thing I want to do more than anything, I want to do a Zap magazine in my style, because I've got these complete different ideas to what other people have done it before.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I must admit, it got a bit stale, isn't it? With people going, "Oh, I'm going to go to issue 1," and then they go through it and they read out, "Oh, here's that advert," and then here's what they said here, and let's play this game from this advert, and then let's play this sizzler, and we'll play every game all the way up until the end, and all of this sort of stuff. I mean, as much as those are fun, it's just that I'm so sick of seeing Zap number 1. I don't know what it is.
For me, though, it's not about the adverts and what's in there. I mean, really, it's about like the adverts for games and showing you what. Because don't forget, some of the games I was looking at some yesterday at work. And some of the games were unreleased. They used to show these adverts, and they're coming out on that YouTube channel, games that weren't. And you actually see some of the games.
Yeah, he did Archer McLean's International Karate and Drop Zone today, didn't he?
Yeah, something like that. But I mean, he's Commodore user. But for me, the magazines are all about the games, and that's what I'll concentrate on. Because that's what people don't want to see you talking through loads of stuff. I mean, there might be little tidbits, like what was in the charts that week. And
I don't want to poo-poo by turning around and saying, that other people have done it badly. All I was saying was there's been some great ones done, Zap issue 1 and doing it in that classic formula. It's just, if you've seen one, you've seen all of them. And by the time you've seen issue 1 20 times from 20 different people, all doing it the same way, you really are bad mouthing the 20th view, when it's actually is probably as equally as good class as the first one that you saw. It's just you're so sick of the sight of seeing it.
Yeah, but it's
basically you just you
hit the nail on the head there. They start and then they're just completely finished. They don't do any more. You've got to try.
I don't know anybody that's got past it like issue 8. If they've done 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, they'll generally get to about 8 and stop.
Yeah, but I'm trying to do it in a way that makes it quicker. Just cut out all the fluff, concentrate on the games, show the advert today. Because, I mean, for me, adverts, it's like a vinyl, front cover of a vinyl. The artwork was part of the overall game itself, or the music. People like to see that, but then again, that takes time because me, I like to restore stuff as well. Make it the best looking possible. But that I am looking at smaller ideas as well, like for the Adventurer's Rest, the text adventure channel.
Well, I think your Whizball documentary was brilliant,
but that took a long time though.
Yeah, and that's why I'm heavily mentioning it, because I want people to see that, because I think that actually is probably one of the best Whizball showing off of Whizball I've ever seen.
Oh, thank you. But,
I do. I've seen quite a few people who do a retrospective of different Whizballs on different systems, and they've said, here's Whizball, and here's the history of Whizball. You rolled it into one, and it's class. Class.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah. Right. I'll send you the invoice, £5. Right.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Don't forget the royalties me and Ian are getting after this as well.
Yeah. So we get to Tony York. He's just bought the Blu-ray and watched recently James Love Thy Neighbor. That's brilliant. And nice to see you here, Tony.
Yeah.
Jim Jam's put, when we meeting up again, lads, Ian, you need to get to Brum.
No, I can't. There's no way.
There is absolutely no chance of him traveling even 10 foot south of his gate, let alone 10 foot, let alone south to Birmingham. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'll have to give Del some dates when I've got a week off.
Yeah, you've got to sort of like coordinate that.
Yeah, I'll get a week off every 6th week, I believe. So it's
that means I'll try and get a week off every 7 then. Right, let's have a look. No, it'll be in the plan, Jim Jam. Honestly, it's one of those things where it sort of like worked because I was off for such a long period of time last time. But then after the operation, it was just mental because you were working so much, and I had the time, but at the end of the day, we need all 3 of us. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. And there were big gaps of us not talking because we were all doing different things. Or, I mean, I'm pretty sure Jim Jam's in a much better situation now with his job now, and all of that sort of stuff. Then it just gets really difficult and messy. But we'll get that sorted. For definite, Jim Jam, it'll be happening. Steve's Gaming says my new resolution is 1080p. Christ. Yours is 4K then, Denny, isn't it? Saying that before. You probably don't get that joke, Ian, because you've only just transferred to colour, ain't you? So you ain't going to recognise resolution and these stuff, are you? Yeah. So there you are. So Colin does. Jim Jam says definitely Tony. Jim Jam says my aim is to buy less, save more. Like that's going to happen. Yeah, I tried that one year. Didn't work out. I thought if I wear my underpants the other way around, I can wear them longer, and it'll save on soap suds for putting them in the washing machine. Yeah. That didn't work out. So I tried to save money, didn't work. So side put, I've scored for 3 Christmas dinners this year. One at my friend's Mam's on Christmas Eve, another at my goddaughter's on Christmas Day, and then my godson's on Boxing Day. Pray for my waistline. Bloody hell, yeah. And then I'm surprised that the amount of times you go to the cinema that they haven't brought you round for a Christmas dinner round at the Odeon. Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? Scored a Christmas dinner around there. I know Cy Robson, like I think I know him. He should be having a dinner around there at some point. It'll be a bit like that Vicar of Dibley episode where she was going around.
Oh yeah.
So Colin Joe says Steve's mine. Jim Jam says, what are your plans for tomorrow? Any traditions you watch, e.g. Scrooge or the Grinch, yes, etc.? So Christmas Eve, lads, what have you got? Any traditions other than saving money? Staying in bed to keep warm, all of that, and saying Bahhhh Humbug a lot. Right, go on.
No. Definitely. Well,
so Denny first, then go on. Then.
Telly plans. The 2 versions of Night of the Meek I watch every single year. That's my go-to every year on the Twilight Zone. Absolutely. Yeah. Nobody. Okay, I've said it last year, and I'll say it again this year. If nobody's seen them, watch it. It's the most Christmas thing you'll ever.
Oh watch. Yeah.
Obviously, Alistair Sims in Scrooge. I watched that. Then there'll be Wurzel as well. And there is something else, but I can't bloody remember what it is. The Snowman, obviously. I always watch the Snowman. But there is one. I have watched the Box of Delights this year, of that box set. We watched till yesterday. The one I'd love to watch again this year is the BBC adaptation of The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. I can't see that happening now tomorrow because there's too much to watch. There's too much to watch. But yeah, that's...
So is that what it... So that's watching tradition. Is there anything else, like putting the tinsel up or putting something up in your house that you only do on a Christmas Eve?
No, I mean...
do you go outside and wash the car for the first time in the year or something like that, you know?
No, I'll get the next door neighbour to do that.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, 20 pence.
You do that much? Jesus Christ. Is that including tip? Oh.
That is the tip.
That is the tip.
No, I mean, if you're talking food-wise, it's just the same every year. We always have cobs, pork and stuffing with pickles. It's always been a tradition every year. But nothing really, anything extra from those, really. It's just me telling what's now in the food.
That reminds me, I'll have to get my mum out the cupboard, actually, and feed her cream and crackers in a couple of hours because it's been a while. Yeah. I put her in the cupboard each year and I just get her out once a year for Christmas.
That's what I do.
I'll have to do that. I'll have to do this after the stream. Go on.
Are you like me, Valentine's Day as well? You get the plastic flowers from the wash, from the loft.
Yeah, that's it. Wash. I get the hand pump out. Yeah. So you do have a tradition with food. You do have a tradition with what you're going to watch on Christmas Eve. Over to Ian. Is this where you get the magnetic 50 pence out and put it in the meter?
Actually, you know, I used to have hours of pleasure with them magnetic fishing as a child. Yeah. Weren't they great? The fishing, fantastic. Love them. The most important thing tomorrow is to remember to take the chicken. We've not got turkey out of the freezer. It's the biggest comedy. Have you noticed comedy uses it a lot? That the chicken's so big that on Christmas morning and what have you, it's still not thawed out. But why people buy such? Nobody wants that. Who the hell?
Actually, it was funny. It was funny today because we went into Betts the butcher's, and we said, "Have you got our cockerel put by?" And they went, "Yeah, but we don't know what size you wanted." So they kept trying to talk to my mum and said, "Excuse Val, do you want a 4.5 kilo cockerel?" She goes, "What's that in pounds?" Because that's I don't know what 4.5 kilos is in pounds. What are you talking to me like that? I'm 83 years old, you stupid old bastard. You know, talk to me in my language, right? I went through a war for you. That's what my mum was doing. You know what I mean? So I had to sort of like get the calculator out and say, she went, "Oh no, I want bigger than that." And I tell you what, we got a good one. It was just under 5 kilos, and it was 45 quid. That weren't bad for this around here. That weren't bad. It's a cockerel, not a turkey, not a chicken. Cockerel. So not bad. Yeah. So anyway, carry on then, you miserable old bastard.
Yeah, it's remembering.
Not you, Denny.
To be defrosted. What else? I don't know.
So defrosting's the only thing you're doing tomorrow. Is this what you're telling us?
I haven't really got any traditions with what I watch. It's Christmas Day that's the traditions that I watch. But Christmas Eve can vary, really. But I'll probably end up watching. At the moment, I'm just in this sort of Outer Limits mood. I've got quite a bit of Outer Limits, so I think I'll be watching more of Outer Limits, actually. I really love this.
If I remember rightly, they did finally get round to releasing all of the seasons on DVD of Outer Limits in this country, but for a long time, there was just a season 1, and you would be lucky if you could find anything else.
Yeah,
or
I've
it was
looked on,
or it was themed episodes, themed
yeah,
DVDs of, you know, time travel, like you say, space and other and
yeah.
all of that.
I looked on Amazon because I thought, oh, I'm interested. I've got all of the first series. This is the 1995 one. So I
Yeah.
have got the first series box set, but I looked on Amazon and I've got these other compilations, and they're expensive. They've obviously gone out of print.
Yeah,
Which
because
is
like I
a
said, for
shame,
years and years
extremely
and years, we
expensive.
wanted them. In America, they were coming out like nobody's business, right?
Yeah.
Over here, we were getting themed episodes, stuff that you could rent at
That's right. I've
Blockbuster,
got
that
those,
sort
and
of
even
stuff.
they're out of print now. The
And then
themed
I
ones.
missed the boat
Yeah.
on when they were coming out
Yeah.
as an actual season thing that you'd buy.
Yeah.
Probably because I was in the midst of buying something like 24 or something.
Yeah.
Right? You know,
Yeah.
right. So I missed out. And so I've got them all digital, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
And I think I've got the whole of the first and second season, I think, on DVD, and they're from the States.
Yeah.
I remember rightly.
I mean, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. I think the ones on DVD are the syndicated versions, they're cut.
Yeah.
The ones, I mean, to be honest, it might be a blessing in disguise that we haven't got them really, because they will come out on Blu-ray. They will come out on Blu-ray.
Yeah, if you look at the Amazon reviews, Ian, you'll notice that they do say that a lot. These are cut down.
Why were they cut?
etc.
Is any
For
reason?
syndication, for timing reasons, that's all.
Yeah.
Oh, that's terrible. That's awful, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm so glad that I've got my digital copies, because the ones that I've got are the full version.
Yeah.
But they
You
might
can tell
bring
by
them out,
that you
you know,
you
they
know.
would probably bring them out on Blu-ray. You get the full version with a load of extras. with
Yeah,
them.
I'd certainly buy them. I know that much.
Yeah.
Oh well, day one for me.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. At the time, they did well. They were on BBC Two, I think, showing all these outer limits, and they kept with it. They didn't do do one season and then not do anymore. They did a lot.
Just thinking about season one for a moment. The first story was a two-parter.
That's right. The man,
which had a famous actor in it.
That's right.
And it ended with Leonard Nimoy doing a reenactment of a robot story.
That's
I
right.
think, at the end of the season.
Yeah, I watched that. Yeah, Leonard.
It was
Nimoy.
called the Sand something or other. The first story. The Sand.
It is. It's a sand something. I saw. It's. I don't actually. It's okay. It's not as. I think they get better as they go along.
They do.
The stories start to.
They start going into all sorts of stories, like this alien creature that comes down, and it's so small, I think it hits somebody on the arse while they're making love or something, and goes around like a sex maniac around these storms and stuff. Some weird stories that went on.
Yeah, actually, yeah, because I watched one last night, and it was this alien, and it was wanting the dead, and I like the way the story did it, because you thought, oh, they're up to no good here. There must be something about what they're happening with the dead and what have you, and I thought it was really quite well done. But they get even better as a series.
Season one's most classic episode, I think, was a remake, if I remember rightly, that I remember right now, and that is the one where they think that they're being brainwashed. They think they're being interrogated.
Ah, yes, the two in a cell.
Yeah.
So that one. I've got to watch that one. Yeah.
That one really is a good episode, because that one is eerie, because it's like, no, is it really? No, right at the end, it's got that Twilight Zone shock ending.
Oh yeah, fantastic.
There was one I remembered as well, like the post-apocalyptic, the end of the world, and everything went right. I seem to remember one like that. It was a fantastic episode. Really was good.
There was the first season had a couple of good ones like that, is all I'm saying, and then they did get better, as you're going along. They were
the time travel ones. There's one called Patient Zero, and they they go back to try and find who started it all off. And it's good. It's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely loved it. Some great stories. Oh, and the other one.
I keep interrupting you anyway. Tomorrow's traditions, etc.
Oh yeah, sorry. I've gone on too much.
You're going back to the outer limits. That doesn't mean repeat what you just said again. Get past that, you bastard. Come on.
Yeah. Okay. As I said, I haven't really, apart from making sure I defrost the chicken. There isn't really.
You said that, you
on
bastard.
Christmas Day.
What are you trying? Are you paying for airtime or what?
Yeah, go on. Get on with it. Get on with it, lad.
So have I got any traditions? My answer to that is none of your bloody business, you bastards. That's my business. Who cares asking you? I'm not going to give you any ideas on nicking my stuff that you've done all this bloody year, you miserable lot in here. I'll tell you now. Oh, sorry. No, hang on. Traditions. Let me think. I usually take a tranquilizer. Because I need to calm down after doing a stream. No, traditions. I mean, really, every year it's always been let's make my mum and my dad comfortable. That's how it was for the last years until my dad died. Now it's making my mum comfortable. I do have, like you, Ian, I watch something specific at Christmas, and the Christmas Eve is less.
Yes.
So, because it's all about, have we got everything ready? Have we got the food semi-cooked? So all we've got to do is just like do the basic parts at the end. Have we got the table mats clean and all of this sort of stuff? Have you got, is everything all settled down? Because I tell you what, there's nothing to watch in the Radio Times in regards to sitting forward to looking at something on Christmas Eve telly night. I'll tell you that now. I have got here, right, the Radio Times. I've bought it special for this stream and even talked about it yet. And we'll talk about that definitely before the end. But I think in the past we would have sat down for definite. We'd have had a box of chocolates on the table. We would have been watching something after the news at 7 o'clock, leading up to when I went to bed. I remember my mum and dad saying, "Get up to bed because you won't get anything under the Christmas tree if you don't go to bed now, because Santa's got to find at least a couple of hours in between times to actually put stuff under the tree." All that sort of bollocks that your mum and dad tell you. All of that sort of stuff, right? So, and I remember my dad had a tradition of giving me 50 pence to go up to bed earlier. I don't know what that was for. Well, I do, because I think I think he had some plans that evening. But anyway.
Oh God.
But I'm sure you have similar traditions up in Leeds, getting you to bed early. I mean, I'd give you £1,000 to go to bed bloody early if I was living in your house. Get the miserable sod upstairs.
I know one. But I only as a kid, I used to say, "Oh, can I leave Santa some sherry and a mince pie out?" God, I always
we had that until I was 5. Right, then we realised that my dad's waistline was growing every year. It weren't exactly hard to work out that Santa weren't getting a biscuit, let alone a mince pie, out of us. You know what I mean? So that was a waste of time for Santa to get anything from us. I'll tell you that now. And I do remember when we moved into this house, we had the gas central heating put in, and I said, "How's Santa going to get down the chimney?" I remember that. I had that conversation. My dad said something along the lines of, we've got a special door for him to come through.
Oh, yeah.
Something that your parents come out with that makes no sense whatsoever, and you go, how the hell did they get away with that bollocks? And I believed them. Anyway, so no, I don't really have a tradition. I used to in the past. Nowadays, it's just make my mum as comfortable as possible and make sure that Christmas goes as smoothly as possible by getting the dinner, semi to the point where it doesn't take too much the next day. I will on Christmas Day go for my walk. and I do my walk before the Christmas dinner. I don't go for walks after Christmas dinner. I tend to find I'm too bloated and too lazy and asked to get out of to do anything after I've had a Christmas dinner. So I try to do it in the morning. So I get up early actually on the morning. So that's that. So yeah, we've gone round the houses with that one. So Colin Jones says his New Year's resolution is 2560 by 108. Yeah, he has to go one better, doesn't he? Miserable bastard. He always has to do one upmanship, Colin, don't you? He's even got two of them. Look, right, Tony. Got the present I remember most is a cassette tape recorder. Immediately began recording loads of tapes worth of Tony Blackburn, etc., off the radio or wireless. Don't know what year, mid-70s, question mark.
Yeah.
Anything to add on? Oh, okay, then I'll go round the houses. Favorite year for Christmas, if you can remember the year, or approximate within 3 years. Within 3 years. No? I mean, it's easy for me. It's between 1979 and 82.
I know what I remember. Getting the Thunderbirds. This would be in 60s. Getting Thunderbird 3, Thunderbird 2, and Thunderbird 1. Couldn't afford the other ones, but I was
Stacey's
really,
Island.
they were great.
You drew a blank till you had to wait 20 years to Blue Peter to get Stacey's Island. Tracy's Island.
They was really good. There weren't those little Matchbox things that came out. These were proper plastic ones. Thunderbird 2 was really big and had all the parts in it. They were exciting. Yeah, I think I remember. I was really excited getting them and playing them.
Anything from you?
Nothing sticks out really that deep. As I said, that was all magical to me back in the day when I was.
But I'm just thinking of an actual. To me, you see, I love the electronic stuff. So basically, it was easy, like 79 to 82. I can encompass him with that. Simon, Operation. I can talk about Big Track. I could talk about Mr. Merlin. I could talk about.
In that case, then, remember the first handheld Space Invader machines? I forgot what them was called. Any time when them was released?
Well, they came out 78 to about 82. They did Space Invaders, Pac-Man. They did all sorts.
I would playing them in pubs. That's but I didn't. I've never been a gamer, so I'm
we keep forgetting that you were about 40 back in 1978. You were about 45, weren't you? And had about 2 kids, and you about a second wife, and you'd lost, and you had all your hair still. I mean, Jesus! I mean, the world was in black and white when you remember things. Jesus.
Oh dear. Our board games. I can remember board games. That's about my thing. You know, he always used to get board games bought at Christmas. So that was our gaming board games.
Comic annuals as well. I remember them. And all them. Yeah.
See, I was getting the annuals because I was buying the Marvel ones. They were generally done by Grand Dreams that I remember the most. Although the mid-70s ones weren't done by Grand Dreams, then they were the early 80s ones. I used to love annuals. I did love annuals.
I do. They're part of Christmas. My mum always made sure I got a few annuals. I'm really pleased she did that, you know. And then other relatives might even buy you some annuals. Annuals were great. Absolutely loved them.
Yeah, back in the day, I probably didn't appreciate them as much as I should do because I always used to open them up and go, "Oh, Spider-Man!" Right, and I'd read it, and then they'd get to the text story that was around about 6 long that read like a novel, and you go, "Oh, there's no pictures to this one."
Yeah,
you're right. Actually.
And then there'd be another comment, and you go, it's got a comic again. Then it'll be, here's a crossword puzzle about Spider-Man, and you go, balance. I just want all the action. right?
Yeah.
And I used to look at it and I used to go, why are there so many text bloody adventure things? You know, text stories like novels in here. I wanted the drawing comic book stuff that was in color. You know, I didn't want this paperback nonsense shit.
Some of them seem to have this educational aspect. So therefore, you'd be doing
Doctor Who was full of it. Doctor Who was nothing but bloody adventures like that were written like a paperback book.
And the educational stuff, you were thinking, what's this doing in the bloody annual? I don't want to know about Amazon rainforests and blooming things like that. You just stick these things out of, you know. Oh, I don't know why they did that. But there we are.
So yes, I'm with you in regards to annuals. Loved annuals.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
So when it came to board games, was that Snakes and Ladders and things? Was it
just the generals, wasn't it, like Operation and stuff like that?
I doubt if you could, you know, your dad could afford Meccano. Meccano was the car that your dad was working on in the front garden, wasn't it?
Yeah. My brother was into all that. I didn't like Meccano. It wasn't me being practical.
Because there weren't that many board games in 1932. Let me think. There was.
I remember playing Risk quite a bit, as well as Monopoly.
They'd invented Risk, had they? Bloody hell.
Yeah. You didn't know that, did you? Yeah, Risk. Yeah. We had Risk. And we had all Ludo, Snakes and Ladders.
Oh, yeah. Do you remember they used to do those compilation board game things where you could actually have Ludo and backgammon and chess? They folded into 4 and it had all the tiddlywinks and all God's sorts of stuff.
I remember that.
And you used to go, money a bit tight, Mum, is it, for this Christmas?
Yeah.
When you go, you know what I mean?
Oh, there was that murder one. What was it? One where you Cluedo, that's it. Yeah, that one. Popular.
You actually had Cluedo. Bloody hell.
Yeah. It's quite good, but it got a bit boring, and you'd work it out pretty. After you'd played quite a lot, it became a bit.
I mean, I thought that'd be a bit of a come down, being as Cluedo for you was back in the 18th century, wasn't it? When you actually did it in room by room, and people had actually lead pipes then. You know what I mean? I hate to think how big the dice were. Right. Back in the 18th century when you were doing Cluedo for real. Anyway.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so I mean, mine is when when all the electronic. I got my first digital watch. I had my Evel Knievel and $6 Million Man action figures. My dinky toys were things like Captain Scarlet's SPV and the Airfix model kits that were of the Angel Interceptors. My dinky toy UFO shadow vehicle with the swing round roof that had a little fiery spring missile launcher at the top of it and all of that sort of stuff. Yeah, I mean, those were all end of 70s, early 80s. And I will always think of those times as being my quintessential happiest times I ever had.
And really. I always remember, when I got my first tape recorder about 1972, I think it would be 72, 73. I thought it was brilliant, absolutely fine. And we'd sit there recording the charts and going like this, stopping them. Every blooming DJs would spoil the songs for you because they'd start just at the beginning and the end. They never played them right to end, did they? And but it was great for us. It was still fantastic just having the chance.
Did you have adverts then through Hancock's Half Hour and all that sort of stuff? And
Actually,
the Navy Lark.
I'm a big fan of Tony Hancock.
And the Navy Lark because that's what I think you were recording back then. Because you must have had those tapes which were bloody great big massive discs, didn't you? That went reel to reel and went.
Oh, my dad did. Oh, they were great. Those the real ones. I
Yeah.
used to love. He did loads of recordings on them. He was into.
Yeah, that's
all
what he
that.
passed down to you. That was the
Yeah.
the tape deck that he gave you, wasn't it? You had a real bastard of a time trying to put that in the car, didn't you? Connect it up to the car battery. Jesus Christ! You know where's the steering wheel and where's the gear stick going to go with this fuck off reel to reel tape deck that we got?
Oh dear me.
Anyway, let's move on because we've been on that one a while. A 10p coin and an orange, always at the bottom of the stocking. Yeah, my mum always used to complain that she thought that orange was really hard to walk on when she was putting her stockings on. The 10 pence a foot.
Oh, dear.
I know that we didn't have a stocking hung up on our mantelpiece. Did you have a stocking hung up on your mantelpiece?
When I was very young.
No, we never had it at all.
Yeah.
I suppose it's because, to be quite honest, you know, why put a piece of coal in a stocking when you've got it actually by the coal scuttle on the left-hand side? All you're doing really is just transferring it from one place to the other, really, aren't you? Yeah. If you're doing that, so you know, because that's what we got. You see, in our family was a piece of coal every year. You see,
of course. You were so poor.
Yeah.
So poor, the only running water they had was condensation on the window.
That's it. That's right.
Yeah. He lived in a paper bag and
yeah.
You were happy though. You were happy. You may have been poor, but
my dad went to work 10 minutes before midnight, worked 26-hour shift. Traveled back. Had to come through the window because the door didn't shut properly. Blah 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 blah. That's that old Monty Python one.
That's right.
And do the kids understand any of this? No, they bloody well don't. They don't appreciate the day they were born.
Yeah,
because that's how everybody is up north, right? So a 10p coin and an orange, always at the bottom of the stocking for Colin. My favourite Christmas present was the Millennium Falcon in 1980, the best present ever. I remember our neighbour had that. It was a great big thing, and you used to put the little figures that you bought from the 1977 film in it because they were those little Kenner or whatever they were figures that would fit inside it. I do remember it because the whole top sort of like came off, and they had the chairs and they had the chess. Yeah, I remember it having the corner where the chess set would be, and it was just basically a sticker on top of a piece of plastic table, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, I had one myself, yeah.
They made a Space 1999 one like that as well. They had an eagle that was made like the Millennium Falcon size.
Wow.
You had to be really rich to own that one.
Don't remember.
And nowadays you need to be rich
because that wasn't mass produced like the Millennium Falcon one was.
Yeah, but I wonder how much that is worth now, boxed.
Yeah,
be worth.
Because I remember the eagle, because you used to take the top off and you'd see the two characters that you could put into the seats, but the whole square, assembly where they had the transporter that opened up and you could see all of the inside and everything. It was great. I remember Dinky Toys must have been laughing at absolutely everybody who bought the die-cast Space 1999, because there must have been 4 different versions, one with the radioactive little magnet modules, one with the transporter, one with the... It was the same bloody mold.
Yeah.
You were selling it 4 times, you bastards, and it was costing you like $10.99 each time you bought it.
And I had 2 of them because one of them you could snap on them radioactive barrels underneath.
Yeah, they were yellow with the little radioactive symbol, and the magnet was just a dangly up thing.
That's right. Yeah, I had 2 of myself.
Yeah. We were buying them twice. Same bloody mold. The whole thing was the same, apart from the one bit that was underneath it. Right. People didn't grab hold of the that. You said, you bought that last week.
Yeah, that's right, that is. By the marketing man.
So, did you have a favourite Christmas present, Ian? you know.
Oh, I'll say those Thunderbird ones because I just absolutely loved them to death. Proper, they were proper. Yeah, fantastic.
Brilliant. That's fine. So Tony York says, I usually had a large-ish stocking and a pillowcase. Yeah, I had a big pillowcase, you know, because to rest my big head on. So that's about it. Didn't have anything else. Jim Jam says, I've been watching classic Christmas Top of the Pops.
Yeah.
That was on. I did watch that on Friday. They had the Christmas 1982, 81, and 89, if I remember rightly. And it made me laugh because they put Renee and Renata on at the end of 82. That was the Christmas number one of 1982 was Renee and Renata. That brought back so many memories. I actually mentioned it in my blog because I bought that for my nan. Yeah. And that was the worst Christmas ever. That's why Christmas went really downhill from 1982. Because I had to listen to that crap from my nan. She was playing it constantly along with Chaz and Dave's There Ain't No Pleasing You.
Well, I've got something worse than that. Robson and Jerome. Oh my!
Worse? My nans used to put on Danny LaRue's bloody albums with the Red Robin goes bobbing along on full, and then Max Bygraves back in my childhood days.
Yeah, ruin a Christmas.
Okay, you win.
No, that was all year.
Oh my God!
The cow. Every time. I'll have nightmares about that. I'll have that tune going on in my head now. Back in my childhood days, I'll be having that in my head now all night. Thanks very much, you bastard, Jim Jam. Cheers. Have you got a favourite era of Christmas Top of the Pops? Christmas only that was on Christmas Day.
Oh God.
Year.
I don't know any particular.
84, 85, I should think, maybe for you, Denny.
It might have been some of the 70s.
70s, okay.
Yeah, 70s.
Well, no, it'd be the year that. Well, it's either the one with Slade, the year they done the Merry Christmas Everyone, or
which year did they? Because they re-released that about 10 times. So which year was that?
74 that come out.
I was going to say, if you can remember Top of the Pops 1974, you're doing really well. I can remember that being played on a Top of the Pops at Christmas in the 80s, but I don't know whether I'd remember the 70s version of it.
I'm afraid I do.
Well, you would do. Bloody Captain Birdseye down there.
73, I think. I think it's about 73.
Yeah,
Slade.
Yeah, that was 8. So
yeah, Christmas 73.
But probably the one, my favourite, as I said, is Wings, Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time.
Oh, yeah.
I love that one. It's so Christmas. There's many, Shaking Stevens and all them have done some. So,
John Lennon one, I remember. Yeah. Fantastic when that came out. Merry Xmas War is Over.
I must admit, I do have a ritual on a Friday of watching BBC 4 or whatever it is, BBC 3 or 4, and watching the Top of the Pops from the different eras. I do like that. And then they have from 9 o'clock they have a themed show, you know, like country music through the BBC or whatever it is. And sometimes they'll have a really good one like prog rock or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'd skip the Christmas. You know, I'd skip the country ones, you know, like Dolly Parton and Aretha, you know, and all Aretha Franklin and all that sort of stuff. But they'll obviously do a really good one, and there'll be obviously the old grey whistle test in there thrown in somewhere. And
we can talk about that for hours.
You know, and a biography on something. You know, that has become a ritual for me for several years, 4 years. It must be 4 years now of that on a Friday.
Do you know the 1972 number one was Benny Hill? It was.
I know, I already mentioned it in my blog, didn't I?
Yeah, you mentioned that one. Yeah, it was.
And I couldn't quite remember what the Tom Jones Christmas number one was. 1966.
Ooh.
I thought it might be the Green Grass at Home, but I can't remember. But he,
Yeah, I don't think it was Delilah.
it might be. Yeah, I was going to say I don't think it was Delilah, but
Delilah is one of the most depressing songs going. You look at the lyrics of Delilah.
well, yeah,
Wow.
the amount of times they've tried to get that banned at football games.
Oh
because
yeah,
it's the main theme for the Well, I've forgotten who it is. You know,
you're right.
football team is.
Yeah.
But they tried to get it banned, and every year it doesn't.
Yeah.
And they said you can't. You said it's all about murder. And I said,
do you remember Gilbert O'Sullivan? He had a song.
Oh, Alone Again.
Alone Again, Naturally.
Suicide Note.
Massive record. It's all about some bloke saying that he's had enough. He's going to kill himself.
Oh yeah.
It was a big hit, massive
was that
hit.
the same as not Robin Jacks? What was it? Seasons in the Sun. That was another.
Oh yeah, that's another one.
Terry Jacks.
Yeah.
Jacks,
We had fun. Seasons in the Sun. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, what a depressing song that was.
Yeah. But yeah, Alone Again, Naturally. If you're feeling depressed, please don't listen to that song. It's actually a very good song, but it's depressing. It's so depressing.
It's why I don't like Christmas songs very much. I mean, there's that Baby It's Cold Outside. It's all about a bloke, randy old bloke, who weren't going to get his way with a woman, so she chucks him out, and he's begging, "Can I come in, look, because I'm freezing my balls out here?" And she's going, "No, piss off home."
Yes,
I mean, who wants that as a Christmas song? Well, that's what it is, isn't it? That's literally it in a nutshell, isn't it?
I just suppose
Can I come inside? No, bugger off, randy old bastard.
It's better than being having Gary Glitters. Do you want to be more gang? Not particularly, mate. Now you know what I mean.
Oh dear.
Everything is depressing if you look at it from a certain angle. It's always so 9 to 5 is about lecherous old men trying to get into secretary's knickers.
Yeah.
Right. Right, because you got to have that, somewhere in it. So you might as well have Dolly Parton talking about it, might you? I mean, like I say, it's.
Do you remember
where did this wokeness start? Because it's like they were all around then, weren't they? Then I mean, that's early 80s. I mean,
do you remember that there was a song called "Sex on the Beach"? I mean, bloody hell. We want to be out on the beach having sex.
Yeah, but I've had a number of their drinks. Anyway, let's move on. We've got certain relatives always brought me a spirograph.
Oh yeah,
Christmas. But the same set every year. I swear they bought a job lot of them. Yeah. Do you know what? I had a spirograph once. I'll tell you what, that pain in the ass to get them pins in, and then when you're doing it round, you'd go around and the pins would come out and you'd go, bastard.
Yeah. And
you'd have to get another sheet of paper out. And the paper cost more than the bleeding spirograph set by the end of Christmas.
I agree. Totally.
Right, there was this spirograph set, and no word of a lie, your dad would turn around and say, look, in 1999 that set cost me bloody 2 weeks' wages, right? By the end of Christmas, it was going, how much paper do you bloody well want? You cost me about 30 quid in paper, you bastard. All in all, that set's cost me about 50 quid. You know what I mean? Now, if you were sensible later on, you'd get a ream of paper from work and you'd bring it back with you, right? Yeah. And then you'd buy the spirograph kit and you'd say, right, if you run out of paper, I've got a ream of it, so you're all right. Knock your socks off. But if you run out before I go back to work in the new year, tough shit, because I ain't buying any. If you think I'm going next door to the post office and having that bloody watermarked bloody paper that costs that's got that masking tape over the top, and it comes with blotting paper, and it costs something like £9.95 a sheet or something. You got another thing coming. I ain't buying that. And I know you don't want the ruled stuff because that's got ruled lines going across it. You don't want that ruining your picture. You want plain, don't you? So yeah. Anyway, in the end, my dad bought me one of them sketchograph ones, the ones where you put one pen in the other and you had a dot in the other and you did a trace.
Yeah.
You did a tracing, and it made it bigger the other side because it was all done with those adjustment screws that you did to make it small. It would either reduce or enlarge based on the arm. Do you remember? It was like It was a tracing piece of plastic, right? I always wanted to make things larger, and of course we didn't have any sheets of paper that large, but I always used to get my Spider-Man comics out that had a picture of Spider-Man about like that, and I used to make them about that big like that. Look, on the other side over here, look.
Do you remember paint by numbers? You'd get these like sort of you could create your own masterpiece, and you got this wonderful
we
boring
couldn't afford it in our house. We had to have that paint. We had to have those colouring books where you actually put water, and when you painted over the top, it turned it into a colour.
I remember that
because we couldn't afford painted by numbers, because that means that you'd need to buy the paint, and we couldn't afford the paint.
They got rubbish.
My dad worked out that we could afford water, so he gave us.
I like it. I
worked out that I could work out what colour it was by just licking my finger and going, "Oh, it's pink, look, under there, look, and blue behind there, look, red behind there." I did all of that. That was great.
Did you get bored? I got bored of colouring books. You get these colouring books, and you'd get so far, and you'd think, "What point of all this? This is all rubbish, absolute rubbish. All these drawings and that you had to."
Well, they were all simplified drawings, weren't they? Let's be honest. You know, they were
nasty.
They were pictures of teddy bears made out of about 3 lines.
Yeah, the paper was really rubbish, and it was just they were cheap. That's why they were there. Yeah,
they made that dinosaur of Denny's up there, make him look like Leonardo. You know, works of art. You know, some of those coloring.
Oh, I know. Do you remember there was another thing called Dot to Dot, where you'd have the numbers and you had to join up. That was not that exciting. You think, "Oh wow, what am I going to produce here?" You did all this, and it's rubbish, you know.
You remember Dot to Dot? We used to have them in the game books a lot. I don't remember it. I think my dad did buy me a Dot to Dot book once, which was just full of Dot to Dot.
Yeah.
But I got bored of those really quite quickly.
Yeah, they were boring, but they were crap once you'd done them.
But I'm with you with Spirograph. We had Spirographs because our family couldn't afford Etch-a-Sketch. And then when we got Etch-a-Sketch, I tried to work out how it worked. So it didn't last a year before I'd broken it open to see how it worked, and that was the right thing to do. I can tell you now, the Etch-a-Sketch is not well made inside.
Yeah.
I can tell you that now. But yeah, we couldn't afford Etch-a-Sketch, so we had all those things that I'm talking about, Spirograph and all of that sort of stuff.
Remember?
We had the felt dinosaurs.
Did you ever have what you called action transfers, where you had this landscape, and you could create like I don't know, knights in armor and fighting each other? You create your own thing, and you got your pen and you just sort of went over the image, and it stuck to the transfer. They were quite good fun, actually. I quite enjoyed them.
Doctor Who magazine, the very first issue, had those transfers, those ones where you went over the pencil and you went like that.
Yeah, but these you could get for pocket money. I used to go. My mum, I remember, used to take me to these toy shops and say, "Hey, don't spend too much." Oh, okay. Right. Oh, I'll have that one. No, you won't. Have that one. It's cheaper. Oh no, I prefer that one. Well, anyhow. They were good fun. You're on a piece of card, and you could get all different periods of history or all sorts of things. You could get dinosaurs, and you just put them on. And
that's right.
I don't know. It seems quite nice.
Yeah. They're stocking fillers, wasn't they?
Yeah, that's right. It's really good.
Anyway, better move on, hadn't we? Because we've been on Spirograph for a while. Big Track was awesome. Yeah, it was, Colin. I remember Big Track, and I remember having great fun with that. I tried to program Big Track to deposit an apple to my dad, but it didn't work. It just knocked over his whiskey glass, and I was sent to bed most of the time. So I wasn't really the most. I wasn't really the most smiley person at Christmas. My dad, if I knocked his whiskey glass over with a big track that cost him 39. Tell you what, the batteries were the most expensive thing for that. Can you think how much your parents had to buy in batteries over the Christmas periods for the during the electrical boom? Right, it must have cost an absolute fortune.
Or they'd buy you a present, you'd open it all up, and you'd look at them. Oh, I never thought about the batteries.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I can't remember that happening very much, right? But I do remember my dad saying, "The batteries are for your birthday." He said that to me once. Well, that's nice. That's 8 months away. That's
Wait.
No, or if you open up one of the other presents, you'll find the batteries, right? And I'm going, "Oh, you tight bastard! What you mean? You haven't bought me the batteries, and you've bought me big. Why couldn't you buy me the batteries to go with it and then get me also another present? You cheap ones." That's the other thing that our family used to do is split up and say, "Who's buying the batteries this year?" Because whoever it is, you're getting away with murder with the amount of toys cost this year. And I swear my dad said we're going to buy a transformer one year. You know what I mean? But it was always more expensive than the batteries, so he never used to do it. He always fell for it every year. Oh, I've got to buy batteries for this. How many AAAs is it? Oh,
right, yeah.
And it was always the square battery that was costing the most. You know what I mean? Anyway, Big Track was awesome. It was. Andy makes Star Wars. My son was born in 2007, and I always went that bit extra with the Christmas stocking. Note from Father Christmas, etc. Same as what me and my brothers had back in the 70s and 80s. He doesn't care now. Yeah, fair enough. Did you have Christmas? Did you have stuff written by Father Christmas given to you or anything like that? No. We never wrote to Santa Claus. I mean, I was told that he was he's real and everything for years and years and years. And boys and girls, he is real. It's just that my mum did try and say one year that he wasn't, but I didn't believe her.
Did you ever get taken to see him? I remember my mum taking me a couple of times to a big department store. There were a couple of big department stores in Leeds Centre and there was one called Lewis's, and you get to the top, and the whole top was made into a grotto, and then they were selling loads and loads of toys, all expensive, of course. Absolutely wonderful.
I remember my headmaster of our primary school trying to pass off as Father Christmas one year, but I kicked him in the shins because I worked out it weren't. So he was walking along, he was going, "Ho, ho, ho, little lad," and I went, "I'll give you ho, 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 you bastard," and I kicked him in the shins because he was the one that basically put me in detention one year, and I didn't like that. And I knew it was him, so I thought I'd get my own back. And he couldn't really do anything about it because he was dressed up as Father Christmas, so he couldn't go around hitting me. So I knew for a fact I'd get away with it.
That's true.
And that did actually happen. I did kick my headmaster's shins dressed up as Father Christmas once. That is true.
Yeah, my mum and dad took me to a department store.
Yeah.
And it never happened again because when they said, "What do you want for Christmas?" I just told him his breath smelt.
Brilliant. I like
it. So they'd never been so embarrassed. If the chap was that embarrassed, just give me the toy and says, "No, bugger off."
What else we got? So we got Tony York says, "Always used to watch Top of the Pops 2 p.m. Christmas Day." It was 2 p.m. as well. Yeah, it actually showed up as 2 p.m. in the 1982 one that was shown, like I said, last weekend. It actually said Christmas Day, 2 o'clock. It was an hour before the Queen's message, obviously. So yeah, after the Queen's message, I'm not quite sure what they had. I think they usually showed a film on most channels. Did
It
they
was
show
a
anything else
tradition,
on
I
other channels?
think. Top of the Pops for quite a few years, wasn't it?
Oh,
on
yeah.
Christmas Day.
But I think it was in the 2 p.m. slot for a number of years. I think it was good 15, 16, 17 years, probably longer.
Yeah.
2 o'clock before the Queen's message.
Yeah.
Thing
It's
is,
gone
Yeah, and
now.
somebody's put here, look, Sides actually put, look, Top of the Pops before the Queen's speech.
Yeah, yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Uh,
And then Maymeister's but actually coming here. Hello, Alan. He's probably gone home now. Christ, that was half 8.
Jesus, that far behind.
2 hours, 20 minutes. But then again, obviously, there's not that many people talking. So I mean, so Ian, you sound like a bloody fantastic person doing what you did for your son and wife. Big hugs, sir.
Thank you.
Alan, he's a lying bastard.
Yeah.
He's just doing it for show. I know full well it's a complete fabrication. Right? All we've seen of his son is a shadow as he goes past while he's sitting on his sofa. That's all we've ever seen on every Wednesday for 30. How many weeks we've been doing it now? 38 weeks, is it? 38 weeks. All I've seen of his son is a shadow as he goes past him or when he's answering the door to get his bloody burger or something that he's got on a Wednesday because he can't be asked to do anything other than in the middle of a stream. He's like that, Alan. I tell you, I have to contend with this every week. No, he's a fantastic person, Alan. I mean, I must admit, it nearly brought a tear to my eyes until I actually worked out it's all a complete lie. No, it really did bring a tear to my. He is a great bloke, and he is doing everything that he can for his his son's educating him as well. Your son is quite right that your wife would have loved you to have a Christmas tree and to love Christmas. I'm so glad that that's been turned around for you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That is spot on, and that's why my dad used to go down and feed the swans, as I said in several blogs. That I'll be doing that this year.
Good.
I didn't do that last year or the year before, and so I'm going to make sure that I go down there and make sure the swans are all right.
Yeah,
that is if they haven't drained the reservoir since my dad used to do it. So I don't know. I mean, I haven't been there in several years. Probably found a housing estate's been built on it. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what they do.
That's what they do these days. They turn things around like that.
And then they complain about when it's raining heavy and white houses get flooded. But that's another story. Yeah.
So anyway, we move on, right? Colin Jones says, "Oh, Steve's gaming. You sod. I can't watch that yet. Don't know what that was about." What did Steve say before? Certain relatives always bought me a spirograph. Is the last thing he put there. I can't watch that yet. LOL. Tony Yours says, haven't heard of the new Bergerac. Thanks for ideas department. Must have run dry. That's what you were saying.
Yeah.
Weren't you, Ian? Sides put Phil Glenister is playing Charlie in the remake. God.
Wow. Oh, Bergerac.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
I mean, it's a great actor.
Yeah.
I like Life on Mars and
Ashes to Ashes.
Ashes to Ashes, that's right.
Yeah.
Playing Bergerac or Charlie in Bergerac, because Charlie was played by that old English sort of old fat. What was his name? Always wore tweed.
Oh, yeah.
I know you mean, but I don't know the name.
Can't think of his name, but I can't think of him as being. No. Anyway, Colin Jones put all these reboots are the result of a lack of imagination. Writers combined with the idea that it's a way to make easy money. Yeah, quite rightly. I mean, we can see the scam a mile away, but it doesn't stop them, does it? It's a shame, really. Then we got Tony Hawks, then Tony York, should I say. They better not touch the Holy Grail and try a remake of the Sweeney series. Film remake was a poor enough attempt. Haven't they tried to do the Sweeney already? I know they did the Avengers.
No, they've done a Sweeney film, haven't they?
They did a Man from Uncle. Yeah, this is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
They've done the Equalizer, didn't they? But that didn't work out either.
Yeah.
No,
So it says, hope they don't do a remake of the Sweeney. The film remake was poor enough. So I'm thinking of films versions. They've done They've tried to do Equalizer. They've tried to do the Avengers. They've tried to do the Men from Uncle. All of them.
The Men from Uncle
big
was
time.
Oof, terrible.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Tony York, thinking about it, Sequest DSV was a kind of remake to Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. It was a 90s remake that worked, and it did for a number of years. It took me a long while for me to get used to Darwin. I didn't like Darwin.
No.
I didn't like the idea of this talking dolphin piece of shit, right? But I didn't mind Roy Schneider being in it, and I didn't mind the special effects and all of that sort of stuff. And it said Steven Spielberg. The theme tune by, was it Rob Debney? Denny, is it Rob Debney that did the theme tune to Sequest?
Yeah, I'm just looking now.
Yeah. But yeah, Darwin was the sticky point for me. That thing would have been Pink Salmon by the end of the season 1.
Peace.
Who was that last that was in that now? It was absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, Stephanie Beacham was in it for the first season.
Yeah, but there was that other last, what was her name now? Stacey Adiuk or something.
Did they do one with afterwards, Michael Ironside?
That was the 4th series, or the 3rd, or the 4th series. And it went all sci-fi then.
Yeah.
Aliens and stuff like that. Sequest was good. I don't think the technology for the special effects was quite there for the time. That was very dark. You couldn't hardly see anything. Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. I know that went a bit off the kilter, but that's still my favourite out of the two, even though I got both.
Anyway, Sequest DSV, I quite like that as a 90s show. It could have gone on longer. I do believe it lost its way around about midway season 2. Season 3, it tried to pick up, but I think the rot had gone in, if I remember rightly. How many seasons were there?
I think it was either 3 or 4, but the young kid killed himself. Jonathan Brandis, didn't it? So he's now suicide.
Something like that. Yeah. I know they brought Roy Schneider back just for the ratings, and that didn't work.
No. He'd never worked from day one for me. Really.
Here's Ark saying Love Thy Neighbor was a parody of racists.
Yeah.
Oh, and Merry Christmas, lads. Love Thy Neighbor did a good job of making the racist Jack Smethurst character look the idiot that such people are. Yeah. It's like I said, it's amazing how it got a lot of people through the years have sort of like Chinese whispered it into something that you need to ban because, it's not that at all. It's making fun of racist people.
But
we talked about it, very earlier on, didn't we? So
but then again, it also showed that it wasn't. I've always used this statement: racism isn't color coded, and it certainly showed it, obviously, with the character of Randolph Walker, because he was as bad calling him a snowflake.
That's right.
And a honky. So that was all as bad as each other, really.
Yeah. The women came out best.
Yes, they did. Yeah.
They did, didn't they? Because they liked each other as well.
The women got on really well, didn't they? Yeah.
But then again, they were always trying to get pissed, weren't they? So they call it going for a coffee, but I know what they meant.
Yeah.
So we've got Colin Jones says, same with Till Death Us Do Part.
Yes,
it was shown up as a fool. Said from Steve. Tony York says, very true. Sai says, for me, the last great sitcom was Father Ted. Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Totally agree.
British wise, I would say that Father Ted is definitely up there. I loved it. When did that end? About the end of the 90s, beginning of the 2000s? Father Ted.
I think it's beginning at 2000s, is it, Father Ted? I'm sorry.
Because then what you're actually saying is there hasn't been a comedy gold sitcom for 22, 23 years.
Yeah. Do you think there would have been a fourth series? Was it down for a fourth series if you had to die?
I must admit, the comedies that came on after that. What did he do? The one of the priests. He did this super character.
Oh, that was awful.
Was
BBC.
a baby or something
Yes.
that basically talked and all sorts.
Hero, somewhat hero. I don't know. It was awful on BBC.
Yeah.
I just wonder where if Father Ted would have kept up the standard. We think of it so highly.
Well, it had a great writing. It had a great writing partnership with that.
It would have been nice another series thing, but
I think they were turning around and saying the strain was getting to them and trying to bring up the quality to keep the quality as high as it was.
Yeah.
There was also, if I remember my documentaries right, the Char lady, she's a very high up Shakespearean sort of actress that didn't like her character going, come on, have a cup of tea, come on, and all this sort of stuff. As much as she enjoyed being on set and having fun, it didn't help her with getting jobs.
Yes, yeah.
I believe that was a problem.
Yeah.
But regardless of how it's superfluous, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, we had the death, didn't we? And that was the end, really, of the series. Even ever trying to come back. So, it's a shame.
Yes, yeah.
Channel 4 was the place to be for comedy on a Friday for me, because you had Cheers and Frasier, and you had Father Ted, and you had all of those sort of things that were on a Friday through the year. You know, Frasier ended, it'd be Father Ted. When Father Ted ended, it would be Cheers, whatever it is. They were shown between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock. The half hour, right? You know, the comedy bits. You know, Friends was in there. But you know, I loved Frasier. I loved not Friends. I loved Frasier. I loved Father Ted. I'm just trying to think of what was the other. There was In-Betweeners, but I wasn't really into that too much. It was all right.
Yeah,
it was all right. I preferred the Friday dinner thing. In-Betweeners.
I'm not saying
and
that.
the two lads go round every Friday to have dinner, and they had that neighbour come round with a dog. I used to like that more than I liked In-Betweeners. In-Betweeners is all right. It's just, I suppose after a while, I just said, they're a bit big for going to school. You know what I mean? After a while, I just went. And I suppose after 2 films as well, it started to rub off on me. But don't get me wrong, great show. I'm just saying.
I get you. Yeah.
Wasn't that great for me. Colin says, get a Bahhh Humbug hat if you don't want a Christmas hat.
Bahhh Humbug.
That's right. Where is your hat, miserable bastard? No, looks like Benny Hill.
There we are. And of course, the team there. The team. There's only one football team.
What team?
Yeah.
Leeds hasn't got a team. So that crap. Is that cricket? Is that a cricket cap? I believe they've got a cricket. I believe they've got a cricket team. I know they ain't got a football team. I know that much. Anyway, because Michael Parkinson told me that. Anyway, Ox. In true Christmas spirit, I'm pulling wheelies on a rally chopper while stuffing my face with Terry Neapolitan and listening to Slade.
Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah, and drinking baby sham. Yeah,
baby sham. Do you remember? My mum used to love baby sham.
Oh,
Jim Jam, what's your favourite chocolate at Christmas?
Easy. White chocolate Lindor.
Ugh.
Lovely.
Ugh.
Or Tau Brown White. Them are the two.
I tell you what, anytime I get white chocolate, I'll send it in the post to you. Not a problem.
Well, thank you very much. That's very kind of you.
Yeah, not a problem. White Toblerones, white anything.
Yeah, love. Oh, Milky Bar, original.
Milky Bar. Over to you, Ian. What's your favourite chocolate at Christmas?
After Eights and Maltesers.
Do you know what? That's what I was going to say. My mum likes After Eights, right?
Yeah.
We were a devil in our family, right? Because because I'd get to the After Eight box and I'd take a load of After Eights out and leave the wrappers right behind. My mum would go, "Who's been in here? I can't find the chocolates for all the wrappers." And I'd say, "I don't know."
Yeah.
No.
I'll be honest with you, I'd done something naughty the one year regarding chocolate. I had some After Eight mints, and I had them at 7:30. Oh, that took you long enough to read.
That's terrible. That's awful. That's a cracker joke, that one. That was a cracker joke. But I used to like Maltesers. I hated Revels.
Oh, I love Revels.
So the reason I hated Revels is because I don't like coconut and stuff, and I don't like chocolates that I can't identify what the nice flavors are. Right now, if you're going to put a bag of sweets out and you're going to make it a bloody guess on which ones are the nice ones and which ones are the bad ones, where you can fuck right off. Because I tell you now, I'd go straight to the place where I actually can read what the wrapper says and go, "Oh, there we are, Curly Whirly. I'll have that. Thank you, Frodo. I know what that is. Revels, up yours. You can have that. Take that upstairs." Right? I'm telling you now, you do not give kiddies chocolates you can't identify what are good. It's as simple as that. That's a nasty game to play on kids, that is.
Have a rant about Quality Streets. They're bloody...
Quality Streets, all right, because you know what ones are the ones, don't you, by the colours or whatever, right? Right? Now, I'm not a big fan of Quality Street, but what I'm turning around and saying, at least they didn't disguise it by making misshaped bloody chocolates and not knowing what the bloody flavours were. They had one that was coconut and one that was orange and one that was coffee, all round, looking like Maltesers. You had no idea, so you had to bite half of it off, find out what it was, and if it was coconut, it'd go back in the packet, and you'd go, "Oh, somebody's had half of that, look. Dirty swines," like that. Because that's what you did, because you want chocolates that you can identify. You don't want this unknown nature. It's like mixing up.
Somebody's going to identify the chocolate now.
Like mixing up chocolate raisins with peanuts when you don't like raisins and having a second guess which one is which.
We used to have a
I want a peanut one.
We used to have a chap at work. He'd only got one tooth at the front of his. He loved his chocolate. He'd only got one tooth there. He used to bite into a Curly Whirly, never eat any chocolate. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I used to. Do you remember when you used to get those chocolate ones and it says, "Here's all the best ones," and it's got Cadbury's, Curly Whirly. You had a Dairy Milk in it. You had a Dime. You had a whatever it is, all in a big box, cardboard box. And it had something like 5 chocolates in there. And I tell you what, you could buy the 5 chocolate bars cheaper than the actual bloody box that they do.
That was the worst.
A massive proper selection box.
Well, some of them came in netting, didn't they? Like some of them came in netting, didn't they? That was like a stocking, didn't they?
Yeah,
and they had games and on back, and you could do all sorts of things. Nowadays, there's absolute rubbish. Nowadays, you might as well just buy the chocolate. Don't bother with all cardboard.
Remember them now? Do you remember them toffee bars? The Chomp and the Texan bars. You used to you'd bite into them and fetch all your fillings out. There'd be about
that's right. That's what you were looking for.
Chomps. Oh, dear.
My mum used to like those Quality Street fingers that had caramel or toffee in the middle. She couldn't work out which ones had toffee and which ones had caramel, and she'd go, "Oh, that's hard. That's toffee."
Oh,
she'd look for the caramel. It's half the time why I liked Roses over Quality Streets, because I always looked for orange in everything. Right, orange. That's mine. You can't have that. Mine. So it's the same with these days when it comes to celebrations and heroes and that, right? Because it's like bounties, sod off. You can have as many bounties as you bloody well want. They ain't going past my gob, right? And basically, my mum don't like coconut either. So basically, that means we've got a huge amount of tubs of bounties.
They can send them our house. Well. I don't mind coconut bounties either.
Horrible.
I remember
Who put chocolate and coconut together, bastards?
Lovely.
Disgusting.
Do you know they used to have what? Not just chocolate ones. They'd have ones with lots of sweets in. So you'd get these bloody big refresher bars. They called them. There were these big chunky things that you stuck on your head. You couldn't bloody your teeth, your fillings would start falling out. They're bloody attached to them.
Yeah.
And then there were Spangles. I don't know if you remember.
Oh, Spangles, yeah.
Do you remember Spangles? Yeah.
There was another one. Pies.
Chewits as well.
Pies was another one.
I like Chewits. Chewier than a barrow in furnace bus depot.
And Opal fruits. One of this other business. Opal fruits.
You know, you said you didn't like coconut. Do you remember them with the pink one, the pink coconut, the ruffle bars?
Yeah.
Oh, I used to love them.
Oh,
I used to love them.
Like I said, it's a weird sort of like time, but I mean, you know, chocolates. As far as I'm concerned, you do not make your time with chocolate a game where you have to decide, you have to guess what the bloody flavor is in the middle of it. I'm sorry that is so far in the 70s. Don't want to know about it.
I used to go mad with my mum. She was being nice, but she'd tantalize and torture us. She'd put these like chocolate money on the Christmas tree.
Oh, the coins!
No, you can't eat them yet. Nope, you can't eat them yet.
And they tasted like shit.
Oh, that was bloody awful. Oh,
and we had to just sit looking at these chocolate money, and then these other like Father Christmas things that they hung on, chocolate Father Christmas, but they weren't very good.
Yeah, they were hollow.
They were rubbish. Actually, they were rubbish.
They used to taste like plastic, hadn't they? The chocolate.
They were hollow, bloody horrible tasting. I don't know how much it cost my mum and dad. They must be. I think they used to sell them individually as large, or they used to buy about 6 of them or something. Right, you put them on your tree. And all you used to hope for, right, was that the Christmas lights would melt them before you got to Christmas, when you found out later on how crap they tasted. And I'll tell you what, the only thing that was left was the bloody wrapper that was bloody. You had them rolled into little balls and stuck in the bloody carpet for about 2 weeks after Christmas.
Yeah. Oh, do you remember? I remember my mum getting all these liqueur sets. I've never seen so much rubbish. You know, and so it'd be in a little bottle of whiskey,
brandy barrels and things,
and brandies, and she'd say, "Oh, okay, I'll let you try one."
Yeah, do you want some cough syrup? There you go.
Oh, no,
that's what was in the middle of them. It was cough syrup. Weren't bloody brandy. I'll tell you that much.
I think you're right.
Chance of there being brandy in that. I'll tell you, in that barrel. Fat chance.
It's true.
Because if there was brandy in it, my nan would have had it. Right? And she could smell brandy from around about 200 paces. Right? And she skipped them. So we know that. And I'll tell you what, it was the one time, right, where the milk tray was cheaper was the cheapest chocolate that you could buy in the whole of the season, right? Quality Street was more expensive, Roses more expensive. Milk tray you can afford. Your dad went, why can I suddenly afford milk tray and can't afford Quality Street? All the rest of the year, right? Milk tray, bloody expensive. Your dad bought those for your mum when he'd done something wrong. Right? Milk tray, right? The lady loves milk tray and Turkish Delight, because they're bloody expensive.
Yeah.
Right? And if you've done something wrong, that's what you're going to get, right? I'm going to get a milk tray. Right?
Do you remember
at Christmas, they were cheap as chips because they couldn't compete with Quality Street and Roses.
There was a dark chocolate one as well, wasn't there? Black Magic.
Black Magic,
that? You know, you'd open this box and there were all these really dark chocolates.
Black Magic, my ass.
Yeah.
But do you remember them as well? In that was in a round container. There was like lemon and orange piece segments. That was like They tasted like paper.
They tasted, yeah. You actually showed a picture of those. They were segments, weren't they? They were bloody jelly things.
And you'd have that round one in the middle, and that was always tasting like paper.
The only thing that anybody did with those was lick the sugar off them and put them back in the bloody and put them back on in the spinning circle that they came from.
Oh, that's bloody horrible.
You would, then you'd give them out to the birds in the garden for the year. Even they found it tough eating those through the year.
Well, another thing I could never understand. My mum, every year she'd go to greengrocers and bring back dates. And
put them
on there. These are for Christmas special. And they tasted like horrible. Nobody wanted to eat the bloody things.
I'll tell you what would have made my mum's Christmas if you could make a walnut whip without the walnut. So she just wanted the whip. Right. She looked for ages to find walnut whip without the walnut on it. I think one year they finally made them. They actually finally made a walnut whip without the walnut on. I think they did.
Oh God!
Yeah.
My mum likes them walnut whips.
Oh, she used to like brighten the top off and using the tongue to get the cream out of the middle, right? A bit like having one of them Cadbury's cream eggs, right?
Yeah.
But every year it was like nuts. So if she got a walnut whip out, she said, "Oh, I don't want the walnut bit." Bite like this. It's like. We must have had tons of just crap from bits and bobs of chocolate and everything everywhere in our house. There was tinfoil, this walnuts left behind, bloody coconut stuff, half-eaten chocolates, the sugar licked off of bloody orange segments, all scattered all over the place. 2 days of absolute destruction,
Robert,
in our family. Absolute destruction. I think the only thing that survived was cream crackers. We ate all of them
because we all were cream crackers.
We had all of them with cheese. They're all right.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, if you were a chocolate, it was it or miss whether you were going to get eaten.
Yeah.
The price of Christmas radio times is expensive. Yes.
Oh yeah.
I've got it here. It cost this year. Have a look. How much did it cost this year? I just blindly bought it.
Is it at the front somewhere?
£5.95.
How much?
So it's nearly £6. Nearly £6.
Yeah.
We all used to that when we used to look at the programs and circle them for every day.
And the one from 2020 to 2023 was £4.99.
Oh.
Yeah, gone up £1, has it, in 2 years?
Yeah.
Robbing bastards.
Yeah.
Right. Tony York, Fave Chocks, Terry's the Yeah, they were sort of like in Kit Kat wrappers, weren't they?
That was triangular.
Not Kit Kat wrappers. What club? What am I talking about? Club. You know, orange clubs. They used to have a paper round a cycle with a metal inside. It was like a little brick, like a Lego brick, but with the the paper and everything, wasn't it?
But was it me, or did they all used to taste the same regardless of the wrapping?
Possibly. I don't think they lasted long enough in our house to be told that they were any different.
Do you remember? You know,
they were blues and purples and things like that.
Christmas produce, though, they're like the tins of biscuits. Do you remember Tea Time? The old metal tin.
You can still buy Tea Time. Yeah. You can still buy Tea Time.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
We also bought, if you were plush, you bought Fry's biscuits, right? The chocolate ones, the ones with the deluxe silver and all that. If you were cheap, you bought the Tea Time, the ones with the jammy Dodgers in and the pink wafers and all of that sort of stuff. That was the oh, you're broke, are you? Was that what you bought?
Yeah. It's family circle now, isn't it? And them
if you went round your grand's, it was the Fry's chocolate stuff, and if you went round anybody else's, it was the Tea Time, because no bugger had any money after Christmas. All the bloody toys took it up, or the batteries.
The best is
the batteries took you away from chocolate.
A McVitie's one I used to like.
Oh yeah,
all chocolate, the old chocolate McVitie ones. Oh. You
I'm
could just
surprised
literally sit there and just eat the lot now.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Sainsbury's don't make a tea biscuit range, that you can actually buy in a box, you know what I mean, or a packet or something, you know what I mean? Because they do their individual Sainsbury's own ginger snaps and Sainsbury's own I don't know, custard creams and bourbons and that, but you never see them displayed in a tea time box like a tea, like a proper tea time, box or a tin. We used to take the tin and use it. Next year, we had it as a cake tin, a biscuit tin, a sandwich tin. We had it for everything. I think my dad used it as a maggot tin once. My mum didn't like that though, especially as the biscuits were still in it. So that didn't go down well in our house. But Andy, what do you mean, oh dear? That's a good joke. That Andy makes Star Wars. Says shopping in Tesco today was next level madness. Dodgems, bloody well was. I tell you, awful it was. This getting a car parking space and that, bloody awful. Name a comedy Christmas moment that sticks in your mind, lads and lasses. Okay, Denny, to you.
If it was a Christmas episode, and I think it was in One Foot in the Grave, about that dog. They thought they was having a dog off somebody.
Oh, and he picked it up and he goes, hello.
Oh, yeah.
No, he want that one.
Oh.
He built a kennel. He fixed all the kennel, put it all together. And Mrs. Warboys come round and bought him a Springer Spaniel. But the dog was dead. It was stuffed. Basically, he thought I was getting a live dog. And the best part was the dog's name was Nippy. And he said, he don't look so bloody nippy now, does he? He said, why the hell do I want to shoot a dog? You know what I mean? Oh, mind you, the salmon, that one always sticks out.
It is. That's a difficult one, I have to say, Jim Jam, because you've got Morecambe and Wise Christmas moments and two Ronnie's Christmas moments. And, how can you differentiate with the Morecambe and Wise? Some people will turn around and say Singing in the Rain. Others will turn around and say it's the refrigerator with the light, the stripper music. And others will be, it's, there ain't nothing but a dame with all the newscaster ages. There's just so many, so absolute many. With the two Ronnies, it's even worse, I think. There, because they did so many sketches. And they did they always did their Phantom Raspberry, blower and all of this sort of stuff to tell you what season it was. So anyway, over to you, Ian, and then I'll see if I can think
kind of agree with you. I don't think you can just pick one. There's quite a lot and that tells you straight away. You could never say that about I'm good. Nowadays, you could never even think of that for quite a while. Yeah. But in those days, every sort of show there was a Christmas special, wasn't there? Most of the shows had Christmas specials. Yeah. And I think
how many comedy moments are you going to get out of Anton Deck or the Tipping Point or the Chase? I mean, Christ, that's all there is. You ain't got much else to watch.
Yes, there's nothing. Here's a cue then. Read out. You said you've got the Radio Times. What is on Christmas Day then? Have you got something special lined up already for that?
What's that?
Yeah. You're going to talk about what's on this Christmas Day and then compare it with.
Oh yeah. Well, I am going to try and do that. And it won't be very long before I get to that. But it's just I'm trying to get through the comments a little bit.
Sorry. Yeah.
So Oxput people get all full of Dickensian fantasy this time of year. Yeah, they
Christmas Carol.
Ox, I agree, used to be back in the day. Steve Bastard says the laziest and most pointless Christmas present, money in a card, show a total lack of effort. That's been one of my pet peeves. Is that over years and years and years, eventually you get to the point where even your auntie and uncle has given up the ghost with getting your socks or a 6-pack of lager or something, right?
Yeah.
And there's giving you an envelope that's got 20 quid in it, and you're going, don't you know who I am? I'm 50 something. You've been you've known me for 56 years, and you've got to the point where I suppose buying me Lynx shower gel or something has now turned into a difficulty. So now you're just giving me now money in an envelope. Well, thanks very much. You know, I mean, I've only been your your cousin
do you
or
remember
whatever it is for this many years.
people sent gift cards, which were even worse because it meant that you had to shop or buy something from
Yeah,
a
at that
particular.
price,
It's like,
yeah.
oh, I've got you a Boots gift card, and you were going, what? Boots?
Yeah,
What do I want to get from Boots?
yeah.
What the hell?
Sod the fact that Michael, whatever his face, that does all the finance, turns around and says, gift cards, don't buy them because they're worthless. What if the company goes bust? You've lost all your money. Ain't gonna do right. So what does everybody go out and do? Still buy your bloody gift cards, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
So then you're worried about whether you got to spend it in the next week because the company's bound sure to go bust in the January, whatever it is, because the January sales is their last moment of health that they'll be able to stay alive this year, right? God forbid.
My favorite as well was, oh, we'll give you a record token for £1. And you're going, well, I'm going to have to add to buy a record. I'm going to have to add a bit of money to it, you know.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah,
I'll
but
tell
you
you
get
what.
what you want.
It's terrible, right? Because I found a drawer the other day, no word of a lie, and it had 15 Woolworths £1 vouchers in it, right? Now,
Wow.
I could have spent those, couldn't I? But they were, no, there they are. £1, 15 of them, Woolworths vouchers. I could have bought a Vectrex with that. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, Steve's put is because he's just corrected. Sorry, is English. My dad used Brill cream all the time. Tony York, yeah. That's amazing. We had that thought came up. I wouldn't have thought about Brill cream if it weren't for the fact that we were talking us two. Yeah. I'll tell you now. I used Brill cream in the 90s. When I had hair. Oh, bless you. Yeah, I can't imagine Si without hair, to be quite honest. I don't know what it is. I just think of him as having hair. I don't think of him as being bold as a baby's bum. Tony York just had fish fingers with chips and peas in lieu of custard. Jesus.
Oh, yeah. Not
Jim Jam, what's your favourite booby trap in Home Alone? Oh, bloody hell.
Oh, God, I can't remember. Oh.
I can answer that straight away. I've never even watched one of the films.
Go on.
I don't know. I'd never watch one.
Oh.
I
haven't watched them to the point where I can remember everyone, but I remember they were chucking bricks in Home Alone 2 off the top of the roof. Then when they were coming inside, he tried to throw paint cans off of a banister or something, and they went one at a time. When they thought that all of them had passed by, it thrown one that was a dual one, and it knocked them, and they fell through the floor and all of that sort of stuff. But I don't know. I have to say, Home Alone is a good film, but I don't watch it over and over again, and I watch it every year. It's not that type of film to me. Gremlins is.
Oh yeah, Gremlins.
I can tell you what the best way to kill a gremlin is. You know, whether it's the microwave or whether it's, you know what I mean. There's I suppose it's one of those things where you know he was a good actor, you know, the child actor that's in it, you know, but back then he was still Marmite even then, you know, whether you liked him or not. He was the most irritating little brat boy that you ever came across, or you actually found him the funniest, adorable little thing going. Do you know what I mean? So that's all I got to say on the matter, really. I'm out of luck with booby traps in Home Alone. What about you then, Ian? Can you think of any?
All I can think of is these stuff on the steps and not being able to keep the balance on the steps. I can't really remember, Matt.
Because, like I said, they did so many, didn't they? I mean, they heated up things like doorknobs and all sorts of stuff, you know, until they were burning up.
Yeah, the doorknobs did. Yeah, that was.
You know, they did all sorts of stuff like that, and the kid was really inventive, and it's great. It was almost like a big version of Mousetrap.
That's right. Yeah, I mean? It was in a way. Yeah.
Only it was so much better because Mousetrap never worked. The bastard game. Tell you that, putting that thing together. I mean, Jesus Christ. If you wanted to swear at Christmas, put Mousetrap together. Now, that was a job and a half. I'm watching Die Hard. It's definitely a Christmas film. Any person wants to disagree with that?
No.
I've said all I can about Die Hard. I have to say it's my build-up film. That's all I'm saying.
I do like the film and a lot, yeah, but I don't know. The debate has got so. I'm not.
Yeah, it's
bothered
convoluted now, isn't it? It's like
I don't care. I don't care really.
Yeah, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Nobody mentions Die Hard 2, and that's bloody set in a airport at Christmas. So why isn't that a Christmas film then? It's equal, that sort of thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Error 42. Hello, everyone. Hello, Error 42.
Yeah.
Denny, hello, Error. There's a hello error there.
Yeah.
Look at that. That an error. Right. Error 42. Denny, hey. We used to watch some crap. And if you turn on to telly tomorrow at any point, on the 25th, you'll be watching more crap. I tell you. Only it would be proper crap, not the sort of like
not the good
crap that we used to watch. Dear John only ran for 2 seasons. Ralph Bates died. Yeah, that's unfortunate. He was in some good cracking Hammer horror films as well. Ralph Bates as well. Underrated actor, to be quite honest. Really, from my point of view. Good Hammer actor. Yep, says there. Look, Dr. Jekyll and Sister Hyde.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Superb.
I think. No, you were dead on. Tony York and the non-horror Hammer horror. I Don't Want to Be Born as Joan Collins' husband. Don't remember
yes.
That. No, I don't remember that one.
Good. I'm sure in that the one with the nun in it as a sister, and the baby's a bit a devil kind of baby. I may be wrong on that one, but there is a Joan Collins one where she has this baby and it's an evil baby because it's been cursed. She was cursed by this sort of.
Joan Collins was always being cursed, weren't she? She was either being chased by a mad Santa at Christmas or she was cursed.
Oh, yeah. There's that one as well. Yeah. Yeah.
That or she was running around naked and being a.
That's in one of those anthologies, isn't it?
She nearly had her head chopped off in Tales of the Unexpected.
Yes, she did. Yeah.
Anyway, Tony York just got the DVD of the Dick Emery film. Very
fantastic. Yeah.
Cy Robson, I watched Jack of Diamonds this year. The first season is on YouTube. It's 2 90-minute long videos. Yeah, it will be because it was 6 episodes at 30 minutes. So that would make it 2 90-minute long videos. However, it is not on physical media. And that's what we were saying. We were saying, why isn't Dick Emery on these sort of things? YouTube seems to be the only ground to actually watch half of this stuff. It's a shame.
Yeah.
Error 42 says, I used to love Dave Allen's stand-up. Didn't we all? Thought it was brilliant. Dave Allen always made me laugh. That sketch where he tries to teach a child how to tell the time is absolutely comedy gold. The big hands on the 5 and that makes it 1 o'clock. And you're going, well, the kids there going, got a clue what you're talking about. That's a brilliant sketch. Go and look up Dave Allen teaching a kid to tell time. Brilliant. Didn't Dave Allen get discommunicated from the Catholic Church? He did because of his humor, just like Billy Connolly.
I won't be surprised.
There was a lot of that.
Yeah.
I don't know quite whether it happened, but I know that he had a lot of disgruntles with the church. Dave Allen once calculated his expected age of death from his drinking and smoking and worked out he should have died 10 years before that. Yeah, that's right. That is a classic joke, that is. I must admit. Tony York, always a great advocate for healthy habits, Dave Allen.
Yes.
And he used to go, may your gods go with you. It was just a classic routine. Sitting down with a glass next to him. He used to tell such eloquent stories. I remember he was talking about colors. He was saying how blue is a calming color. He said Have you ever seen Maggie Thatcher? No, the right honourable gentleman. Otherwise, I'll break his fucking neck. Like that. He used to tell a joke like that. He said, you know, Blue Carmen, Maggie Thatcher. You're having a laugh, aren't you? Know what I mean? Always funny. And he used to do those signs jokes, didn't he? This is not an entrance or an exit.
Yeah.
What is it then? What the hell is it then? Ears pierced while you wait.
Yeah. Live
girls dancing. What do you want? Stiffs on elastic? He actually said that once. I was going, said this car park is prone to flooding. Right? Hey, you wouldn't see the sign, would it? If it was be buried, wouldn't it? And he did loads of jokes like that.
Yeah.
Also, the anagrams intro. I clearly remember anal delve being one shown. Yeah. Cy Robson says Dave Allen didn't like repeats and apparently had written into his contract that his shows can't be shown in their entirety. So only best if it shows exist. I didn't know that. No, I knew there was something in his contract about it, but I thought it was while he was alive. Doesn't stop them now.
Yeah.
Don't know. My man met Dave Allen in the early 70s. He used to work with someone who was married to his childhood best friend. And when he did a show in Newcastle, she met him. Small claim to fame. Wish I had more claims to fame like that. My mum met Freddie Starr. I remember that we hired Duncan Norville to a Lloyd's Bank function one year, and he was never asked to return because he told a really off-the-cuff dirty joke to the CEO of Lloyd's Bank. Because she had a short mini skirt on, trying to get onto the stage, and Duncan Norville turned around and said, "That's a funny place to put a pencil case." And he was never invited back. That was it. That was a you know, a very dirty joke, really, at the time.
Actually, he's just died fairly recently.
Yeah. So, Entertainment USA was presented by Jonathan King.
Yeah.
Good evening, Del, Denny, and Ian. I was wondering if you were given the chance, would you prefer to spend Christmas Day on the beach, sipping a cool drink in a warm country?
No.
So,
if you're paying, yes.
It's not Christmas.
I will get my passport out now, and I will be out there faster than you can go, as long as you're paying all inclusive.
Well, looks like you're stopping a town this year, then.
It looks like I'm staying there. That's probably what might happen. Yeah. Thanks very much, though, Stephen. What about you, Ian? Would you rather have a sunny climate, or would you rather have the inclement weather of Leeds?
It's not proper Christmas.
Where it's permanently 1922 in the dark with rain and wind.
I'd rather have rain and wind.
And it being 1922. Yeah. Because that's what Leeds reminds me of, is 1922.
Oh man,
Denny says hello, Steve.
Yeah.
He goes, Merry Christmas. And to you, mate. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think Faulty Towers is okay, but vastly overrated. I tend to sort of like agree and not agree, because there are times where I don't watch it for 5 years. Then I put it on and go, why have I not watched this?
Yeah.
Then I go, oh, because I haven't watched it in a long time, I'm going to watch it again. By the time I've got round to watching it 2 or 3 times in that year, I've gone, yeah, I'm fed up with it now. Right? And it goes away. And then I forget about it for 5 years. And I go, oh, it's amazing. And it's like that with me. There is never I watch it every year at the same point and all of that sort of stuff. It always is loads in 1 year, or I don't watch it for 5 years. Do you know what I mean? And from that point of view, it then stays fresh a little bit. You know what I mean? I've got 5 seasons of The Goodies, and I've watched all 5 seasons once, and it's another 3 years before I watch them again. but I'll watch a few odd episodes and go, why would I watch that? You know what I mean? I'm like that, you know, with a lot of comedy, but I'm not like that with things like Steptoe and Son and things like that. Steptoe and Son to me is just like gold for every episode, virtually. You know what I mean? There isn't a bad one amongst it. What about you? Is Faulty Towers overrated, you two? Yeah, I believe Denny's already nodded his head and gone too bleeding right. What about you, Ian?
I don't. What I really love it, and therefore it's one
It is
of them
regularly in the top. It is regularly in the top 3 comedies of all time.
Yeah, and therefore I think if I watched it a lot, I probably would think it was overrated. But if you sort of don't watch it that often, maybe I haven't watched it probably for 2 years. I bet if I
that's what I mean. That's what it keeps it fresh for me. I don't watch it every year, and when I go back to it, I really enjoy it.
I think now if I watched it, I think there's not a bad episode.
I mean, Bernard Cribbins is just absolutely fantastic.
Oh, there's so many good episodes, and
him turning on the light switch while this woman's like this.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
like this, with black hands. You know what I mean?
The characters. It's all about characters in many ways. Faulty Towers. That you've got such a good cast. Each cast member is good. Even the 2 old ladies, you know, you can't beat the 2 old ladies.
Oh, and the major. Oh, the major.
And the major, of course. And fantastic. But I wonder, you're right. I wondered if I did watch it a lot, then it'd go down maybe. But
you see, there is only 12 episodes, so you can go for it really, really quickly, right?
Yeah.
The last time I watched all 12 episodes, I got my 2 books out, which are the scripts. And I watched it along with the scripts, right?
Yeah.
That makes it entertaining to watch because you're sort of following along.
Yeah.
And you're seeing how a script has developed, you know, with all the Basil walks across and then says the line, you know, and I'm watching it while reading the book, and that's a great way to do it. And I've done that with Only Fools and Horses on a couple of episodes. I haven't got all of the scripts. I need to finish off my script books of those. But I've got the Porridge ones. I've got all the scripts to Porridge.
Yeah.
And I've watched those a million times.
I had Faulty Towers 2 episodes on record. I had The Builders and Basil the Rat. And I played them loads of times. And I used to know
I rank Porridge over Faulty Towers every time.
Yeah. Yeah.
If that tells you anything.
Yeah.
Porridge, what a comedy. Absolutely
I ought to watch more of that. I haven't watched Porridge that much. At the time I did, but I don't think I've seen it much.
So you've got 2 Christmas specials, haven't you? You've got the one where the prison warden's being held up for hostage by the local you know, he obviously he's a criminal that's now what do they call him? I forgot what they call them, where they're given duties that are, that you have to be a really good, safe prisoner. The other one is when they develop their own wine made out of peelings and all that sort of stuff, and they try and dig a tunnel. I think.
Yeah.
They have to sing Christmas carols while they're digging a hole, and they said, "Where'd you get that? Isn't there a line in it that reads, how did you get rid of all the dirt?" And he says, "You really want me to tell you how I got rid of the dirt?" Yeah, said, "Well, he dug another hole and put the dirt in that." Anyway, that was a great one. But anyway, Basil Fawlty must be in contention to be one of the best comedy characters ever created. Most rounded, most defined, I would have said.
Yeah.
For definite. Andy makes is the Bill still on reruns somewhere? Jesus, that show was hilarious. For the local Bobby, some of them could hardly walk. I must admit, the Bill started off as an hour-long episode thing, didn't it? Then was cut down into half-hour things. The Bill.
I thought it was other way around. I thought it was half hour and then went into an hour episode, but I may be wrong on that.
I'm pretty sure that's how it started. It was an hour long.
Yeah,
drama
it
thing.
could be. I'm sure somebody. Yeah,
Yeah, always used to watch the Bill. Some great characters.
Yeah.
Last few years weren't so good. Yeah, it's like anything, I suppose. I don't think the Grinch worked in the UK. I've never seen or known of it. Yeah, it's one of those things where I think I was right.
Yeah.
The Cat in the Hat was like some satanic demon.
Oh dear.
It's true.
It's a nightmare.
Do you all normally have a traditional turkey dinner with all the trimmings? Well, I don't, because we have cockerel, but
yes, I do.
I have chicken. I don't like turkey, but it's too dry.
All round Denny's then. All round to Denny's. We're having all the turkey with all the trimmings. He's the only one. We're all round his. He can come round ours and have a paupers Christmas dinner. Look.
Paupers Christmas, yeah.
Because he's the rich one. With
yeah,
the turkey.
I'll open a tin of beans. You can have them.
Who did that? Who was it that did all those turkey adverts?
Bernard Matthews.
Bernard Matthews.
Oh yeah, Beautiful and all that. Oh god,
used to drive you nuts, didn't it? All that.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Everything was turkey sausages and turkey this, turkey that.
Turkey Twizzlers.
Yeah.
You did a turkey Twizzler. I still don't know what that is.
Oh, you can still get, I think, turkey dinosaurs.
Is that when you stick turkey up some arse and it turns into a Twizzler or something when you pull it out or something? Well, what the hell's all that about? What the hell's a turkey Twizzler? I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that their intestines? Anyway, do Americans know of Thomas the Tank Engine? I think we ought to sell it to them over there. What do you think? We all can make some money over there.
Well, haven't they released some awful films of Thomas the Tank Engine? I think they did, which were absolutely bloody awful.
You know, it used to be rhyming slang, Thomas the Tank, wasn't it? Anyway, less said about that, the better. Are you having a Tommy Tank? Have you guys planned your Christmas Day viewing? Mine was planned. He's got it now. Mine was planned some time ago. 2 times Steptoe and Son. Likely Lads, 2 times UFO. That's a weird one, isn't it? Christmas UFO. Scrooge film, Albert Finney. Blot on the Landscape, and the Beiderbecke Affair. Beiderbecke Affair, Christ, I haven't thought about the Beiderbecke Affair in years. I have planned my Christmas Day viewing. I will explain that it is the best TV going Christmas Day, right? And I'll read it out to you. Where is it? There we are. So this is what I consider to be the best from 3 o'clock on Christmas Day is BBC 2, without a question. BBC 2. Don't bother with any other channel, BBC 2. 10 past 3, it's Some Like It Hot. 5 past 5, North by Northwest. 7:20, musical classics of Morecambe and Wise.
Oh.
7:55, the Morecambe and Wise Christmas Show from 1977. 9 o'clock, From Roger Moore with Love, a documentary on Roger Moore. And then it goes downhill. So all of that takes you from 3 o'clock till 20 past 10. Every single one of them a gem. Turn it onto the other side. What a pile of pantsy shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll read it out.
Have you noticed the one thing that we all have in common is we all love a certain character, certain Time Lord. And of course, we've not mentioned that at all because we don't want to mention it. It's so
bloody worth mentioning. Right, here we go. BBC One 2 years ago, right? From 3 o'clock, which is the King's Speech. So it was the first King's Speech. This was 2 years ago. After that, you had a animated film Aladdin. Then you had Strictly Come Dancing. Then you had Michael McIntyre's Christmas Wheel.
Oh no!
Then you had a comedy show called Ghosts. Then 7:55 Call the Midwife, followed by 9:25 EastEnders. 10:25 Mrs. Brown Boys.
Oh no!
And 11:20 The Vicar of Dibley. Now, 2 years on, after 3 o'clock. You've got the King's Speech at 3 o'clock. Then you've got The Weakest Link. Then you've got Strictly Come Dancing.
Jesus.
Then you've got Doctor Who. Then you've got Wallace and Gromit's Vengeance Most Foul.
That's good.
Then you've got EastEnders. Then you've got Call the Midwife. Hang on a minute. I'm starting to feel a little bit...
Deja vu.
Gavin and Stacey. Then you've got EastEnders. Then Mrs. Brown's Boys.
No.
So hang on a minute. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 things I've mentioned there, of which 2 years earlier, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is they thought of 3 or 4 new programs in 2 years to put. Otherwise, it's the same tape from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Do you
This
remember?
is what pisses me off.
Do you remember the time now they used to take chances? And the one year I remember they had Walking Me Dinosaurs, something fresh and new.
Yeah.
And then after that, they had that new version of The Lost World with Bob Hoskins.
Oh.
Yeah.
Remember that? That used to be...
Yeah.
You know, it was completely different. You know,
so I'm looking at ITV here. Look. After the King's Speech, right. You got Home Alone 2. We've just been talking about that. Home Alone, Christmas Bullseye, Christmas Emmerdale, Christmas Coronation Street, Christmas The Chase, Christmas Downtown Abbey, the new era, and the Royal Variety Performance at 11:50. Right?
No.
Now, ITV is never known to be good compared to the BBC.
No.
Now, over 2 years ago, it was the King's Speech. Then there was Alan Carr's Epic Game Show. Anton Deck's Saturday Night Takeaway presents Poltergeist. Oh, fuck's sake.
No.
The Chase Celebrity Christmas. Christmas Emmerdale, Christmas Coronation Street. Anton Deck's Christmas Limitless Win. Christmas Doc Martin, and the film Love Actually. So, I mean, I give ITV the benefit of the doubt, really, because they've never been good at Christmas. They've never really had much. When it comes to the BBC will wipe them all over the place. But look at this. I mean, EastEnders, Call the Midwife, in EastEnders, you know, Mrs. Brown's Boys, Strictly Come Dancing. I mean, I'm sorry, but
That's it. Yeah.
It's crap. And it was crap last year. And it was crap.
That's why, and every year, people are not watching live TV anymore.
I mean, it's all films on Channel 4. I mean, you got The Italian Job. That's the Michael Caine one.
Yeah.
Miracle on 34th Street. That's the Richard Attenborough one.
Oh, right.
Raiders of the Lost Ark. Notting Hill. East is East. They're all filmed. That's not bad, but all stuff that we've seen a million times.
Channel 5 have done the right thing. They've just put Christmas music on all day.
Yeah.
They can put it on.
Is that what they've done? Let me have a look. Channel 5. Yeah, here we go. Oh, they got the Railway Children Return at 3:10.
Oh, they might have had a little break there.
They've got Britain's favourite Christmas comedy moments after that. Then Christmas Day party songs. Britain's favourite 80s songs. When 80s TV goes horribly wrong. That's
they have them every year.
Oh, yeah. So in the morning, you've got greatest family Christmas hits, Britain's favourite Christmas songs, Britain's favourite 80s songs, Britain's favourite Christmas songs. And then it's repeated, I think, from about 7 o'clock again. So, yeah, it is all songs, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
who watches Christmas TV in the morning? I can't imagine anybody.
Well, I think what it is, I think, from my personal point of view, the kids get up at 5 in the morning, excited about the tree, and they have to have the cartoons and all of that sort of stuff on, and so that's why I tell you what, on BBC One, no word of a lie, before 3 o'clock they'll have 3 animated films on. 3 animated films on. It'll be, you know, whatever you want. It'll be Aladdin, Cloudy with a some meatballs, How to Train Your Dragon, whatever it is.
But the thing is, they used to have some cracking programs on BBC One in the morning. Noel's Christmas Presents, live productions.
Oh
You know what's
Christmas, you know, you had all of that.
I mean, I know it's not popular, but I get fed up of all the DreamWorks cartoons, and I don't like that modern animation. I like proper old school animation. I don't like this new animation.
Yeah, it's all square, isn't it? It's all square, like
rubbish. I just like traditional old.
I like some of it. I won't have anybody turn around and say Toy Story or
Toy Story is a great one.
Trouble is it's filled with so much cheap tack that was very quickly producedly done. Where there's very little cell animation in it and all computer generated backgrounds, you know, a la Beauty and the Beast and all of that sort of stuff, where it's all awful. You know, where there's that big dance scene, you know, computer generated, but there is a cell drawing in the center, you know, and all of that.
Sure, BBC have got some deal or something, and they have to show all this rubbish. They have to show every year. You see it, and you think, oh God, I don't want to watch that. It's just the same animation, but I suppose kids might like it. I don't know, but
I mean, I love Snow White. I love Robin Hood from the 70s. That was animals as Robin Hood, and you know, and all of that sort of stuff.
Fantastic.
And the Aristocats and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
but again, I do like certain DreamWorks cartoons. I mean, you know, there have been some good ones. It's just that there's far too many crap.
Yeah, and
that's all I'm saying.
You
know. I've watched some and I've gone, what the fuck's this?
Yeah. In a way, that's why it's refreshing that I'm not even a big
fan of the IP of Ice Age. I mean, I watched the first one, thought it was semi okay, and then all of a sudden there was bloody you know, the little rodent that tries to get the acorn, bloody shorts all left, right, and center, and then there was an Ice Age 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. And I go, bloody hell, how many Ice Ages were there? I only remember there being one. Jesus Christ. You know, and it just gets like that with me. I just go,
humbug.
Yeah.
It's just crap, isn't it? There's no other word for it.
It is.
It's crap. That it's as though some people in the stations that don't want to. Well, you can tell it's political in it. They don't want to even mention Christmas. It's like Happy Winter.
That Happy Holiday. I don't like people saying, "Oh, Happy Holiday." Oh, it's Christmas. Exactly. Bloody hell! It's not holiday. It's Christmas. You feel like telling them to.
The other thing I will say about this is they are cheap to make because their models are already in the computers, and all they have to do is just get the models out and basically.
Well, that's it. It ain't made for entertainment. It's made to make money at the cheapest possible.
Yeah, and you can imagine someone like BBC. They just buy a whole block of shit and just say, "Oh, we'll stick that on. It's all in the deal or whatever." They have to.
I must admit, we're getting behind, and it's gone midnight, so I'll have to hurry this up a bit. I bet everybody's gone to bed as well. So, Colin Jones says, "I'll have you, Butler." Then he goes, "Bahhhh Humbug finishes for me when Christmas Day finally arrived." Colin also says, "I've made a New Year's resolution this year, but I've already started it because, yes, there's nothing special about the 1st of January. He actually mentioned that in his blog. He turned around to me and he said, other than writing up a new 25 at the end of the year, what's the big deal? I have to sort of like agree with that a little bit.
Great.
Colin Jones also said, my favorite time of year is summer. I like autumn. I like going from summer to autumn at the beginning because you get Indian summers, and of course you will still get the leaves that have got the golden brown about them and landing on the floor. I do like all of that, but I like autumn. But I don't like late autumn, which goes into winter, because that's wet, windy, and bloody. It's like living in Leeds 24/7 or something. You know,
I like spring into summer. I do to renew.
You know what I mean? Wet, dreary. You know, a bit like Yorkshire tea. Right now,
Oh,
Andy
God,
makes
here we
Star
go.
Wars.
Here we go.
We got we got Andy makes Star Wars. As soon
Oh,
as
boy.
Christmas ends, I say every year.
Oh.
It's spring. Stephen Taylor says, can you remember any particular favorite Christmas present? A scale electric set was mine. I think I've mentioned mine, like track and all of that. You mentioned your Dinky Toys or Thunderbird stuff.
That's right, Thunderbirds.
What was yours, Denny?
That electronic game, Spicy Night.
Yeah. Brilliant. All great stuff. I used to have an Astro Wars. That used to be my favorite little tabletop thing. I tell you, I used to love that. Tony York, I think I'd suffer withdrawal symptoms without Dell's weekly rant. I do like to be useful at some point in the proceedings. Jingle for Delboy rant akin to Dave's housekeeping from this week in retro. If you ever know, they have Dave's housekeeping and they have a little retro tune. It's housekeeping with Dave. So they want to do a rant. They want to do a tune for me for doing rants in Ian's live stream on Wednesday. Andy makes Star Wars. Haha, go wash the car in winter. Tell you what, one of the years, no word of a lie, my mum bought me for Christmas an outside tap. I wanted one for years, right? So I could wash the car. And I just bought my new car, right? So she got that plugged in, and I bought myself a power washer. And no word of the lie, 26th of December, I was out there washing my car, right? And I washed it every 2 days from that moment on all the way through the summer. I had a power washer, I had an outside tap. I'd only waited 20 years for an outside tap. I was so sick of carrying a bucket through the hallway and my mum turning around saying, you get water over my carpet, I'll kill you. You won't believe, you won't know what's hit you. That's all I used to get from my mum. So there you are. Marvin Fan says, hi all, how are yours?
Hello.
How are yous, should I say?
Yeah.
I'm wonderful. Thank you very much, Marvel Fan, for attending. You're probably gone. I don't know. How are you? Ian, good trip. Use the hairdryer to get out.
Yeah, hairdryer. Yes. Mind you, because I don't have one, because I ain't got any hair.
But I bought you one for Christmas. You don't know it yet. Simon says, nighty night, guys. I need an early start tomorrow. So Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. No, Mike, it's been an absolute pleasure getting to know you in Ian's stream. Absolutely love it there. You ask so many great questions. Thanks very much. Have a great one yourself. Absolutely fantastic. Andy makes Star Wars. Love the Outer Limits on TV back in the day. Didn't we all? Absolutely wonderful. Andy, you got class. That's a fantastic show. I think so many people would dismiss it. I think it was great. Stephen Taylor, were you shocked when you found out Santa wasn't real? I was gutted when I found out last year. What do you mean Santa wasn't real? Of course he's bleeding real. What are you on about? I've seen him at every bloody corner, the fat bastard. I still kick him in the shins for not getting me a rally chopper. I tell you, the bastard.
Yeah, and
I wanted a bike for years, and what did he get me? He got me something with stabilizers. Bastard. Know what I mean? He knew I wanted a bloody more expensive computer than the one he bought me, the little shit. You know, when I say I want Pac-Man, I meant the arcade game, not the bloody tabletop with bloody batteries that you put in it. Miserable bastard. Right, I'll never forgive him. Anyway, Tony York, Steve. Are you serious? He isn't real. He isn't real. Did you ever leave food and drink out for Santa? My parents used to leave a glass of sherry and a mince pie or cake. Yeah, we did until I ate them all after a while. I've currently been watching Still Game at the moment. I'm on series 5, but has anybody seen it? No?
No.
Yeah. No, but then again, you pirate everything, don't you? So, sorry, I shouldn't have let that out the ground though. Mittens for Kittens. I like Still Game. That's that thing that Marvel fans have just been talking about the two guys in Scotland. I can't say I've seen that either. Jim Jam says he's back.
Oh,
I don't know how long for.
Then he's gone again.
Yeah, he must have gone by now.
Who remembers getting blank videotapes as a
Yeah.
present?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sony and bloody lifetime guarantee bollocks. That was a lie for a start.
Yeah.
I tried. You try getting your lifetime guarantee to work now on those. Won't work. Never worked back then either. Anyway, Jim Jam, movies and TV. Hi from Marvel fan. And he makes Star Wars piece of coal. What the fuck? Yeah, that's all I got. Jim Jam, 5-pack of VHS used to tape the Next Generation and Simpsons episodes. On always a good present in the early 90s.
Yeah.
That along with audio tapes. Until I bought the CDs and DVD writers, I bought a shitload of audio. C60s and C90s to record. Audio, whatever. I used to do it all the time. Absolutely fantastic. I wasn't ashamed. Bought no end of them. Stephen Taylor, I just watched the new colour Doctor Who. They did a great job. Steelbook is going to cost 30 quid. It seems very expensive. It does. It comes with 3 discs. I will say that. It does have the 10-episode Doctor Who on that 3-disc version. It came out this morning. I put the HMV one in my Discord purely because that's where I'd trust to get it from. I don't trust Amazon. And Zavi, I avoid like the plague because you have to pay usually money for the delivery unless you pay for their red blanket service where they shaft you up your ass. So yeah, HMV is probably where I'd get that from.
When is it due out on physical media? Then?
It just said on there that it was very soon, and being as it's been broadcast, I wouldn't be surprised if that was a late January.
Yeah.
To be quite honest. I'm looking forward to watching it after this. I will be. It's only 90 minutes long. I can bloody watch it, while trying to get to sleep.
Yeah.
So, Tony says, I saw the details on HMV of the contents of the Steelbook. It said it's had the contents of the original DVD with the full 10 episodes and extras, which is why I'm saying it's worth it. I think, if you really want that, but then again, it's going to be in a collection at some point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's whichever way you look at it. Muckman, hey Muckman, good evening, chap. Just been out to see an old friend who used to date my mum and is now on his own. I don't know if he's still awake. I hope you've sorted that out now, Ian. I felt so bad earlier on. You go, tell him it's your fault. Go on, say it now. Your fault.
It's my fault, according to Delboy.
According to Del, I gave you the copy and bloody pasted the text.
I blame it. It's all on my fault, as you know. It's all my fault. Everything's my fault. Yeah.
But saying that, it's all over and done with. The one thing I will say though, man, is I know you don't want to join Facebook and stuff, but have you got any problems with joining a Discord? Because if you have, I'd love to be able to have bought you a Christmas present. I did say over a week ago to Ian, it's a shame that I can't send him a duplicate DVD or Blu-ray or even a Christmas present. And here we are a week later, and obviously I wasn't able to. Yeah. So there must be a way that I'm going to be able to communicate to you other than through an intermediary like Ian, who's got, if he had another brain cell, it'd be lonely.
I would. True. No, I agree. It's all right. I totally agree.
If I turn his head upside down, I can clean the toilet.
Yeah.
Ian, I'll tell you what, you're such a joy to talk to. You're absolutely brilliant. You take all my crap. Where's Ian's hat? Look there.
I've got it on now. I need to Leeds one. Leeds.
I know Patrick's at Christmas very, very well. Go on. Hopefully he's going to actually expand upon that. Otherwise, that's all I know. This is what Colin does to me, right? He puts something like, I know batteries at Christmas very, very well. As if it's a story and then doesn't tell you the story. He does that to me a million times. A million times he's done that. I'm going, well, what does that mean? I know batteries at Christmas very, very well as well. Thank you very much. Cheers. Jim Jam Movies. Right, signing off. Been a fantastic stream. Hope you all have a lovely Christmas. No, we do. And I'll tell you what, I've already mentioned it in the blog. Fantastic gift, mate. And I mean, £200 imprint, never ending story. What can you say? I mean, I'm not going to get anywhere near something like that unless I bought it for myself. My mum's going to give me money or a gift tag. You know what I mean? So fantastic. What can I say? But I tell you what, every present I will get will be just as easily received as well. I don't get many presents, and so I never know quite what to say about them. But I will say now, anybody, please, thank you so much. I will be doing something Christmas Day. I might do an opening at the beginning of whatever I'm doing on Christmas Day. What my intentions for Christmas Day was to go back over the 59 episodes of My Friends Tell Me What Games to Play.
Oh.
Right? And choose one from each of my friends and replay it.
Mm-hmm.
And that would make the 60th episode.
Mm.
Yeah? And
Okay,
therefore
so
I can then move on to round 2. Or should I say season 2, round 1. And start all over again. That's an idea that I'm doing. But of course I'd have to record it tomorrow. So, I know what I'm doing tomorrow now all day. Playing games from 7 great mates. Thank you very much. Muckman Movies. Oh, sorry. Hang on. Right, signing off. Yeah. Muckman Movies. Good night, Jim Jam. Have a fantastic Christmas. Tony says, evening, Jamie. I've nodded off to sleep there. That's how great we are, isn't it? Look, he's fell off to sleep. Muckman's just said, watch Wizard of Oz with the missus yesterday. What a feature in filmmaking. The set and the costume designs are incredible for the era. And to be quite honest, the 4K is just superb.
Yeah.
It's one of those early Technicolor where the oversaturation just works incredibly well.
I heard something about the Wizard of Oz the other day, whether it was true or not. I don't know whether it was snow or whether it was just like the magic dust. It was actually asbestos.
Oh, right.
I think I
didn't know that.
Yeah.
They used asbestos on this.
I've heard of a lot of stories. There's a lot of stories about how Judy Garland was treated, how the director was directing her, and she had to act in a certain way as if she was an innocent all the time and all this sort of stuff. Very, very cruel tricks played on her and all of this sort of stuff. I'm pretty sure there was a film made of it that started that off at the beginning with and how she was actually, I think it was on Judy Garland's life, to be quite honest. More than with the Wizard of Oz. But anyway, Ian, how about getting guest appearances in your future live Wednesdays? That's not nice, is it? Bugger off, Del. Get on a guest appearance. I'm sure he's upset about that present, Me not saying all this. When I said a week ago that I was bloody happy with it. I'm sure he doesn't like me now. But anyway, I hope I can turn that around in the new year. Colin Jones, regarding Steve, you sod, a new video just dropped from him. He does that all the time, Steve does. He'll get to the comment in 3 hours, Colin. Just take me time to get there. I know this. Del, where's your Christmas backdrop? Well, I ain't telling you now. You don't like me anymore. You want me replaced by some guest. It's not very nice, is it? For Christmas. Thanks very much for my present. Yeah. Denny, what's your favorite film and favorite Christmas film? Well, Denny would like to answer you, but I'm not giving him time. Stephen Taylor. No, sorry, fire away.
Favorite film. I've got that many. I couldn't pick. If I have to pick one, it will be the original Star Wars. Favorite Christmas film: Alistair Sim's Scrooge. Every time.
Do you want to answer as well, Ian?
Favorite film.
It's Santa Claus the movie or something.
It fits in both slots. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I love Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and I watch it at Christmas.
You know what? I nearly got through a stream without him mentioning Chitty Bleeding Chitty fucking Bang Bang.
I know. I love it.
Anyway, go on.
That's it. Yeah. But yeah, I'd say it's probably my favorite film, though. For some reason, and I do absolutely love it, is the Dead Zone film, Stephen King story, Christopher Walken in it. It's absolutely fantastic. It's my favorite.
Yeah. Not very Christmassy though, that one, is it?
Yeah, I absolutely love it. I can watch it any time of year. But yeah, I'll put Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, even though it's not. It's a Christmas film that's not about Christmas. But if I had to choose a Christmas film, oh God, I'll choose Alistair Sims' Christmas Carol.
Yeah, do you know what? I love Alistair Sims' Scrooge, right? I really do. The trouble is, there's so many Scrooge now that I like, because I like Bill Murray's Scrooge, I like the Muppet Scrooge, I like, you know, the classic Scrooge. And to be quite honest, if I was to do a trailer at the end of my blog, right, on last Sunday, I could have just filled it with Scrooges, and there wouldn't have been anything else there, because they literally are some of my favorite films to watch at Christmas. I love watching it. Some Like It Hot at Christmas. Always have done. And that's not really a Christmassy film, really.
Yeah.
You know, it's even around the St. Valentine's Massacre, which is what, February?
Yeah.
Which is why it was called that. But like I say, I love It's a Wonderful Life. I can't watch it too many times though, because it's a very long film and it is heavy going. So yeah, I mean, there's a number of films that I love, but I love Scrooge. Bill Murray's Scrooge is just bite-sized 90 minutes joy. You know what I mean? So we got Stephen Taylor. No White Christmas again this year. We hardly ever seem to get them anymore. Although apparently what the weather forecast actually people said was this is one of the few Christmases where we're not getting a white Christmas, because they count 2 snowflakes that land on a sensor in some skyscraper in fucking London somewhere as being a white Christmas. Well, I'm sorry, but unless I'm throwing a snowball at Denny's face, it ain't a white Christmas. Do you know what I mean? That's what I call a white Christmas, right? Not this 2 snowflakes landing on this like sensor that looks like a 1p piece or something. Yeah, you know, on the top of a roof where there's gravel everywhere. I mean, Jesus Christ! Fed up with all this. It's, you know, we haven't had a white Christmas in years. That's true. But according to the weather forecast, we've had one every year for the last 10 years. I'm going, what planet are you on? Somebody shakes their head, dandruff falls out, and you think it's snowing. Yeah, how's all that about? Anyway, Colin Jones, last white Christmas in the UK was 2010. Mind you, before that, they were free since 1960, or it's rare. But according to the actual meteorologists, they have said, actually, this is one of the first Christmas we haven't had a white Christmas. That is an actual true statement. It was on Central News where they said, as long as a single snowflake lands on this, whatever it is a white Christmas. Simple as that. I don't agree with it. I think snow's... I'll tell you what's got to happen. All the schools have got to be going home. All the bloody pipes are frozen over. Every single car is sliding along the road, you know, vertically. That's when it's a white Christmas. And yeah, we haven't had one since 2010, just like Colin said. As far as I'm concerned, you're quite right. Tony says, I think 2010 was the last real severe winter we had. I remember it never got above freezing from late November until into the new year. Yeah, I remember... I worked for the probation service from 2013. We had that horrible blizzard that took us all by surprise in like March. I remember that. I had to go from my hometown to Reading to Newbury and back, and the trains were were questionable whether I was actually going to get there. What was it called? Something Blizzard. I've forgotten what it was. Literally about 8 years ago, I think it was. I so like white chocolate and coconut chocolate. Where you can have all the white coconut, and white chocolate, and coconut chocolate. I'll send it in the post to you, Colin, this Christmas from my family to yours. After Dennis licked them. Muckman Movies. As a homeowner, I'm happy having no severe weather these days, aren't we? Just. I'm looking forward, Muckman, to you having a great Christmas. You've had a terrible late end of this year. I've been thinking all about that today. My thoughts are with you. I just want you to get through this next 3 days and just have an absolute fantastic time. That's my wish from me to you, which is genuine. Nobody likes a year like you've had. Nobody. Colin Jones, Revels, I like except the coffee flavor, which is strange when you consider I drink coffee black with no sugar, usually freshly ground. Muckman Movies, Thornton's chocolates are my favorite chocolates at Christmas. Viennese truffles. Truffles. What do I think about truffles? No, I don't like those. What do they call them? Those horrible things that are stacked up and they're like gold.
Profiteroles.
No. That chocolate that's really bloody expensive and is and it's always stacked up in a triangle.
Oh, Toblerone?
No, not Toblerone.
Oh, that's in a triangle thing.
It's like a truffle. It's like a big brown ball with bloody bits and bobs all sticking up from it. It's got a creamy center, and the Countess loves them.
Oh, they're horrible. Yeah, I know what you mean. Them gold sweet. Oh,
bloody disgusting pieces of shit.
Yeah.
Ferrero Rocher.
Ferrero Rocher.
Yeah.
Bloody awful.
They think
most expensive pieces of shit that you'll basically turn around and go, well, all I tasted there was sugar.
Yeah.
And it was bland at that.
And they're trying to make you think you're above people or a bit posh if you have them. But
they come in a bloody container, and all this sort of like stuff. Like 6 looks like you bought some eggs, right? And I tell you what, there'd be 6 left. The following at the end of Boxing Day of the following year, if you brought them around to our house, because we've frigging ate them. Bloody awful.
Yeah.
Stephen Taylor, have any of you ever been to a Christmas panto? Yeah, of course I have.
Oh, no, you haven't.
Yes, I have. See, Denny and I have got this down to a patty, and you see, there we are.
It was well put together. Yeah.
Oh, come on. That was classic.
I can't stand pantos.
What's that behind you?
Bloody pantos.
What's that behind you? Oh, yeah, look.
Bloody panto. Yeah. Oh, they're for awful. I can't stand the jokes. They're not jokes. Blokes dressed as women. And no, I can't stand it. It's awful. Get rid of them. They're not funny. And you get these singers coming on. Oh, I'm singing some jolly songs.
The kids, you daft bastard.
Don't like you.
They're for kids. They're not for 90-year-old people past their prime in 1910.
Even as a kid, I was the same. I used to dread it if anybody said, oh, we're taking you to a panto, like my dad's works.
That's all right. Next time I'm going to take you to a circus and put your head in a lion's mouth.
Circuses
You'll soon want to go to a pantomime then. Miserable bastard. They're not for you where you were 90 at the turn of the century last year. Jesus
As a kid,
Christ.
I hated them.
They're for 8-year-olds.
I mean, what is there at a circus now? They've taken away animals, of course, and all you get is bloody people trapezing up and down with some bloody things, some clowns that are about as funny and awful. Oh, well, they're not funny.
You haven't been 1 mile south of your bloody house in the last 50 years. You ain't going to see anything else, are you?
What the hell is all that? I saw gymnastic people jumping up and down, and
you think Leeds train station still looks like the Railway Children?
It's boring circuses. Get rid of them.
Bloody hell, fireman! I mean, Jesus.
And when they put them on they used to put them on bloody telly.
Do you know we invented electricity about 100 years ago? Just thought I'd mention it because it might be news. It might be news to you. Do you know what I mean? I'll just mention it. You know what I mean?
No.
Right. McMahon movies can't beat a Terry's chocolate orange. My fave.
Yeah, lovely.
I love Terry's chocolate.
Yeah,
chocolate, they're smaller and smaller and smaller every year. This last year they did a mint one. They did a mint chocolate orange. Gorgeous. Love that. Steve says, I love Terry's chocolate orange. I could sit there and eat the whole damn thing. Yeah, so can I. They're absolutely terrible. I'll tell you the other thing. As a kid, I used to like matchmakers. Do you remember those Twiglet things that were like orange and mint?
Orange and mint. Yeah.
Trouble is, you had to have about 15 in your mouth to be able to taste anything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. But by the time you put 15 in your mouth, there was only one more room for 15 more, and that was the end of the box. And they cost like what they were like a box for 99 pence or something.
Yeah, that's right.
For the longest period of time, I used to think I could buy a box of chocolates for £1. It's amazing. Great, that was. Jinx, Steve. Yeah. Tony York says Cadbury's Bourneville Old Jamaica Rum and Raisin. Oh, wow, yeah.
I remember that. Yeah.
I'll go with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds delicious, Tony. I've never heard of that. Oh, no, I've heard of that, but it's been a long time since I've had that. I've had Bourneville, but not Jamaica Rum and Raisin. Oh, yeah. Now you're talking. Yeah. I'm sure dentists must have invented the original Yorkie bars. Do you remember when Yorkie bars got into real trouble because they said they weren't for women?
Yeah.
That was terrible, wasn't it? How did they get away with that as an advert? I mean, that's where you turn around and say that's drawing the line a little bit.
Yeah.
Turn around and say women can't have a Yorkshire bar. You're joking.
Hey.
That's terrible. Ruffled bars were so good. They were, weren't they? Andy makes stars. My mum used to watch. I don't know what he was going to put there. Used to work at Roundtree's chocolate factory in York.
Oh,
in the 80s.
Brilliant.
Always had chocolate at home. Used to always smell nice. Yeah.
Fantastic.
That's so nice. My dad worked at, like I say, Kraft Jacob Souchard when they were called General Foods and they were taken over by Kraft General Souchard. They used to sell in the shop for the staff misshaped chocolates. All the chocolates that went through the machine that weren't boiled correctly, or were the sugar was at the wrong temperature or whatever. You used to get them in bags and you used to bring them home, and there used to be things like crunches and things like that. Used to love that. Yeah, nice those days. That was the closest we had to anybody in our family working in a chocolate factory.
Yeah.
Although I think my Uncle Wonka had a chocolate factory one day. I remember that. I remember him coming home and saying he had a chocolate factory, but he went bankrupt or something in the 60s. Can't remember, something like that. And if you believe that, you believe anything. Right, here we go. Rice, Tony York. I tell a good tale. You nearly believe that then. It's an old bar I used to have years ago, Jamie. I think they stopped production for them for a while, but they're available again now. And with it being plain chocolate, you can pretend it's good for you. Yeah. How long does that last? Not very long. My mum used to work at Roundtree's chocolate factory in York in the 80s. Always had chocolate at home. Used to always smell nice. Yeah, I read that out once, haven't I? That's right. Dates are vile. Yeah. And McMahon says, Cadbury's have some great offers on Christmas chocolates right now. Obviously want rid. Yeah, I don't think Sainsbury's can get rid of all of those chocolate heroes and stuff because they're too expensive, and they've taken another 25 grams out this year. I mean, Christ, what are you expecting? Another traditional Christmas thing I'm glad we have to choice to buy is Advocaat. Yeah, I didn't like Advocaat.
Yeah.
That yellow crap.
Puss in a bottle, wasn't it?
What, in a bottle?
Yeah, puss in a bottle. It looked like it.
It's like custard, isn't it? Like egg custard.
Yeah.
You bloody what? Might get some Jamaican rum chocolate, Tony. Yeah, he's going to buy some tomorrow now. Always used to get both when I was a kid. Not something I miss at all. Who remembers Watney's Party 7?
Oh, rubbish. Absolutely horrible. Ugh.
I don't remember
Watney's
those.
bitter. Yeah, these big party cans.
Must be a northern thing.
They were horrible. No, it's a blooming southern thing. It was.
Is it heck? I don't know that one at all.
It wasn't Sam Smith's or
bloody northern stuff.
Tetley's. It was.
You've been brainwashed into thinking it's southern when it's northern, just because it's a failure.
Actually, it was southern shit. Yeah, Watney.
Baby Sham and Advocar.
Oh God, yeah. They were. Oh, yeah.
That sounds like a Leeds drink if ever I've had.
Yeah, Baby Sham.
My grandma used to give us snowballs every Christmas. Yeah, every time it snowed, my grandma gave us snowballs. But that's about it.
Yeah, dear.
Steve Gaming, Party 7, yes, and I remember the hunt. See, he's up north, he's at Blackpool. Party 7, yes, and I remember the hunt to find the can opener thing that punched a hole in the top. All northerners turning around and recognizing that. 2 southerners don't.
Yeah.
Now, what does that tell you?
It was rubbish. It wasn't proper beer. It was awful. Absolute disgusting taste. Ugh. Not proper.
Andy Makes Star Wars says Radio Times at $5.95. What the fuck? How big is it? Yeah, I mean, I have to turn around and say it's actually thinner than the 2 years one before it. I will tell you that. It was thinner. That's awful, isn't it, really? Yeah. Tony York, can be a bit hard to find in shops. I've had it through Amazon a few times, though, Jamie. That's great. Colin Jones, now Baby Sham. I used to be allowed to drink that. I enjoyed a bottle as a kid, though I never got 2 for some reason. Yeah, I have to say, I think we've all had, instead of wine being given at the roast dinner table when you're a kid, Baby Sham definitely was there. In my household, anyway. My mum liked it. She liked Baby Sham.
My mum did, yeah.
That was the other one. It was Blue Nun, wasn't it? Remember that Blue Nun?
Oh, Blue Nun. I haven't heard of that for a while. And Dark Tower.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Bloody awful.
Yeah, they all tasted like shit.
Blue
Nowadays, it's beer and whiskey and spiced rum. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that face. Bloody love walnuts. You can have all of them from mine. My mum will send you a shitload of them. If I was to buy her walnut whips, she hated walnuts on walnut whips. Christ. Oh, TV Guide. I've already told my family off for the choice of TV Guide this year. They got it while I was at work, so I didn't know they'd bought it. The Sun. Yeah, you get the. That's it. If you buy the Sun newspaper, you get a bloody Christmas TV guide. What's the bloody point? I have to turn around and say, when is it that the Radio Times and TV Times is going to die? I mean, all the PC magazines have died and all of that. It's about time. It's about time. Nobody is red penciling bloody what's going to be. They're going to be watching this Christmas in that shit. I can tell you now.
Yeah.
And of course,
nobody. I only bought it for this stream.
Yeah. Do you remember, I think in 70s, and even before that, you'd get the TV Times and the Radio Times. You had
the TV Times was there as well.
That was all BBC. And
the TV Times is only produced now for the Christmas. That's it. They don't do it during the year. Radio Times is different. That's produced every week.
Yeah.
And it's still going. If they're putting our license money to publish that magazine, I'm telling you now, save yourself the millions.
Yeah.
Nobody is reading it.
No, they're not. No. And it's expensive, isn't it? It's too expensive.
Yeah.
God.
I mean, I bet you any money the magazine is $3.99 every week or something.
It will be, yeah. It's a waste of time.
Bollocks
Complete waste of time.
Tony York says, hate nuts except almonds. Could eat marzipan all day. McMahon says, don't bother watching TV at Christmas. So Radio Times is pointless.
Yeah.
Like I said, I bought it for this stream only. That was it. The last one I bought was 2 years ago. It's why I didn't have one last year. Steve's Gaming. We used to have a box of those Fox's chocolate biscuit selection each Christmas.
Yeah.
But now it's more packaging than biscuits, half as many biscuits, but the box is the
Yeah.
same size. Rip off it is absolutely.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
The View with Drew. Hey everyone, what's up?
Oh,
I'm doing great. Have a Lego Marvel holiday special premiering on my channel. Oh, great. That's great. That's wonderful. I mean, I like Lego and I like Marvel, and therefore, what's not to be me to go and have a little look later on? Absolutely. Colin Jones, I think my next Lego will be Concorde if I can find the space.
Oh no. Yes.
That's terrible, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Oh shit. You can get a lighting kit for that, Colin. Looks super. Just need a bank loan.
Yeah.
Get it. Well, bloody hell, people are having a good time, it would seem. I could probably afford it 1 month, but no, really have nowhere to put it, say from the cats.
Yeah.
Muttman says, my girlfriend bought me a TIE Fighter box of Lego for Christmas last year, but I've never opened it because there's nowhere to put it.
Yeah.
I must admit, space is a bloody difficulty in our house. Reluctantly, might have to sell it on eBay. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
I have an ISS and a Saturn V on top of the cupboard, and they've been untouched, so that's good. Yeah, I've got a number of Marvel model kits, actually, that are made of resin that were done by Horizon back in the late 80s, and those are worth some kits. I tell you, some kits are really hard to get hold of. I'm not talking about the reprints of Afix, Captain Scarlet Interceptors and all of those sorts of stuff. I'm talking about the original ones, the ones back in the 70s that that you ask your mum to buy glue for, and she reluctantly did, and then you stuck your fingers together trying to put the bloody things together. And you were supposed to paint them before you glued them together, and you didn't do that either because you were too busy trying to make the bloody aircraft, because you wanted it to go around like this and go like this. You didn't give a shit whether it was painted or not. And those decals, you had to put them in water and peel them off and put them onto the bloody airfit plastic. That was hard.
Yeah.
Remember doing that? Taking those water transfers and putting them on your Airfix kit. Hard that was. Talking to myself. Right, Colin Jones. I actually suggested Lego ideas for the price I suggested was the price it turned out to be. Ox says it must be a bloody big cupboard to hold an international space station. Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's not a huge model, Ox. Saturn V is much bigger, takes up the full width. Batman says, I bet there's an inch of dust on them, Colin. I just dusted the Batmobile and Ghostbusters vehicle the other day. They're massive dust collectors. Ox says Simpsons should be a parody Home Alone. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah. Lego ISS is 864 pieces. Saturn V is 1,969 pieces. Bloody hell. Muckman movies. I dusted it down the other day. I actually built the Saturn V on Steam on a Sunday in 4 hours. Wow. From Muckman. Joan Collins, Sharon's Baby, 1975. Muckman movies. I'd love more Lego, but run out of places to display it. I posed the question to the missus whether to disassemble it all and store it all in a big container. Bloody hell. We're going to Madeira on Boxing Day for a few nights. Can't bear to be home. Yeah, after losing Hadley. That's what I was trying to not mention. But yeah, I feel for you, my friend, and I hope you manage to hope you do manage to get through Christmas. We've bought tickets for Faulty Tower stage show next year. Can't wait. That's great. I wanted to go to that, but I thought to myself, just don't think I want to go by myself. So we're having our Christmas dinner on Christmas Eve down at the local pub instead this year. That's pretty good, isn't it, actually? If you have the Christmas dinner on Christmas Day, it costs a fortune. If you have it Christmas Eve, it's £10 cheaper. Yeah, I'd do that, if I was a northerner. I wanted to save money, and all of that sort of stuff.
Here we go again.
What do you mean? Here we go again. Steve's game is CGI animation is soulless and too clean. Yes, it is. It all looks the damn same. Yes, it does. Time is 12, so we're not far away. 30 minutes away from the end. Switching to mobile and heading for bed. Will be quiet, but not necessarily silent. Muttman says Disney used to reuse the cell animation for a ton of their animated films, so it's not just computer-generated animation. That's quite true. Muttman's Astro Wars was incredible. It was absolutely fantastic. Many hours playing that until the batteries run out, and then I couldn't afford them. Gotta go, guys, and everyone in the chat. Have a nice Christmas and Happy New Year. You have a great one, Marvel fan. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah. I've got the Zevi Rad Carpet Surface for only $9.99 per year, but it's become useless because you can't get the 10% off new releases. Yeah, this is what I was trying to get at. I don't agree with having to pay for a service so that you get your postage a bit cheaper. It works with Prime because they offer so many other services that go along with it. But to pay Zavi £10 and then say, right, that means that I can have all my postage free for a year. It sounds like a bargain, but after stuff that they've got coming out has been damaged or whatever. So I just don't, it doesn't really, I'd rather go to HMV. You know what I mean? Where if it's over a certain price, it's free. Rather do it that way. Del, remember, I'm answering at the time you're talking, but reading my comments something like 2 hours later. Batteries, I know. I can't help it. These two got me talking for so long. Del, I'd like you to play Flashback on the Mega Drive. Used to love that game. I'll write that down. Flashback. Yeah, I remember that game. You remember that one, don't you, Denny?
I do. Never played it, though.
I used to play it on the Amiga.
Not my type of game. But
it wouldn't be too much of a thing to go to the Mega Drive and play it. I played it on the Amiga, the Flashback. It's not it's that rotoscoping stuff, but it's all right. I mean, I remember they were very big in the day. A lot of people like those things. Right. Rest assured, Dal, water under the bridge. I meant introducing a third person to Ian's live stream. Yeah, right. I know where he's going. He wanted me replaced. He wanted to go, Dal, you're dead, man. You're dead. I want somebody in Ian's place. I want somebody better. I want me. There you are. See, look, and then he'd have been in there like a shot. See, look at that. Only joking. I think Ian's stuck with me, really. Are you happy with that, Ian?
Yeah, I'm more than happy, yeah.
Oh, don't look too excited.
No, I'm just, I'm sort of mesmerized.
Is that the excitement? Is that how much the excitement goes at 1:10 in the morning?
It does. It starts to dissipate, doesn't it? Yeah.
Can't beat Muppet Christmas. I'm trying to get through this. It's a Wonderful Life was played at the last pub I was in tonight. Last 3 days, we've had Falling Trees and Roof Slates in December. Ferrero Rocher aren't really that expensive. Tony York says Ian's pantomime rant just woke me up. Muttman Movies Cragside in Northumberland was the first house in the UK to have electric lighting. What was that last week? Colin Jones, the Yorkie Not for Girls campaign was classic reverse psychology. Yes, it was. First time in the world to have hydroelectric lighting. Brilliant. Amazing place. Worth a visit if you've never been. I must admit, I need to go up north more often, because I've heard my pound will just last longer up there. So, that's another reason why I ought to go. Went to Craigside as a child. It was closed. I've just read that one. That was good. Man, Christmas dinner is £35 per person. Cheaper on the Christmas Eve appeared Delboy. Yeah,
it's a lot,
isn't it? Really? Don't they charge an extortionate amount? I remember working at the pub Christmas Day. So we're nearly finished. I finished Flashback on the Amiga by following a walkthrough. Enjoy it, Colin. You're all caught up. Brilliant. There we go. 5 hours, 1 minute, no, 2 minutes. I think we better do our roundup. I want to give everybody the opportunity to say to your people that you love out there just how much you wish them a merry, happy Christmas and a New Year's. Go, Denny.
Yeah, I'd like to, as Del said, I'd like to wish everybody a very happy Christmas and New Year. And let's hope next year it can be a more of a peaceful New Year, not only just for all us lot, but for everybody in the world. I think it's what's needed, to be honest. There's so many people who hate out there, and there's not enough love, to be honest. So all the best to everybody, and take care.
Absolutely fantastic. Over to you, Ian, please. You've got the stage.
I'd just like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I know I've said it before, but always find something that you enjoy each day. I'm sure you can find something. Enjoy each day as much as you can, because I know it sounds obvious, but you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. So enjoy each day, and also the people that you love in your life, just tell them that you love them a bit more often.
Yeah,
that's it.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much, guys. I'm going to say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to everybody out there, to all the people that have watched me in my blogs over the last 3 years. Thank you very much. For all new subscribers, thank you very much. You make my day. I love it. And I love working with these guys. Denny, absolutely fantastic, man. I can't wait to do some more Twilight Zone stuff with you. Ian, my New Year's resolution is to be able to get a big enough stick to keep prodding you. Absolutely fantastic. I so wish and look forward to Wednesdays. You're a big supporter of me. I'm eternally grateful. I don't think I'll ever be able to pay you back, although I will send a $5 in the post note. That will do it. And thanks everyone for watching. I've had a blast tonight. I'm so sorry it takes me, to go through, but I want to give my friends here the time to tell them about their stories. I thought that was very important. And I did manage to read them out, and I'm so sorry it was a bit late, but you can watch all those and see our replies to them all. So that's why I was happy to give the floor to my friends. I hope you don't mind me doing it that way. But they mean an awful lot to me, does Denny and Ian. And with that, I'm going to say salute, but I'm going to let Denny say his goodbye, and I'm going to let Ian at last be able to say his special way of saying goodbye, like he always does, and then I'll do my bit at the end. So, Denny, say goodbye.
So, goodbye, everybody. Until next year, I'll see you all.
Brilliant. Ian.
And all I've got to say is, I'll see thee again.
And all I've got to say is salute. And thank you very much, everybody. Happy New Year. Bye-bye.